What stage in the game do you play the trump card? Royal flush equals 51. Mirror 1 and 5. January 5th, 2021. The day before the 1/6 Electoral College cards counting of the cards. The date of the Georgia election, likely sans Dominion's cheating, as well as all eyes will be on this, January 5th. What does our new acting Department of Defense Secretary think of Pence? He's moved, emotional, as he thanks Vice President Pence for leadership, steady hand, and mentoring during the most complex military operations. Again, these words are very significant. He was proud of him for keeping a steady hand and mentoring during the most complex military operations in our country's history. Unbelievable, right? And this is going off script with this gentleman. How many followers does the POTUS, the President of the United States, have? A royal flush. Take a look at this, guys. 51. Remember what we talked about with the cards. A royal flush. 51. The addendum. Think. If Chris Miller, military intelligence, Green Beret, gets emotional thanking Pence for his steady hand and mentorship during this most critical operation the country has ever experienced, doesn't that show that Pence had to play some dangerous super spy role in a sting? Going way back during 2016 campaign, Team Trump said that the new vice president would be, in quote, the most powerful vice president in history, charged with overseeing both domestic and foreign policy, while Trump himself focused on making America great again. From Donald Trump Jr., Trump's oldest son, the most powerful vice president in history, according to the New York Times Magazine. Vice president would be charged with foreign and domestic policy, while Trump will use his presidential powers to focus on making America great again. Is Vice President Pence holding all the cards, right? He will be doing the Electoral College count on January 6th. Remember that. Setting up the U.S. space communications and overseeing the CV task force qualify as critical foreign and domestic matters. Do they not? Very true, my friends. Very true. He's taking care. This gentleman is very important. Mike Pence, I know we had speculations before, but I think we're in the right hands, guys. I think that all the power will be taken over to Vice President Mike Pence. That's when he goes in for the kill shot. Again, a crescendo effect at the last minute. This is just like what would happen. A home run in the bottom of the ninth, game 7, 2 outs, and a grand slam goes over the center field wall. I think that that is what is going to happen at the very last minute, killing the deep state's hopes of ever bringing down and selling out our country for the very last time. Just a couple articles right here. Pence reveals that the U.S. Space Force troops will be called Guardians. Amazing, right? So biblical. And now we can see him here with FEMA talking about taking up the CV task force, which was massive. He was leading all of that up, probably throwing Birx and Fauci under the bus simultaneously. Let's not get it twisted. But again, I'm speculating with that. But again, my friends, this was a very, very good thread. Let's see what takes place. A crescendo effect in the end is all that we can hope for at this point. Now, I wanted to show you this coming at us from Art of War. I was listening to the parts of Patrick Byrne's interview about his meeting with the president, in which Sidney Powell and General Flynn also attended. First, I appreciate the fact that Patrick has spent $1.5 million of his own money to investigate voter you-know-what and fight the deep state machine. Second, the question was asked, why does the President of the United States give people like White House General Counsel Pat Cipollone the time of day? Mr. Burns said every time they would suggest a course of action to the president, Pat would shoot it down because Pat has been tasked by senior bureaucrats to do whatever it takes to get real Donald Trump to concede the election. I understand Mr. Burns' concern that the President of the United States is surrounded by a den of liars and deep state traitors who want nothing more than to be rid of this president. But this is classic art of war tactics being used by the President of the United States. POTUS will act as if he is considering the advice of all the rats like Cipollone to gain intel on the plans of the deep state and to appear weak when he is actually in the driver's seat. Guys, again, it's all optics. I believe it is all optics, honest to God. Don't think for one second that the President of the United States does not know Simpalone's true intentions, and I hope I'm pronouncing it right. Maybe it's Kipalone's. Mr. Byrne said he believes that real Donald Trump is too nice, and that's why he allows people like the White House General Counsel to continue to advise him. I disagree. The President of the United States is a genius. He knows exactly what he is doing. He holds all the cards. There's that word again, cards. The military is running this operation behind the scenes. I truly believe the President of the United States knows he is already has this win in the bag, and he's simply running down the clock and continuing to let the deep state expose themselves and tie the news tighter. I'm right there with this gentleman, with Art of War News. I am comfy, I am cozy, and I am waiting on this crescendo to take place. Yes, the President of the United States is a nice man and very generous, but our enemies are about to experience a side of real Donald Trump that they've heard about, but have never been the object of. In quote, if you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the result of the hundreds of battles. If you know yourself but not the enemy, for every victory gained you will also suffer a defeat. If you know neither the enemy nor yourself, you will succumb in every battle. Engage people with what they expect. It is what they are able to discern and confirms their projections. It settles them into predictable patterns of response, occupying their minds, while you wait for the extraordinary moment, the crescendo, that which they cannot anticipate. You are watching Sun Tzu warfare at its finest. Again, bringing this all full circle, the crescendo effect, my friends. Now, I wanted to show you this, another amazing thread by Murray. Follow this person at Rothbard1776. Breaking. Per Patrick Byrne on the In the Matrix podcast. Congratulations to them for getting this guy. They learned during their 4.5-hour meeting at the White House that all the information that they had been providing to real Donald Trump for his eyes only had not been reaching him. Byrne states that they have over 50,000 affidavits from Americans around the country on both sides of the political spectrum about mischief in what was witnessed on November 3rd. Confirms that they compiled and delivered an entire package of evidence and brought it back to the White House, which presumably Trump's senior staff, who we just got done talking about, and the White House counsel will not provide to him. Patrick Byrne then announces that he will be posting that very package online, guys, so that, in quote, every American can see in a very organized way all of the evidence. There is absolutely foreign interference. We'll be posting to deepcapture.com. Remember that, deepcapture.com.
Emergency crews responded to an explosion early Friday in downtown Nashville that officials said was linked to a vehicle. Police spokesman Don Aaron later said that investigators believe it was an intentional act, the Associated Press reported. White House Deputy Press Secretary Judd Deere said Trump had been briefed and will continue to receive regular updates. The president is grateful for the incredible first responders and praying for those who were injured. Police said in a tweet the explosion was being investigated by the Metro Nashville Police Department and federal partners. An explosion linked to a vehicle occurred at 6:30 this morning outside 166 2nd Ave in downtown. Investigation active by MNPD and federal partners. Metro Nashville PD, at MNPD Nashville, the 25th of December, 2020. Aaron said 3 people were taken to area hospitals for treatment, but none were in critical condition, according to the AP. He also said some people were taken to the department's central precinct for questioning but declined to provide more details. The Metro Nashville Office of Emergency Management told local station WKRN that a parked RV exploded in a riverfront entertainment district and damaged several buildings. Officials told the station that crews were assessing the damage. Photos of the area shared by the Nashville Fire Department show smoke and flames in the downtown area, and windows broken out in nearby buildings. These are pictures from 2nd Avenue South. Windows were broken out from explosion area to Broadway. Please avoid this area. Media staging is at 2nd Avenue South and KVB. Pic Twitter.com talked page WFGJ. Nashville Fire Dept. At Nashville FD, the 25th of December, 2020. The fire department is asking the public to avoid the area. The FBI and Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms and Explosives are also investigating, police said. Law enforcement has closed down downtown streets as the investigation continues. MNPD, FBI and ATF investigating the 6:30 a.m. explosion on 2nd Ave linked to a vehicle. This appears to have been an intentional act. Law enforcement is closing downtown streets as investigation continues. Pic Twitter.com Yofmta KMTH. Metro Nashville PD, at MNPD Nashville, the 25th of December, 2020. Mayor John Cooper, D., called the explosion unfortunate, but noted that fewer people were in the typically heavily trafficked area because it was early Christmas morning. It's unfortunate, but any other morning I think it would have been a much worse story to be sure because there were so few people out, Cooper said at a press conference. The Jews believe in the prophecy of a supposed future coming of their Messiah. This may be linked to the Great Conjunction of
show this to all your normie friends, this podcast, so that they are able to get on the inside knowledge of what actually took place. Very interesting, guys. I wanted to bring that to your attention. Now, switching gears for a moment, President Donald J. Trump announces intent to appoint individuals to key administration posts. And look, if we go into the middle of this, just kind of nicely placed into the middle of the names, Ezra Cohen Watnick of the District of Columbia to be a member, listen to this, and chairperson of the Public Interest in Declassification Board. He will be put in place on the board of declassification. Remember, this young man was brought up, basically mentored by General Flynn, a true patriot. That, my friends, is an Easter egg in its own. Now, I wanted to show you this. This is just basically confirmation of what I read to you earlier in the podcast about how the information that is being brought to the president is not getting to him. Again, could this be optics? Sure. But I truly believe that there is a blockade that these deep state rhinos, these deep state politicians, these senior officials are blocking the information getting to the president. So, Sidney Powell accuses White House officials of blocking her access to Trump. Again, bringing it full circle, just like Patrick Byrne was saying earlier. It basically confirms everything. Sidney Powell said that she is being barred access to President Trump by top White House officials. This is from December. This is from an hour ago. The attorney who has filed several unsuccessful Kraken lawsuits challenging the election results in the battleground states said that she has been barred from seeing the president following an Oval Office meeting on Friday, during which Trump floated appointing Powell as special counsel to investigate allegations of voting you-know-what. Holy smokes. That meeting also involves Trump's personal attorney, Rudy Giuliani, White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, White House counsel Pat Cipollone, this is the guy that we do not trust, and former White House National Security Advisor Michael Flynn, Powell's client who was recently pardoned by Trump. At times, it became heated, with occasional bouts of shouting, we talked about this yesterday on the live stream, and Meadows and Cipollone strongly opposed some of the ideas being put forth, according to the New York Times. New York Times is deep state. It's nothing but garbage, so I do not believe that Mark Meadows is blocking this. I just can't believe it at this point. So again, all of this correlates with these people trying to bring evidence forward to the president, and it's getting blocked. Is it real? Perhaps. We don't know, because there's the fog of war, guys. If we don't know, the deep state doesn't know. So I wanted to show you this, switching gears and plowing ahead even further. The Underground Silk Railroad Communique. Remember, just follow them on Twitter. Breaking. I can't say this word, I'll get thrown off. But HCQ Pharmaceutical Factory has a big explosion today. Sensitive time and a sensitive event. It is all very hush-hush. Breaking 16 hours ago. The factory is the world's second biggest producer. Now, thank God that we're actually producing it here in America. I believe we are, that therapeutics of Regeneron and also HCQ. So we'll have to wait and see. But again, pharmaceutical factory on fire after explosions. 2 injured. There's no coincidence, my friends. We're going to have to wait and see what is going to take place with this. Just a random person, Tom Malloy, says HCQ is easy to produce. I don't see a shortage coming. India can pick up the slack if needed, but we can do it here. Exactly what I was thinking as well. Now, I will show you this. President Trump is preparing to fight back against the mounting evidence of voter you-know-what. Breaking White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows says. This is what I'm trying to tell you, my friends. They are going to come at it hard. It is a crescendo effect. Mark Meadows is 100% a white hat, and I believe that the optics that were being shown is purposeful to say that he is part of that other gentleman, Cipollone, saying that Sidney Powell should not be within the investigations or anything like that, and that she's barred from the White House. I just don't understand him being a part of that. We're going to have to wait and see. But again, I'm just bringing it to your attention that firebrand lawyer Sidney Powell was spotted leaving the resident side of the White House, as we can see on Sunday evening 2 days ago. Powell has been leading the charge to challenge the you-know-what results, which may be believed to have been fraudulent. Sidney Powell was also at the righteous White House Oval Office meeting with General Michael Flynn and Patrick Byrne on Friday night. So guys, again, more correlation going through this. Gateway Pundit also saying it was true. Now, I will show you this. This is quite nerve-wracking to me. I do not know what this means. All I know is that what the deep state has plans for the worldwide of humanity is dastardly, it's evil, it's sick, it's depopulation. Again, and as we can see here, Jesse Waters brings it right into the light. He says it blatantly that this is not going to be a good thing, my friends. Take a listen to Jesse Waters right here on the Biden's climate team putting America last and the Great Reset.
Just days after Biden's inauguration, the World Economic Forum will officially launch their Great Reset agenda in Davos. Laura warned you about this last month. These Biden globalists are trying to force radical social and economic change across the world at your expense. Joe Biden's climate envoy, John Kerry, is already promising that the Great Reset will happen.
The notion of
Not
a
on our
reset
watch.
is more important than ever before. We're at the dawn of an extremely exciting time. I know Joe Biden believes this. It's not enough just to rejoin Paris in the United States. It's not enough for us to just do the minimum of what Paris requires.
Just days after Biden.
Puppets and puppeteers. And by the way, John Kerry looks absolutely terrible. Who knows what's wrong with him? But again, these people are pure evil. They sold our country downriver, and they can't get away with it. And I just do not see the president conceding ever. He's batting 1,000. He's never been wrong. He's always been right, and he's always been working so hard for the American people. I cannot see him bowing down, bowing out to this deep state regime. No way, no how. Now, speaking of Biden, I want to show you this from SGT Report. Sean, only 676 people were watching live. Let that sink into your mind. If you're a logical thinker and you're showing this to a normie, a person who won the presidency allegedly with 81 million votes, when he goes live, gets 676 people watching. The numbers don't add up. Record numbers of people did not turn out to vote for this wholly corrupt man. As we can see down here for Kamala Harris, 137,000 subscribers, 676 people watching now, streamed 13 minutes ago. That is absolutely pathetic. The numbers are lying. We always know that. Don't fall asleep to it. Don't be manipulated by it. Show that to your friends who are on the cusp of waking up. Now, the last two things, always ending with positivity on this podcast. What if President Trump's 4-year plan was to basically make Americans absolutely disgusted with every aspect of the federal government, which he is doing in real time? And finally, my friends, I will read this to you coming at us from Joe M. Hold the damn line. Since November 3rd, I've seen more patriots hate on 17 than ever. So many think they know better than the finest minds in the intelligence ever assembled. Perhaps over the coming weeks, when we say, and quote, trust the plan, and it is vindicated, everyone will be on the same star-spangled page once again. My friends, I hope you found this informative and you enjoyed it. And if you did, please head over to gab.tv and watch this and share it with all of your friends. Please subscribe to rumble.com/truereporting and also sign up today for $2.99 a month, less than a cup of coffee, to truereporting.tv. I would greatly appreciate it. My friends, remember, we must stay put and watch what is going to happen. I still stand by my word that there will be a crescendo effect, and it will happen at the very last minute. The shot heard around the world. My friends, always know that it is an honor for me to be on the front lines with you each and every day, because in the end, guys, where we go one, we go all.
Twelve or 14 hours after I walked out, just after midnight, of the White House, there was, by mid-afternoon the next day, there was this whole story about the meeting. The meeting was it was spun so badly. I thought, I'm breaking etiquette, but if that guy who was in the meeting can leak and lie like a little weasel about what happened, it's incumbent upon me to, if he can lie, I can tell the truth publicly. If he can lie through leaks, I can tell the truth publicly. And so I'm telling the truth publicly. The New York Times wrote a heavily spun version, and there were some outright fabrications in it. It was absolutely false. Absolutely false. Martial law was discussed, or even the Insurrection Act was discussed. None of that was discussed in the meeting. That was pure fabrication on the part of the leaker.
From the front lines of the information war, it's Alex Jones.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have breaking developments right now as the Alex Jones Show goes live. The latest plan to take out President Trump will be broken down by Alex Jones in T-5 minutes. He's getting the final intel right now before he comes and breaks this news to you live here on air. Owen Schroyer will be sitting in here. That's me, co-hosting with Alex, who will be joining me in studio. We've also got Patrick Byrne lined up to join me today. Of course, he has not been so subtle talking about what he's been up to the last week or so, meeting with the president in the White House, Sidney Powell, Michael Flynn, and others. But last night, we're going to air this clip today on the Alex Jones Show, but two important videos from President Trump. It's not the best strategy, in my opinion, how he's doing this, but he's doing it nonetheless, and he put out two statements last night from the White House, one addressing the voter fraud, a 10-minute speech. We're going to air that coming up. And then a 5-minute address on the stimulus bill that is just blatant robbery of the American people. I don't know how else to put it. It's the Republicans and the Democrats teaming up to rob us dry. And President Trump said he would veto that bill. So the corrupt deep state made up of Republicans and Democrats are now going back to the drawing board and saying, well, wait a second. Just make it a $1 trillion stimulus bill. Don't cut any of the aid to the foreign countries we're giving it to, but we'll give the people $2,000. So they shut down the entire economy for a whole year and say, here's a couple $1,000, American. Get bent. Oh, I mean, we love you. Here's some free money. When all they really have to do is reopen the economy, and they know it. But see, they're taking orders from China, and they're taking orders from globalists in the corporate government that run their campaigns and fund it and fund the media. And so they say, no, you cannot give Trump an inch. But Trump is now signaling he's ready to lead from the front. He's been leading from behind. We were a little harsh on President Trump yesterday. He comes out and makes two important statements. Now he looks like he wants to lead from the front as we turn the calendar to Christmas and the New Year, and then it's a matter of days that the president has to save the United States of America. It may come down to Mike Pence as well, and we're going to have a news update on that situation. But now that Trump is signaling he's going to lead from the front, maybe the deep state and the Chi-Coms thought he was laying down. Maybe they really did. Hell, we probably maybe considered that to be a reality. But now he's signaling he's going to lead from the front, so they have to launch a new plan to stymie him and do whatever it takes to relinquish any powers that he has or harm him in the coming days before the President of the United States steps up to save the Republic. And when you look at the two-pronged attack against us right now, whether it's the rigged presidential election that we just saw, or it's the blatant theft of our money. You know, I got real upset yesterday about this, and just talking about it right now, I'm starting to get my blood boiling again, but I'm going to take a deep breath and calm down. It's just so egregious. It's so blatant. And I just don't know how every American of every race, color, creed, size, shape, all of it, isn't fuming mad. Our politicians and our media steal our elections, and now they're trying to steal every last dollar you have while they shut the economy down. It's an attack on our country. It's time to accept it, recognize it, stand up, and fight back.
This country is doomed. It is doomed, not just because of African Americans, but because by 2040, this country is going to be minority white European. Hear me? Minority white European. And you guys are going to have to start working more with Hispanics, who make up a larger portion of the population than y'all do in terms of raw numbers.
So if you want to know Joe Biden's policies for America, we are doomed. If you ever could hire an agent to destroy your country during a crisis, they would stand up and tell everybody we're doomed. That's the archetypal We're doomed. In fact, foreign armies used to hire generals and pay them off, and then they would have them stand up in the middle of the battle and say, we're doomed, and then they would run. They'd be paid off for doing it. So we're now hearing that we are doomed from Joe Biden. That is his official political view for America. Make America great again. Keep America great. Bring back jobs. As soon as Trump got in, the stock market doubled because people said, oh, we're open for business again. We weren't under globalism. And so here we are. So the reason I'm here, supposed to take a few days off, Owen's gracious enough to try to get me to take off, is because I woke up at 3 a.m. I couldn't sleep. And I already wanted to come on air and explain to the public what was happening to Trump and things I was seeing in the media that told me they were going to go 25th Amendment to try to remove him. And my gut and political analysis is never wrong when I go with my gut. And then all of a sudden at 5 a.m., Richard Reeves, my good friend, sends me a clip of Patrick Byrne, who is advising Trump for many months. I knew this, didn't want to tell people he didn't want me to, who it was at the White House with Powell and with Flynn for 4 hours last week. They did discuss civil emergency. They did discuss the Insurrection Act because we're facing a foreign takeover. And I also checked with other people. Trump is totally surrounded. Basically, he's got less than 10% of his original staff. The Marines are still there flying around the helicopter. That's about it. The people serving him his food love him. The people that know who he is like him. But other than that, all the lawyers, all the scum, all the trash literally yell at him to his face. And if he fires them, they just send more in. Because imagine, he's like a brain that has nerves. He's a quadriplegic. There's no nerves below the brainstem. So Trump can talk. That's about it. And boy, is he surrounded. Is he perfect? No. But everybody wants to desert him now. It looks like he's a loser and go, well, he's for red flag laws. No, he knew how to kill their operation by saying he was for that to end the debate. Because if Trump was for the guns, it would make them rally against the guns. And that was his inside baseball. Doesn't mean I even agree with what he did. But it worked so far on the assault weapons ban and other things. But everybody copping out on Trump. We elected him. It's not about even his policies at this point. It's that globalists are involved in a hostile takeover with Joe Biden, who says America is doomed. And you see Al Sharpton and everyone nodding. They don't want America to even exist. They're globalists that have parlayed a deal to end the country and use our diversity as a weapon against us, okay? And they're setting blacks up as the fall guy for this. We don't want old white people to get the shot. They're bad. They're white. That's mainstream news. Blacks, we love you, take the shot. Well, the good news is blacks aren't buying into that. It's not about patronizing blacks. I don't care what damn color your skin is. I care about your soul and your red blood, okay? And if I can get the blacks to wake up and wake up others, I can get anybody to wake up, and that's what I want to do. If I can get old people to wake up, I can wake up anybody. If I can wake up white people, I can wake up anybody, okay? I'm here to if I can get leftists woken up, I can wake up anybody. But we're doing it here, okay? And we're trying as hard as we can because to me, it isn't about earthly treasures. It's not about being part of the New World Order. It's about my soul. And God tells me, you don't sit there and engage in this type of evil. You don't play God. Well, Bill Gates broke that rule. And he's running the world government now. They've announced he runs the G8 now. They had a major South American country say Bill Gates is now in control of our nation. Harrison Smith has a clip of that he didn't get to during American Journal this morning when I took over. He'll be airing it during the War Room today, your normal show, Owen. But people are asking, okay, what's the huge news? I had a headline for American Journal this morning of national emergency broadcast. I'm paraphrasing. Maybe you guys can pull up the live show feed and scroll down a little bit. And I basically said there is an active coup against the president. They're planning on removing him by next week. Now, people say, well, how do you know that? Well, I've learned when their capos get up on television and when they say they're going to do X, Y, and Z, they do X, Y, and Z. And you've had Pelosi, you've had Maxine Waters, you've had all of them. Breaking live, Biden announces plan. America is doomed. Okay, he actually said that. We just showed you that. Now here's the subheadline from the last show. American Journal, Trump completely surrounded deep state planning his removal by next week. And you say, how do you know that? Pelosi and Maxine Waters and all of them are saying it all over the news, all over television, all over everywhere, because they know the election fraud in Georgia and Arizona and Wisconsin and Pennsylvania and Michigan has all come out. with the state legislature saying we found fraud, the forensic experts finding fraud, the OAN footage of the very fraudsters that said the water main broke and had the suitcases and kicked everybody out and did all that. They're Democratic. Now we've got them running the same stack over and over and over again on video. So now, because all that's coming out, the system is completely and totally, absolutely panicked. And so now they understand, and they've got Brennan and Clapper and the Nation, all of them saying, arrest 4 people. President Trump, Powell, Flynn, and Jones. Look it up. It's on CNN. It's on Atlantic Monthly. It's on the Nation. It's everywhere. And you saw the former CIA director call for my arrest last week because they're involved in a criminal heist. And if they get defeated in this criminal heist, it all goes down in flames, Owen.
Well, and I think, you know, the analogy here with Biden saying, oh, this country is doomed, it's a eugenics operation, except on nation states, where it's like if you have terminal cancer and you're in total pain and you're in misery and you have no control over your bowels or anything, and you say, you know, some people say, hey, you know what, just kill me. You know, I can't take this anymore. I don't want my family to see this. So it's all about convincing America, you have terminal cancer, you're dead, you're in pain from our shutdown, you're dying from a disease and all this stuff. And Biden says, see, you're doomed. So we just got to kill you. And we got to bring in the Chi-Coms to take care of you now. You died. You don't deserve to live.
They're saying, give up, give up, give up. You're doomed. It's over. That's what a Chi-Com, what did the Chinese say? In fact, cue it up, guys. The crew's great. Sorry, I flipped out. You want the headline. I get why they were looking for the headline. I said they were finding the new headline, but it was a sub-headline from earlier this morning, which they did fine. Pull up the Chinese national media that Tucker aired 2 weeks ago, that we first aired. It's not about that, but you'll find it with Tucker, where he says, America's never reopening. America's defeated. The headline is, we control people in the highest circles of the United States. And there's the other national Chinese TV show that's official Chinese communist saying, headline, Chinese sociologist says America is dead. And they say, we control COVID. They will never reopen. We control the top of their government. We control, they will never come out of their houses again, and start laughing at you. So when you see a leftist idiot with a mask, feel sorry for them. They still think they're in America. They don't know they're under Chi-Com UN control.
Well, and that's what it is. That's why they're laughing. They look at America and they say, wow, they just fell for a fake pandemic. Wow, they just fell for a fake election. And now we're just telling them all of this is happening, and they don't even care. So let's see what else we can do. Let's tell them we're going to give them a COVID stimulus bill relief package, and we'll give them some chump change, and then we'll give all these foreign nations hundreds of billions of dollars, and that'll really be the final rape of the American people to prove that they're dead. And this is a Chi-Com operation. You called it from day one. Others in the media pointed this out too. We're under a foreign takeover and a foreign attack, and it's time for the president to start leading from the front, and it looks like his statement last night proves that.
And let's talk about that. Let's talk about that statement and play it when we come back, and play the Chi-Com statements. We'll go to these calls that have been holding since the last show. But you're absolutely right, Owen. We need the declaration of the Insurrection Act. Absolutely. I want it. I don't want Chi-Com martial law. I want Trump to take control of the military and rout these criminals right now. I want him to arrest the heads of the FBI now. Let's go to war. Well, I tell you, we're inside world government now. Owen Schroyer hosts the Alex Jones Show, and the pot-bellied goblin himself is here, hobbling around, coming after you. Wow. Okay, we got loaded phone lines with everybody that's been holding in the order they've been received. Elton and Mark and Trask and Mike and Cannell, and then Todd, Sean, Mike. And you've got the big guest coming on who was in the White House meetings for 4 hours, confirmed. I confirmed he was there. Incredible what happened, what we already know. Trump's totally surrounded, which makes him even more powerful to now attack. And he's saying, why shouldn't I sign the Insurrection Act? Why shouldn't I stand up? Why? He's got the power. He's got to use it now. People say, oh, well, it's martial law. They've already had media martial law. They've already had big tech martial law. They've already got the left burning down cities everywhere in their own leftist occupying system. They're threatening to release them. Trump will just call us out. But he hasn't done it yet. He hasn't made the decision. I was told by the White House almost 48 hours ago, within 48 hours, he would make his decision. So that's why we're in a real zeitgeist right now. And I woke up at 3 a.m., got these calls, checked all this, and confirmed what I was told is all accurate. What an incredible time, Owen Schroyer.
If he just, the president that is, you know, whether it's he allows a media scrum into the White House once, or he steps out onto the White House lawn and takes questions from media, if he just says, he doesn't have to sign anything yet, but if he just says, you know, I'm considering the Insurrection Act, all of these traitors balls would shrivel up like raisins.
Exactly.
And
They'll all start rolling over.
Yeah, and exactly. And then they'd start singing like canaries, the ones that aren't in it so deep. And I think that may
He should host a 24-hour telethon where people march up and admit they were traitors and say they're sorry.
Well, and that's what I was going to say.
Oh, my God, that's what he should do.
Well, and that's what I was going to say. I mean, the videos that he put out last night are great. They're great statements from the Oval Office.
Well, why do you take that as a signal he's going to war? Because that's the word I've got.
Because he's been leading from behind for the last couple of weeks, and I understand why he does that, because he doesn't want them to just look at him and say, this is what he's doing. This is what he lets his lawyers do it. He lets people in Congress say it, and he lets, certain senators and stuff, and he has people in, and Sidney Powell and all these people. But then he's like, okay, eventually I have to take the lead. And I think that's what he signaled last night. Now, the problem is, and I don't know the measurement that the president's team does or he does, but those videos are nice. They don't have the viral power. Nobody.
We need El Presidente at the Resolute desk declaring war on the Chi-Coms.
He needs to say, I'm doing a live statement. He can even open up the White House switchboard and take calls. And he says, I'm doing a live statement from the Oval Office. Put out the date, January 5th, whatever. Build that momentum. Force the viral power. And then the American people will see, oh, look, Fox News isn't covering this live. Wow, they really are dead.
I agree with you, but he has to start doing events every night. He has to do the events every night, and he needs to build them to a crescendo, and he needs to explain exactly what's happening and ask America, do you want the Insurrection Act? Do you want a redo of these states?
And think about it, too. All he has to do is mention the Insurrection Act, and I think January 5th is the perfect night to do it, or even the 4th if you wanted to build it up a little more.
He needs to do it before that.
And then he puts all the pressure.
Oh, and here's the problem. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. You're thinking 10 steps ahead, not 50 steps ahead. I'm not poo-pooing you. They know Trump's on the right track. They know the evidence of fraud's coming out. That's why they want to try a 25th Amendment thing now. They're trying to organize something against him now.
Yeah, they have to do it before January 6th.
Yeah, he needs to start. He needs to launch operations now.
Well,
he needs to come out tonight. He needs to come out.
He definitely needs to do something before January 6th, but
what do you make of these photos where he's looking at Lincoln, he's looking at Jackson, he's looking at Churchill? I mean, I think he's telling you, because remember, Winston Churchill was a laughingstock saying Hitler was bad. Winston Churchill was made fun of wanting to go to war and stand up until the last minute, and that's what Trump's saying is.
Well, it's all symbolic, but I think it's time for Trump to start putting pressure on certain people like Mike Pence, and that's why I think January 4th or 5th would be such a thing. If he says Insurrection Act, all these people are going to start crapping their britches. But if he comes out and makes a statement before January 6th, that puts all the pressure on Mike Pence to do the right thing and refuse the illegal electors from the states that they stole, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Georgia, etc., which then gives Trump more electoral votes than Biden.
No, I agree. I mean, what we need is the leadership to say, big tech censor. He should start, my fellow Americans, I'm here because Google, through YouTube, censored a Senate hearing on election fraud where evidence was shown of fraud. Since when in America does Google censor the U.S. Senate? That's where we're going to start tonight, is with that opening statement they censored. Now that you see what they're censoring, let me show you some more of the evidence. He shows it, and he says, now let me explain the Communist Chinese. Here are the secret documents. Here's who they've infiltrated. Here's what they've done. Joe Biden is their agent. His plan is total doom, the end of America. Hear from him. Play that. And then just say, I have the power to stop this. I was elected by you, but I need to know that you support me. I need 10 million of you here now. Total victory.
And you know,
I mean, it's here. It's waiting within our grasp. He must execute it. And you know, he's totally alone, calling in Powell and Flynn, who are great people. One's a great lawyer, one's a great general. They're lightweights compared to InfoWars. And I'm not asking to be in the White House. He used to get the clips from Don Jr. every day. He still seeks out Alex Jones. Back then, remember, like, headline, General Kelly's main mission is that Trump not see Jones, because he resonates with what I say. He sees what I say. If he just heard this, he would do it.
Well, remember,
so imagine, if we get Trump this message, whatever reason, he doesn't listen to hardly anybody. I'm not trying to brag here, folks. Trump hears me, it's like he does it.
Well, here's why.
Okay, and Miller and the rest of them. Because I'm real, man. I live this 24/7 like he does, like you do. And so I'm just saying, it's not about Alex Jones, like, oh, aren't I big? No, we're in deep trouble. We have to get this message to him somehow. He didn't even know we were having a rally 2 weeks ago.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing, Alex. Who was it that stood in front of Congress during the impeachment hearings and said, you're the Democrats committing treason? That was InfoWars.
That was you.
Who was it that led the first rally in D.C. to stop the steal. That was InfoWars. So they know all that. They can try to siphon the energy and claim it's their movement.
And we don't want the credit. We're saying we have the blueprints.
But here's what happens.
We have the victory.
All these people that go into the White House, Alex, they tell Trump what he can't do. They're no men. They say, no, you can't do that. No, you can't do that. No, he needs people to go in there and say, no, this is what you can do. This is what you must do.
And he can. We have a Chi-Com, big media takeover, martial law, lockdown, COVID. We need Trump to declare an emergency to end their emergency.
Look at that, Alex. And, you know, the energy is there. People can't go to work. They can't go to church. They can't go to school. I'm amazed at how many people are just at the drop of a hat willing and ready to go to D.C. I mean, it's that for conservatives.
And they're scared of the 6th. That's why we have to go before them.
And I think
I think after Christmas, if it waits that long, maybe we should go now. I don't care about the Christmas thing. Just if we go the day after Christmas and we just stay in D.C., I think we move to D.C. In fact, I don't think we go to D.C. now. We go to D.C. now. Keep going.
You're going to D.C.?
Yeah, I'm going to D.C. I'm not sitting around. Well, I mean, let me tell you. They're like, Jones, you're going to prison. We're going to get you to do this. I mean, we're putting us all in prison, you damn pedophile. Screw you, man. Yeah, screw you and your damn intimidation. You got the wrong guy.
They have us in house imprisonment right now, and they're just trying to make it worse. But, I mean, there's 70 million plus. I mean, maybe all 74, 80, however many people voted for Trump. They are all
We decide the future. We'll shut this down. We're not burning police stations and shooting cops and old ladies. Like the left, they have articles saying, arrest me, arrest Trump, that we're calling for violence. No, we're not. We're calling for no longer submitting to your communist Chinese BS, you murdering leftist trash.
And I think it's hilarious that the same media that literally caused all the riots this summer that cost over $2 billion in property damage. I think it's funny that the media that caused those riots, they should be held responsible. I'm serious. They should be held responsible for that. They should be paying those damages, CNN, MSNBC, and the mainstream news. I think it's funny that they'll sit here and point the finger at us saying, how dare you go to D.C.? How dare you have rallies? No, how dare you instigate $2 billion worth of property damage in riots
to intimidate America? We're calling your bluff, scumbags. We'll be back with calls. Stay with us in 4 minutes. By the way, the Washington, D.C. is trying to put Owen in prison right now. We'll tell you about that later. All right, Alex Jones here. I'm going to get out of here in a little while so Owen can get to his big guest next hour. I appreciate Elton and all these people holding. So, because I've made you hold, and I apologize for that. I've done a better job on the new American Journal show, weekday mornings, getting to a lot of calls today. We did, and I apologize. We held you over. You've been holding again. Elton in Des Moines, Iowa. You're on the air. Welcome.
Yes, Alex, I was just wondering, you guys seen the inauguration stage there, right?
Yeah, Trump is building the stage, even though Biden says he'll do a virtual stage. So there's 2 ways to look at that. Biden doesn't want protesters, so he's going to say he's not having inauguration, but then he shows up last minute for the imaging, which he is not below doing. He's a total Decepticon. Or we try to get answers. Trump is continuing because he knows he's going to win. What do you think's happening?
Well, I was just making sure there was it wasn't any kind of gala or something, because I haven't seen it, in real life like you guys have or anything. But I remember listening to you 5 years ago or whatever, and they had 3-man plastic coffins that would fit about 80 million people. Do you remember that, in Georgia or whatever?
Yes, FEMA has stockpiles of coffins. All we did was ask, why do they have them? And they went, oh, you're claiming FEMA's going to kill everybody. We're like, no, you've got stockpiles of coffins.
And remember, you went to the guy that signed the bill. You went to his office. You said, hey, what's this bill about these coffins? And he's like, oh, I've never seen that. And you're like, well, here's your signature right there. He's like, get out of my office.
This sounds about enough for Trump supporters or conservatives and Christians. I mean, there's probably more than that, but,
listen, they just want to kill everybody. I mean, it's the globalists want to depopulate the earth. It's theirs. They believe they stole it. They got it through fraud. They want us off their property. They want to exterminate the roaches.
I just figured it'd be us first, and then it'd be easier to kill them next. I just think, 2021 is going to be a bad year where, I mean, they're already, trying to condition us on the news right now anyway.
Oh, it's a dark winter. It's going to be a lot worse than ever. But China's open. They're partying. It's China shutting us down. That's the bottom line. Brings in world government, brings in digital IDs, brings in control. Thank you so much.
Well, and it's like anything else that just, it just things just line up in time, whether it's, Saturn and Jupiter lining up in space or just opportunities lining up. It's a race. Either we arrest the criminals that have occupied our country and maybe other places around the world. But
and notice how God works. He's given us a person that'll do it in this time, and it's like the light's disappearing. And he's got to fire. He's got to do it. He's got to do it.
And it's a race against time, because if we don't arrest the criminals, and I would include Biden in that and all of Obama's administration, which, I mean, it may be far-fetched, but it's either they get arrested or prosecuted or Trump gets arrested and, everything.
Because we're going into total judgment. We're going into total judgment. Let's take another call. Thank you, Elton. Let's talk to Mark in Ohio. Mark, you're on the air.
Doing, Alex.
Welcome, sir.
Hey, I'm 64 years old, and I'm the lead general in Father God's army on earth. And this is not a beta test. This is the second coming, and Satan is on his way. And it's not China, it's Satan. And his army, the deep state, who are the rich, elite, banker Jews that own the earth and govern the earth, are doing their final play. In Scripture, there's 7 nations that do not join the Antichrist army. And this is what it's all about. The USA is, we're out of time. The only thing that has to be done, and I hope me and you can do it, Alex, and is we've got to get through to Trump, and he has to declare martial law. He has to arrest Obama and Lynch and Clinton and Clapper and the whole 1,000 Comeys and all of them, and declare martial law.
Well, let me just say this. Let me say this. I don't try to get into religious groups or ethnic groups, but I'll tell you this. You're right. It's not China. It's Satan. But what does the Bible say Satan is? The dragon. And so I don't blame the Chinese people, but the dragon is the muscle that the whore of Babylon rides on. China is the beast, the system, and then the whore rides upon him. And then you've also got this new devil pope giving all this power under the beast. It's all being fulfilled. I agree with you that I thought Revelation would be out further. It looks like they're going ahead and bringing it in. Thanks for the call, Owen.
Well, this is, we're just talking geopolitics. And by the way, the Pope is said to be stepping down before the end of the year. But, I was listening to that caller, and something struck me. I don't even know what he said that did it, but I'm beginning to think that the whole reason why they're doing this multiple rounds of the COVID vaccine is because the way that Trump tried to take it over with Operation Warp Speed and promoting the vaccines and everything, it sent them into this weird panic mode where they can't roll out the real bioweapon in the vaccine until Trump gets out of office, but they still had to go with it. They still had the hundreds of billions of dollars from Trump. They still had to act like,
I thought that this morning, because they're like, oh, now there's a new mutation. Yeah. A new vaccine's needed. Oh.
So,
exactly. They give us a different vaccine and the real one comes out.
So then it's like, oh, now it's the second wave, and that's the one where then you'll see every nurse that gets it, fainting and going into, shock.
That's the thing.
Seizing
they
up.
Finally have to attack you. It's like, this is it. This is it. All right, let's do another call in here. Trask in Dallas. Trask. You're on the air. Thank you.
Hello.
Yes, go ahead.
So I had a message for Trump. Man needs to just do the Insurrection Act and be damned with how it looks. We're fighting for the Republic. And, if the news wants to keep on putting out propaganda, we need to send the military in there and take it over.
I agree with you 1,000,000,000%. If I was in front of President Trump right now, I'd say, Mr. President, you didn't start the martial law. You didn't put us under the UN martial law. You didn't explain that you've been hoodwinked. It's been a scam. Tell the American people and explain that I'm not here to overthrow the Constitution. I'm here to defend it, and we're marching in, and we're having new elections. There would be celebrations in the streets everywhere.
Oh, my God.
People would be on their knees. It's not like martial law where you can't go outside your house. It's not like martial law where you don't have a life. It's martial law to stop their martial law.
And I think, too, the media's, the public perception of the media is zero. The public perception of Congress is zero. And Trump could have a twist of fate. I'm not sitting here like a Q person saying, oh, this is all planned out. But, you look at Gina Haspel, you look at Bill Barr, you look at Chris Wray, I mean, they're just as implicated in the Obama administration crimes as the Obama administration itself, specifically Gina Haspel, and then Barr going back into the Bush years. So, I mean, imagine if Trump actually went after the Republicans first and his own people first, saying, okay, here's the crime. What would the Democrats do?
Let's be clear. No one's ever called the deep state's bluff that hijacked America had America's power. And so there are all these inbred weird pedophiles and people. No one ever called it. As soon as the dominoes start falling, it's over. By the way, I'm not ignoring the caller. My wireless headset just went out. Guess the battery went bad, whatever. It just cut out. So let him finish his point. I'll get a new headset. We'll come back and take calls next segment. Go ahead, Trask, finish your point.
All right. So another thing that a good idea would be is to protect ourselves from these vaccines being mandated by companies. So we need to get into the states and write a bill that says these companies cannot deny a service for medical apparatus or medical procedures.
Well, and you know what? That's already actually written in via the HIPAA laws. I mean, you can't deny somebody service like that anyway. So that's another angle where if they did make a claim like that, that's totally illegal. I mean, that's medical tyranny. Oh, you have to take this vaccine to get a shot. That's bullcrap. In the HIPAA, somebody shows up and their legs dangling off and they're bleeding out. They have to receive care. So, I mean, that would be another level.
Oh, and that's what I'm saying about all of this is it's a revolution against our checks and balances and our laws. All this is illegal. They skipped the animal trials. They skipped everything, and now it's causing problems.
Well, Trask was just saying that Trump needs to sign a bill that says, oh, you can't be rejected any sort of care or business because
no, but the law already says that. That's what I'm saying.
I know. I'm just saying he should double down on it. Well, that's Trask is saying he should.
No, Trask is right. All right. We appreciate you, brother. All right. I got a new headset on. I'm good. Let's come back, jamming some more calls. And, Owen, you've got the guy who's the center of the news, Patrick Burr, on, who was there at the White House meeting for 4 hours with the president. Will it really happen? And I've confirmed from sources that were there. It indeed happened. And now we've got Georgia and other states saying we've certified fraud. None of it's on the news. We have Congress being censored right now, trying to report on all this. It is an incredible time to be alive. The globalists want to run everything. They want to control everything, but they can't. Owen Schroyer is hosting. I'm Alex Jones. I'm about to get out of here. Because I got a lot of stuff to take care of, and my vacations are workcations. But we got a lot of callers to get to, but I just wanted to say this. And I'm not bitching. I'm not complaining because I love it. It's bittersweet. We've got, I say 3 to 5 times, depending on the website. We've got about 5 times, really, about 4.5 times the viewers and listeners we had a year ago. So when it comes to reaching people, we are in high cotton. We're kicking some ass. We're like knocking grand slams here at the baseball field. When it comes to money, less money this month we brought in last year in December, and I'm spending money like it's going out of style. And it's kind of fun because I don't like worrying about it. I finally just said, screw it. I'll just spend money on everything and just fight as hard as I can, and I just hope you're going to support us. We had a caller from Lithuania said his bank doesn't let him buy from us now, and I'm sure that's what it is. It's all that digital crap. It's all the Big Brother stuff going on. I need those of you that are able to purchase from InfoWarsStore.com to get something you need. Winter Sun has been sold out for months. High-quality vitamin D3 taken under the tongue with vitamin K. It's essential. It's for your immune system. Every man, woman, and child should be taking it. It's back in stock, 50% off right now, InfoWarsStore.com. Get your DNA Force there. It's selling out. Still got it discounted. Get your Ultra 12. It's selling out. High-quality B12 under the tongue. Get your Ultimate Turmeric Formula Bodies. Whatever you do, I want to thank you for your support in the past. I want to thank you for your support now. And if you're a new viewer, these are high-quality products. Get a T-shirt, get a book, get a air filtration system, get a shortwave radio. A lot of great stuff on there. Just visit InfoWarsStore.com because we got the audience, but it only is money keeps us on the air. So thank you for that support. Winter Sun back in stock, InfoWarsStore.com. Okay, let's talk to Mike in Florida. Mike, thanks for holding. You're on the air with Owen Schroyer. Go ahead.
I want to just say this. We're all patriots, and this has to happen. First of all, we have to have the 10 million people. Indiana had it right. They got to be there, but we can't wait till the 6th. It has to start today. You need to say at the beginning of each segment, at the end of each segment, calling on all patriots. We need to inhabit D.C. and do what he said. 7 million around the White House, a couple million around the Capitol, 1 million around the damn Supreme Court. But he can't wait. He cannot wait. It is time, man. It is time. And is the military with them? If the military's not, we got to be the military. It is time, dude.
You know, speaking of the military, real quick, there was an interesting clip. I have the story here somewhere where somebody thanked Mike Pence. I can't find this in my stack of news, saying, "Thank you, Mike Pence. We just had the greatest." Here it is right here. Acting Secretary of the Department of Defense Chris Miller thanks Vice President Pence for effort in most complex military operation in history. No details or context was given. That was just a statement that he made thanking the vice president for that. So, I mean, I believe the military is on Trump's side. You're going to have top generals and stuff that have been turned over.
And by the way, I don't want to fetishize the military. They follow orders from politicians, but we're literally at the end of the country. I mean, I don't have words. I can't hype it up big enough. I mean, and it's not like the country's being taken over by the Romans and we're the British and they've got more advanced technology. So, okay, we're going to have, you know, massages now. This is pedophile devil worshippers are taking over. I mean, this is not good.
Yeah, slave factories in China. Yeah.
I mean, no value. Big tech runs slave factories in China, which shows what they'll do to us. God almighty. Mike, anything else?
Let's get the people there. Everybody, put Christmas off. This is more important.
No, I totally agree with you. And so just to mobilize, it'll take me a few days. People should, I think, should still have Christmas. I think Trump can hang on till then. They are playing 25th Amendment. I believe we should surround the White House peacefully. That's why they have Black Lives Matter there and Antifa to surround it, so we can't be there. We're going to be there. We surround it, and then we also, I mean, I'm going to be there. I'm going to be there just encamped at the White House within a few days.
And you know, this is kind of remember the Boston Tea Party, they dressed up as Native Americans. And in a way, it's almost like we kind of have to reenact that because they won't let us anywhere, but, oh, we'll be Black Lives Matter. Oh, we have a Black Lives Matter flag and shirt. And then they'll just, okay, here, walk around the White House. Here, walk into the park. I'm not even kidding. I mean, that's almost like what we have to do.
The police will bow to us.
Yeah, because, I mean, you show up with a Trump flag or an American flag and you're a patriot, you'll get shut down, you'll get arrested, you're not allowed to mobilize. But, if you're Black Lives Matter, you can own the streets, you can burn buildings, burn churches, go around the White House. So, I mean, we kind of have to do that where we put on the Indian garb like the Boston Tea Party, except we pretend we're Black Lives Matter, and then we take over D.C., and then you take the Trump flag out of your pocket.
That's an interesting idea. Really, they were using it as a disguise and saying, we are native, we will beat you. They just won the French-Indian War. They were saying, we're savages.
So
which was a positive thing.
It's just finding ways to get around. I mean, there's loopholes in the ridiculous.
We're savages, and we're tired of all you lawyers running our lives.
And I mean, we've seen it, whether it's our events, whether it's what happened in Oregon the other day, whatever. We're not allowed to activate. We're not allowed to have any penetration. But if you're the left, and it's not even the left.
If you're a communist, if you're a child molester.
I was thinking about this last night, Alex. I mean, I need to practice this. We all need to practice.
Mike, thank you for the call.
It's not even left or right, Democrat or Republican. It's Soros. It's Soros groups. It's not Democrats.
The average liberal, leftists. Why are you promoting war and torture and Assange in jail? Shame on you. Join us.
So we're
populists, you dumbasses.
It's not Democrats for Black Lives Matter.
It's populist versus globalist.
It's Soros groups. So Soros groups are allowed to go into state buildings. Soros groups are allowed to shut down autonomous zones. Soros groups are allowed to riot. But you, an American patriot, have no rights. So just pretend you're a Soros organizer and activist, and then the whole world opens up for you. And then once you get to the point you need to be at, that's when you take out the Trump flag. That's when you put on the Trump hat. That's when you, and then then the police will probably move in on you, but it'll be too late then.
Holy Toledo.
See, this is what you get to do. So I'm telling you.
Canella in Georgia, you're on the air. Go ahead.
Hey, Alex, how you doing?
Oh, man, I'm watching the battle of the gods here, brother.
Oh, I feel you, man. You know, I want to talk in particularly to my age group. That's, in the 20s and 30s year olds. I've spent the last 10 years in the music industry, traveling around Central, South, and North America. And I've always told the truth about what was going on, but I was on the fence about it in the sense that I didn't tell it right to their face. I kind of said what it had to say to get by in that industry. Well, the time for that is over. And everybody in my generation, everybody in the generation before me, we all need to stand up now. because there is no other choice outside of that, you know?
Don't you feel that calling? Like, I'm ready to die right now.
Well, there's no more time for denial either. People have been denying how drastic it is. People have been denying how bad it is. People have been denying, oh, no, I still live in America. I'm still free. Well, take a look around. So, I mean, it's time to stop living in denial.
Yeah, you know, and another interesting thing, you know, I was looking into these cycles of tyranny and violence throughout history, kind of like you guys were talking about this morning in the American Journal. And I noticed that it's coinciding at this point in history with the natural cycles that the sun's going through and that the earth itself is in turmoil. And there hasn't really been an experience like that yet. So this is a multifaceted battle, and it starts in the spiritual realm.
No, I agree, but don't they get that, like, I can feel it? Like, they're not going to be able to stop what's about to happen. Like, it's like, I mean, you're not going to stop this now.
Yeah, and another thing for the people who are calling for Trump to strike now, I just want to put this out there. You know, we're watching a massive sword battle right now, a one-on-one, Trump and this giant snake of a deep state. And we're watching it from 50 yards, and it might look pretty bad right now, but just know that's not Trump's game. And he's going to wait till that snake sticks its hole out of the head, you know, its head out of the hole, and he's going to give a decisive blow. And when that moment
I hear
comes,
you, brother. I'm not disagreeing with you, and I appreciate your call. But I know all the lawyers. I know Trump. I talked to him. He is surrounded. That's not a negative thing. He needs us. You understand that? Yes, he has the ideas. Yes, he won a landslide. Yes, he's a great guy. He is surrounded by scum and cowards. That's what I'm telling you. He is surrounded by lawyers that are the filth of the planet that would sell their mother out for a stick of bubble gum. And so he needs everybody to go to D.C. now. We need just people to start going to D.C. now. Don't wait. Go to D.C. Go to D.C. Go to D.C. Go to the White House. Just go to the White House. Go, 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 go. All right. Owen Schroyer's going to take over. He's got a few more calls. And then he's got this big guest coming on who's in that White House meeting. I only tell you how dire the straits are, so you know we can attack in all directions, to quote the Marine Corps general in Korea. Victory is ours.
All right, I'm going to try to take these last callers on the line here before Patrick Byrne joins us for what is going to be a bombshell interview. Let's go quickly here. Sarah in Houston, you are on the Alex Jones Show. Go ahead, Sarah.
Hi, Owen. Yes, I have to agree with Indiana and all the other callers, as well as Alex, in saying that it's really our duty to support the president. I can only imagine how terrible the situation is, and he's the only one there holding the line, but we're here behind him, but we need to occupy D.C. You can go for a day, great. You can go for 2, 3, 4, awesome. We need to occupy D.C. If you can't go, then sponsor someone. Sponsor someone in your network, in your family, your friends, someone to send. We need to be that spark to ignite this man so that he understands, Donald Trump understands that he's not alone in that den of lions. We're there with him, and the Holy Spirit is within all of us, and we together can unite to slay this dragon. It is a spiritual war. And you know what? It didn't really occur to me, and I've been a Christian all my life. My great-grandparents, United Methodists, okay, they converted from Catholicism. And I have a 5-month-old baby girl, and I went to my church that I've been going for years. I wanted to baptize her. I went through the whole hour, whatever they have, you know, as the Methodist, you have to speak to the pastor. Just sort of tell you the liturgy of it and everything, which I love. I love liturgy. Okay, I love my church. Love God.
Yeah, and churches need to be rising up. I mean, that's a big thing. I mean, preachers need to be organizing and activating. I mean, it's sad, these big mega churches, they just tell their, you know, they tell their flock, if you will, oh, no, everything's fine. Oh, no, just pray to God. Oh, everything will be fine. No, we're in a war right now. God wants us to fight. And if you can't get to D.C., by the way, rallies are happening at state capitals all the time, too. Saturdays at noon at state capitals seem to be the time. So absolutely. Sarah, thank you so much for the call. Let's go to Mike in Irvin. I guess that's Irvin, Texas. Mike, go ahead.
Yeah, it's actually Irvine.
Go ahead,
California. Irvine, California, Owen. Hey, I was on a sunset hike last night and listening to your show, and totally heard all of your meltdown about how all of this money from the COVID relief package isn't going to the people. It's going to all these other countries. I think 700 of the 900 billion is going outside the U.S.
Yeah, I mean, this is like if you gave your money to a financial advisor and said, "Hey, I want to put $50,000 into a college fund for my grandkids or something," and then you come back the next day and you're like, "Hey, where'd that 50 grand go?" And he said, "Well, I got a new car, and then I gave some to my mechanic, and then I gave some to this contractor over here. I built myself a new house. I put some of it in my pocket, but don't worry, I put $50 in the college fund for your grandkids." I mean, you'd be like, what? You'd be outraged. You'd fire the guy immediately. You'd call for his arrest.
Tell you, and I'm going to tell the audience where that money went. That money is being used to pay off politicians, militaries, medical professionals all over the globe so that Bill Gates' vaccine is going to be stuck in their arm. And the U.S. government is funding that. That's why Bill Gates, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, got billions of dollars from this COVID relief package.
Well, they're not going to get that money, and it's an interesting thing because, I mean, if that is the case, then Mitch McConnell and Nancy Pelosi and whoever else wrote that and organized that, I mean, how is it these countries are like, are we talking to them? Hey, Egypt, how much money you need? Hey, Israel, how much money you need? I mean, what the hell, man? So, I mean, whoever wrote that bill should be immediately investigated. Whether it was McConnell and Pelosi, I'd call them up front. So absolutely, it was ridiculous. And that's why Trump should go after the Republicans. He should call Mitch McConnell in. He should do it live on TV and say, "Mitch McConnell, what the hell? Why did you just screw us over? Put Mitch's ass in the grass." All right. Henry in Chicago. I got 30 seconds, man. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Henry, if you're there, fire off. All right, looks like we lost Henry out there in Chicago. All right, when we come back, we're going to have Patrick Byrne on. He's not being subtle about this. He's been having meetings in the White House. So he's going to tell you what's going on, what's on his mind at the next level. And, I mean, this is incredible. It's almost like if you're thirsty in the desert, you can only drink so much before you're not thirsty anymore. I mean, there's so much evidence of voter fraud. It's like I'm sick of seeing it all. It's my great honor. We're about to be joined by Patrick Byrne. But ladies and gentlemen, you have to understand something. Running InfoWars is not a cheap enterprise. We have to build our own infrastructure. We have to pay for all the data processing, all of it. That's what happens when you get totally banned off of all the mainstream media stuff. Hey, that's fine, but we fund ourselves. You fund us by shopping at InfoWarsStore.com. So this hour with Patrick Byrne, it's about to be a great interview here. He's been all over the headlines. This hour is brought to you by Winter Sun Plus, the greatest vitamin D supplement you're going to find. It's exclusively available at InfoWarsStore.com. You need vitamin D to keep your immune system strong. We call it Winter Sun because in the winter you're not getting the sun. You're lacking in vitamin D. This makes up for that. It's Winter Sun Plus, the premier vitamin D supplement. It's at InfoWarsStore.com. Get to InfoWarsStore.com and get it 50% off before it sells out. Patrick Byrne is with us. Patrick, you've not been subtle. You've been meeting in the White House. You've been calling out the fraud from a very analytical, technical level. Here you are today back on the Alex Jones Show. What do you have to report today?
Hello, young man. What do I have to report to you? I'm sorry, I thought I was on with Alex. What's your name again, sir? I know we met before.
That's all right. Owen Schroyer here. Hey, that's okay. I know you're very busy. Now you'll remember it, though.
I will remember. You know, it's proper etiquette. If you get a chance to be in the White House and certainly in the Oval Office, one never is supposed to discuss what was discussed. However, 12 hours after I walked out of the Oval Office, there was a leak in the New York Times about that meeting. And I believe the leak came from the general counsel, a guy named Pat Cipollone. And it was heavily spun. It was probably put out through his normal journalist, his woman named Maggie Haberman at the New York Times. And sure enough, 12 or 14 hours after I walked out, just after midnight of the White House, there was, by mid-afternoon the next day, there was this whole story about the meeting. The meeting was it was spun so badly. I thought, you know, I'm breaking etiquette. But if that guy who was in the meeting can leak and lie like a little weasel about what happened, it's incumbent upon me to If he can lie, I can tell the truth publicly. If he can lie through leaks, I can tell the truth publicly. And so I'm telling the truth publicly. The New York Times wrote a heavily spun version, and there were some outright fabrications in it. It was absolutely false. Absolutely false. Martial law was discussed, or even the Insurrection Act was discussed. None of that was discussed in the meeting. That was pure fabrication on the part of that the leaker, who's the White House General Counsel. One of the interesting things that happened in the meeting, so I was in with General Flynn, Sidney Powell, another attorney who, that's just, I see that headline, that's a flat lie. That's an absolute flat lie.
And that's just an example of how the New York Times knows this. A lie makes its way around the world before the truth even puts its pants on. That's just a rewrite of the original New York Times false news from Business Insider, and so other people pick it up. And it's funny that it's Maggie Haberman. I mean, she always seems to be the one lying about what goes on in D.C. She seems to be the henchman of the deep state.
Yeah, well, it doesn't surprise me. It's what's really funny is while I was in the meeting, none of the reports that came out mentioned me. Not that I care about being mentioned, but some of the smarter people, a smart journalist contacted me and said, why? And that was his first question. Why would they leave you out? What do you make of the fact, Owen, that they would leave me out? Why?
Well, they obviously don't want anybody, looking you up. They don't want anybody seeing what you're actually saying, and that's how they try to control the narrative.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. So that it was a wonderful meeting in certain ways. One, my feelings about the president changed quite a bit. As I've mentioned before, I didn't vote for him. But I still sort of bought into the public perception. I can tell you he's quite a bit different than is commonly conveyed in the press. He's gentle and kind and rather soft-spoken. And when he got angry, he didn't get nearly as angry as I would have, or as angry as he should have. We caught his people in lies. They were lying to his face. There were points where his own lawyers were standing up and yelling at him. Now, what they were yelling was false, but on numerous occasions, they're giving him horrible legal advice. But just the fact that they're sitting there yelling at the president in the Oval Office, it was surreal. Flynn and I started nudging each other and saying, is this the most surreal thing you ever saw? We started arguing with these lawyers. I'd say if there's one flaw that I see in President Trump, is that he's too nice. He's way too nice. I'd fire a cat like that in a New York minute if he ever spoke to me. But President Trump did turn to me several times and say, can you believe? We had a couple sort of CEO to CEO moments and entrepreneur to entrepreneur moments. And on several occasions, he said things like, can you believe what I have to put up with here? I've had to put up with this for 4 years. Can you imagine what I could have gotten done if I hadn't had, if he even said at one point, I've had, right in front of them, by the way, this all happened right in front of them, where he said things like, all my life, I've had the best lawyers in the world. People call me from all over the world to say, what lawyer should I use on this? What should I use on that? These lawyers, can you believe what I put up with here? They're in perpetual no mode. Whatever gets asked or any questions or proposals, no, we can't do that. And it's actually quite basic stuff. That's a lie. I see that headline. That's another flat lie. You can see what General Flynn actually said, because what he said was in a Newsmax interview last Friday. So go and look at the Newsmax interview of General Flynn last Friday, and you can see what he said is, if we have to we got to stay within the Constitution, but if we have to rerun election in some of these swing states, we'd have the military rerun the election, so everyone would trust it. And that's all he said. And from that statement in Newsmax, and by the way, elections get rerun in this country. There was one rerun last year in, I think it was Louisiana. And when it goes to a judge, if the judge can pull out, if there's been cheating and the judge can extract what the cheating was, you can then, you can take the election results and then extract the cheating and you have the real results. But if the cheating is so intense and it scrambles up the whole election, there's no way to extract it. At that point, a judge orders a rerun of the election.
But I want to get back to the White House meeting for a second, because I think this is such a key window into what Trump is dealing with. And honestly, his calmness in the situation kind of gives me some more confidence that he knows he's on solid footing and he has the ace of spades in his hand, if you will. He's been dealing with this for 4 years. I want you to kind of reiterate that. the arrogance of New York City and Washington, D.C., mostly politicos that go into the White House and point their finger at Trump, telling him how to do the job, telling him how the country is run. They have no jurisdiction. Nobody elected them. And it just shows how these people in D.C. really think they're above everybody. I mean, they have the most elitist approach to everything, and it makes me sick knowing that that's what the president deals with every day.
Oh, it would have made you sick to see what we saw from the people around him. They're mediocre, mendacious mediocrities, as I think I described, mendacious mediocrities. You know, everything that was proposed, they would say, no, you can't do that. And you know, Sidney or Flynn would say, of course he can do that. He can right now, you know. So at one point he said, well, I would like to hire Sidney as special counsel, special White House counsel. And they say, well, the clearance process is going to take X many months and this and that. He's like, and Flynn says, you have the right now to declare that she has a top secret clearance. And you have the right to hire him. So everything that was proposed, they were saying, no, you can't do that. And it turns out he has the authority to do all of that on his word. He can say, Sidney Powell, you now have a top secret clearance, which he did. He also said, Sidney Powell, I've decided to hire you. You're White House special counsel. To give you a great example, he did that. He hired her. He told her, you're White House special counsel with a top secret clearance. The next morning, Sidney called Mark Meadows and said, okay, this is Saturday morning. Looks like I'm going to need an office in the White House. And Mark Meadows said, oh, no, sorry, we don't know if we can really get that done. And she said, well, okay, at least I need a pass, a badge, so I can come and go. And Mark Meadows said, no, I'm not sure we can get that done either. You know, so they were just undercutting and submarining and sabotaging the direct orders. He's in the room when he heard it. And the next morning, he's just absolutely, he and the general counsel are refusing to execute the president's orders.
I mean, this is unbelievable, folks. This is a eyewitness account to this. You have D.C. politicos who are trying to be the president of the United States. We'll be right back with Patrick Byrne. We are back live on the Alex Jones Show. Patrick Byrne is with us from a remote location, and he's talking about the White House meeting that he was in, which has been incredibly bombshell, the details that have emerged so far. And what's interesting about this, not just the details that Patrick is discussing here, but the coverage of this and how it's you apply it to the 4 years under Trump, how the media lies about everything that happens in the White House. They lie about Trump. They lie about his advisors. And it's all D.C. embedded politicos that think they're bigger than the White House, bigger than the American people. Doesn't matter who's in office. They think they run the country. And just like I said in the first hour with Alex, it's a bunch of people telling him what he can't do. And he needs people in there telling him what he can do, and it sounds like that's what's going on. So, Patrick Byrne, are there any other details from this meeting or any other lies you want to address about this meeting that the media is perpetuating?
Sure. Well, I'm sure that the journalist is no staunch defender of Trump or defender of the truth. I wouldn't put the lies down to her. This is the general counsel lied. What's going on is these folks... Trying to get this set up a little bit better. What's going on is these folks here are being told in Washington, they have jobs. One of the three lawyers, that was his last day, and he had a job. I don't know what you guys are doing with your camera.
You're actually great right there. Don't worry about it, Patrick.
Okay. He had it was one of the people, it was his last day, and the president said, and that fellow seemed like an okay guy, kind of milquetoast, but it was his last day on the job, and the president said at one point, you know, this fellow's leaving me. He's been making 10 times as much money across town. He's leaving me for a job. He can make 10 times as much money across town. All of these people are being told, if you do good work and get the president out the door on January 20, there'll be jobs waiting for you, $1.5 million, $2 million jobs at Sullivan Cromwell and places like that. And they'll be, you know, you'll be accepted in socialite circles in New York. If you don't, all that goes away. So all of these people are in the mode of getting them out. I have numerous young people in the administration. And so I've spent 2 months in D.C. and sort of swimming around the edges of this. And numerous younger people in the administration are being told, just get the president to concede. Just get him to concede. Help him get in transition mode. Help us get him in transition mode. So the young people in the White House who work in the White House are being told that by their superiors. And that includes the Office of the General Counsel, and that includes Mark Meadows. So President Trump is relying on advice from people whose mentality is that. And he's getting horrible.
Well, that kind of sounds like an end around, and I don't want people to assume who you're talking about here. Obviously, you don't have to name names, but that sounds like an end around where the D.C. corrupt establishment is going to these young people that, they kind of want to get around. They want to build a resume. They want to get this reputation. So they're saying, go tell Trump to concede and you'll stick around in D.C. And they're probably just like, well, I guess this is what I have to do to stick around. Is there any resistance there?
There's definite resistance. The young people who work there love him. They love him. And I don't think they're getting that. I mean, they may be getting that message subtly from the D.C. establishment. What's more problematic is they're getting it from their bosses. Their bosses are giving them this message. And when I did inform that, I won't tell you much about what Trump said. I'm going to tell you what went on between myself and the lawyers. I'll name two names, Pat Cipollone, and now Mark Meadows. He's a nice man. I don't think he's venal. I think Pat Cipollone is venal. I think Mark Meadows is a weak man. And he's probably got some job lined up. I bet you'll see him with a job at a lobbying firm for $1 million a year or more before the winter's over. I'll make that prediction. It's just the way things work here. So the problem is the leadership in the White House is telling this to the people below. That's pretty crazy. So they are giving horrible advice. The people closest to Trump are giving horrible advice. And since all this happened Friday, they have thrown an iron curtain around Trump. No one can get to him. No one can get to him with information. I mean, people are telling me who've been able for 4 years, people who could pick up the phone and call President Trump, are being told they cannot talk to him. Mark Meadows and the general counsel have thrown Trump in a box since Saturday, and no one can get to the guy. Even longtime acquaintances, longtime supporters, everything, as well as So it's the problem is the leadership in the White House is giving this order down. I confronted them in front of Trump. I told all this to President Trump in front of them, and he said, "Who is doing that?" And I said, "This is Pat Cipollone, right? That's him. I can get 3 people up here in 30 minutes who can tell you that they are getting orders from this guy to get you to concede."
Which is down to top order, which is completely out of sync. I mean, I don't know if that's how it normally goes, but no, the president is the boss. Now, doesn't this just confirm to you, and you mentioned this, how your opinion of Trump changed, doesn't this confirm to you how real Trump is? He has the grassroots. He really wants to fight for the country. He's shocked at how surrounded he is by traitors and corrupt individuals. So, I mean, talk about that personal level of just, hey, this is a genuine guy who is not at all what the media is portraying him to be.
He is not at all what the media were. So I think I was clear on your show before. I did not vote for Mr. Trump. I was not a never Trumper. I vote libertarian. All my life, I voted libertarian for president since the first time I voted. And so I've never voted for a man who won, because all we've had are Republicans and Democrats. But all that said, my attitude is also who wins, I salute, and that's the president. And, so he's a very genuine and nice guy. He's really smart. And I don't mean to be obnoxious about it, but I'm a CEO. I've built a number of businesses, including a $2 billion business. When I'm meeting with people like this, I'm always evaluating. It's just natural to me. See how quickly they get things, how quickly they get jokes, how quickly they put together things that were said in different parts of the conversation. President Trump is really smart. I spend time with lots of really smart people. Well, not lots of. I spend time with few people this bright. I mean, he's very smart. He puts things together so quickly, and he sees through BS very quickly. He's a really bright guy. And I guess I've learned since then that his uncle, something the media doesn't mention, is I'm told his uncle was the president of MIT, and that he had a lot of influence from his uncle.
Are you talking about his uncle John Trump?
Don't know, but I wonder if that's the same
one that was involved with the Tesla papers. That's wild.
I don't know. He's a very intelligent man, and he's also quite a bit kinder and gentler than I would have ever guessed.
Well, and you said he was nice too, and we have a minute, and I just want to address this before we get into the final segment with you. To me, the niceness, I take that as confidence. I mean, when I'm nice in a hostile situation, that means I'm confident in my stance and I have the final move. I have the ace of spades. Do you take that same approach when you see Trump being so nice to these people?
Well, from your lips to God's ear, I don't know. I think one thing I determined is what a mistake it was to get rid of Flynn. it was Pence who pushed Flynn out. And Pence made a big deal about it. He should never have gotten rid of Flynn. Flynn would have straightened these guys out in a New York manner. We straightened them out right there. There was a point where General Flynn got on his feet and said, can we just ask, let me ask you a simple question. Do you folks, you do think he won on November 3rd, right? And 3 lawyers put their toe in the dirt and hemmed and hawed and wouldn't give a straight answer. It's like, come on. So what are we even talking about?
See, that's so brilliant for Trump to just put the simple question. Hey, does anybody here think 2 + 2 = 4? Some people say no. Okay, you're a problem. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Alex Jones Show. Owen Schroyer sitting in for Alex Jones. Patrick Byrne is with us for one more segment. It's been an incredible interview. We got a few things to address before he departs. One, the fact, Patrick, that they put the removal of the Insurrection Act into this COVID bill means that they're afraid. I know that wasn't brought up in the White House meeting.
I don't mean to interrupt. I'm supposed to be off right now. I appreciate Patrick coming on. He's amazing. I checked with folks that were in the meeting. He's totally there. It all happened. He's amazing. We appreciate his patriotism. You're getting there with the question, but I've got to ask. Get into the martial law discussion, get into the Insurrection Act discussion, and what really happened versus what the media says. This is major breaking news. Sorry to interrupt. You were already there, but I ran in here. Go ahead.
Sure. Hello, Alex. Well, if you want to know the entirety of the martial law and Insurrection Act discussion, you can see it for yourself. Look up Newsmax last Friday, which would have been, the 18th? General Flynn was on Newsmax, and at one point in the Newsmax, when they were saying what can be done, he said Trump has options. And if, I don't know the direct quote, I don't remember the word for word quote, but it was a very measured thing. Trump has options. If there's a rerun of this election in those 6 swing states, he could bring in the military to rerun the election. That's all he said. And then he went on with other things. That has gotten spun up into this nonsense that General Flynn was calling for martial law. And then as far as what he said in the White House about it, that's really simple to convey. I was there for 4.5 hours, every word of the conversation. This is what he said about it in the White House. Zero. It's a flat fabrication. There was any discussion that he's in. So all of this that is being spun up and amplified and such is pure fabrication.
So to me, that just represents that they're afraid of that because Trump doesn't even bring it up. So they bring it up like, oh, no, he can't do that. He never even brought it up. So they're the ones thinking about it because they're the ones committing the crime. Now, those are my words, not Patrick's. But let's get back to where you're at. So you're in the White House. Sidney Powell is there, others. Trump is essentially drafting American citizens, American heroes, whether they voted for him or not, like yourself, to say, hey, look, I'm not getting any help from within. What do you make of this steal of our election? You, as somebody I would consider an expert in technology, I'm putting words in your mouth perhaps, but you're an expert in technology. So he says, what do you think about this? And you say, look, I mean, to me, Patrick, it's like, if you're thirsty in the desert, you can only drink so much water before you're sick of water. I've seen so much evidence of election fraud. It's like, I don't even want to see it anymore. I mean, now you have, they flip votes in Pennsylvania, dead people. I mean, it's just nonstop. It's over the top.
There's so much more that it keeps coming in that I can't tell you about yet. I mean, that's really the problem. I'm working with the real technologists. I'm not a technologist, but I play one on TV. I'm a philosopher of technology. I had thousands of them working for me, and I built Overstock.com, built a $2 billion e-commerce company. I can tell you that we're digging stuff up, and as we dig stuff up, we're feeding it to the lawyers, and as the lawyers get it, they're turning it into filings and interviewing, making it official and such. So what the lawyers are filing is always about maybe 1 to 2 weeks behind where our state of knowledge is. Now, as of 3 weeks ago, Sidney Powell filed some case at the Supreme Court, and it reflects our state of knowledge as of about 3 or 4 weeks ago. What we have now is a mountain. All that time is our enemy. But what we have, I mentioned in something yesterday, we now have a direct connection between a Chinese company coming in over the internet to a wireless and a thermostat in a counting room connecting to a Dominion machine in the counting room that's doing the tabulation during the actual counting. All of that, soup to nuts.
So this is actually incredible. I've never heard this. They're using the smart meters and the smart grid as like a proxy to hack into the voting machines.
Yep. And we have all that right down to the IP addresses and everything, and the company back in China, the IP address of the company back in China. And what do you know? It's a company back in China whose name has already come up at the periphery of some of these matters. Well,
and I wonder if it's a company that the Bidens aren't involved in. I've got 5 minutes left with you here. I've got so many questions. Let me ask you this. What do you think, or what has Trump said, or maybe you can't say that, but what do you think Trump is going to do about all of this? And what do you think Americans should do about this theft of our election?
The bigger, I don't want to make any predictions for the president. That's his own thing. But I can tell you what the president needs you to do, needs your viewers to do, and that is, it is time we, in a civil and respectful First Amendment kind of manner, begin planning to peaceably assemble. And the emphasis there is on peaceably. We're the good guys. We maintain the moral high ground. On the other hand, we don't need to get our asses kicked anymore in the streets by goons, as has been going on for months, and intimidated. They're bringing They're bringing intimidation into the political discourse. We can't put up with that anymore. But we always have to maintain the moral high ground, which you do by always being several steps better than the other guy. But be prepared. You've got to start expressing through you have to start peacefully assembling, as you have, the First Amendment covers us too. In particular, January 5th and 6th plan on being on Washington, D.C. We want to have millions of people show up to show Congress we do not bend a knee. They've asked us to bend a knee to intrusions on freedom of speech, freedom of religion, rights to assemble without goons attacking us. Innocent until proven guilty, all kinds of things have been compromised in the last decade or two. We're not going to compromise on accepting a fraudulent election, because when you compromise on the core value of our system is consent of the governed. First thing you learn in third grade about our country, consent of the governed, which, how do you figure out what the governed consent to? You figure it out by having elections that are free, fair, and transparent. If we bend a knee to this, we are betraying the most fundamental concept of the American experiment. So we cannot accept an obviously fraudulent election, and we got to protest in Washington, D.C. And I'm not a violent guy. I'm not a protester, but I want millions of people here for at least the 5th and 6th. The Congress is going to be meeting on the 1 o'clock on the 6th. We have to make clear to them. And if you can't make it to D.C., you're doing it in your state capital. We have to do something that's never been done on our side, that in my lifetime, we have to take to the streets and make our displeasure and refusal to accept. Here's another thing you need to know about Trump. He said very clearly, look, if we investigate this and we get to the bottom of it and there's nothing there, I'll be the first guy to get on. I'll be very happy to get on the airplane and to get on the helicopter and fly away, and I'll go play golf the rest of my life. No problem. I just want an answer. I don't want to be. He doesn't want to be wondering the rest of his life. Did he get cheated out of the presidency of the United States? And it is not inappropriate for the citizens to be demanding an answer to that question.
Well, we all saw it happen.
We're trying to cut off. All the bad guys are trying to cut off investigation and discussion and exploration of that. Today, Governor Kemp was down in Georgia, and he went somewhere to do some rally, and he was mobbed by people saying, you're a traitor and all this stuff. And he started lying and saying, no one's done more for President Trump than I have, and things like this. It's all a lie. We have to confront our politicians, just like the goons are confronting people, except we do it like adults, and we do it without threatening violence. And American people cannot accept this and have to let their politicians know this is inappropriate, and we're not going to bend a knee to it. We just want an answer. We want an investigation, and we want an answer.
All right, Patrick, and by the way, what you're describing there with the goons and the thugs in the streets, that's the definition of terrorism. Now, that's my words, not Patrick's, but that's what it is when they're out beating us and intimidating us in the streets. One more quick question. Did the issue of internet censorship come up in the White House meetings? Because you talk about the Iron Curtain around Trump. I mean, we know he's on Twitter, but if the information isn't on there because it's being censored, is he still getting it?
He's, there's an iron curtain around him, and there's an iron curtain around the American people. You can't say certain things on Twitter. You can't put certain things on YouTube. When did this happen in America? Hydrochloroquine. I wonder if it's still illegal on YouTube to discuss the dangerous hydrochloroquine. He's got an iron curtain around him. We have one about us, around us. Listen, it's not going to get any better. If you bend a knee to this, it's going to get worse and worse and worse. The craziness you experienced in the last year is going to get worse.
Thank you so much, Patrick Byrne. We salute you. Look forward to talking again soon and seeing you in D.C. We're back here live on the Alex Jones Show. We changed lanes, but it's the same highway. You're hearing talk about President Trump lining up pardons. Whether or not that's fake news or what's really going on, we'll have to wait and see. But there is no doubt an individual who deserves a pardon, perhaps more than anybody else, is Julian Assange. Now, the website is pardonassange.com, and we'd love for Julian's people or whoever else to take control of this website if they would like. The hashtag is pardonassange.now. And we need to get this message to President Trump. Now, a pardon of Julian Assange from the president is just another step for the president to say, look, I'm with you, the people. I'm not with the deep state. And I'm glad there's somebody out there exposing the fake wars. Now, Cassandra Fairbanks has been an intermediary between Julian Assange and the American press for some time. I'm not sure the last time they've spoke, but she joins us now to discuss this. Cassandra, what are you hearing, if anything, about a potential pardon for Julian Assange, and how do we get this message to the president to try to spur this action?
Hey, well, actually, you guys already donated Pardon Assange to the cause, and somebody created a tool which shows it goes through the last 1,000 or so people who have influenced Trump's Twitter feed, and you can use it to tweet directly at them. It'll show you 50 random people every time you reload who have either been in Trump's Twitter feed or have influenced things that he's retweeted. And if you could go use that and kindly request that they send a message of support for Julian Assange and for pardoning him, that would be really helpful and really great.
And it's funny. I remember when we first made pardonassange.com, I went out for a week in Texas with a clipboard, and we just did the old school paper technique. And I literally just got people to sign pieces of paper, and I had to go in and put that all in the system to email out updates and stuff. But you're saying now people can go there and they can, send a message, they can register for updates and stuff.
Yeah, everything you need will be right there. You just click on the button and it'll show you 50 random people from the last 1,000 who have, influenced his feed. And so those are people that we need to be tweeting support for a pardon. And if you could just nicely message them and say, hey, do you support a pardon for Julian? Could you maybe share it? Or whatever message you like. Just be nice. That could be a really big help for the cause.
Make the case right now. We've got 7 minutes here. You probably can make it concise, but you may go long here. Make the case for Trump to pardon Julian Assange.
Well, Julian Assange was not even the first person to publish the war logs that he's being charged for. They had already leaked. They were on cryptome.org. They were on Pirate Bay. Nobody has been charged besides him. How do you charge the third or fourth or fifth person who published something and not the first two? So it's not fair on that front. It shows that it's clearly political. Also, there's people like Heritage Foundation who have been pushing these malicious lies that Julian got people killed with these publications. That's not true. The Pentagon has repeatedly said that that's not true. They said it during the Manning trial. The U.S. prosecutors during the extradition hearing said that it's not true. So don't let the neocons push this lie. Combat it whenever you see it.
Because this is actually important because those claims that they're making about Assange could potentially be true, but not about Assange. It's about Hillary Clinton. It's about the people that ran her State Department that released that information. There were people killed because private information got leaked. It wasn't Assange. It was people inside the Clinton State Department.
Well, and the Clinton State Department, if you go over to Project Veritas, they had a video that just came out with 75 minutes of audio of Julian Assange making a phone call to the State Department. It was one of 7 phone calls where he was like, hey, this stuff is about to get out of control. It's getting online, because he had been going through and redacting everything for 9 months. And he was trying to release it in a proper way, working with other media outlets and going through and really trying to minimize harm.
Yeah. In other words, they censor names and sensitive information to make sure nobody's compromised, but people still get the picture, the message.
Yeah, exactly. Like he believed that the information was important and people had a right to know it, but he also didn't want anybody to get killed over it, So they were going through trying to do it responsibly. It leaked online. He called Hillary Clinton's State Department and was like, "Hey guys, we have a problem. Maybe we should work together to try to mitigate damage here." And they blew him off. They repeatedly blew him off. She had warning, just like, with Benghazi. She blows off any warning that she gets.
Well, that was a big cover-up. And, now that I'm thinking about this, I mean, I know that there was an internal problem with a WikiLeaks person that he was addressing in that phone call, but now I'm beginning to wonder, let me ask you this. Do you believe that the Hillary Clinton State Department actually framed Julian Assange, intentionally putting that information out there to then blame Julian Assange?
I don't know. I mean, I couldn't really speculate on that, but anything's possible. She's a terribly evil woman. I'm no fan, as you know, but yeah.
Well, that wouldn't surprise me at all. I mean, that's the kind of operations that Hillary Clinton runs. I mean, like you said, this is a political evil genius, quite frankly. I mean, I'll give her credit where credit's due. She is an evil genius politically with some of the stuff that she's pulled off. What are you hearing from inside of D.C., with people that you're talking to? Is there pressure mounting in the White House to pardon Assange, or is it kind of just floating around?
It's about 50-50. There's a good amount of people in the White House who do support a pardon, and then there's a good amount of people who don't. And it kind of just depends on who ends up with Trump's ear, I think, at this point. I was hearing for a while that he was going to do it, and then I heard that he wavered. It's just been back and forth, and every source that I talked to has heard different things. So we really don't know, and we really just got to try and keep pressure up, I think. And make it clear that his supporters support this, and that it would be, not political suicide to do it.
Oh, not at all. It'd be the exact opposite. It'd be politically a slam dunk, in my opinion, and I think most fair intellectual observers here. But, I can say one name for sure who's in Trump's ear telling him not to do this, and maybe they're similar people. What do you make of Lindsey Graham? I've stated my opinions on why I think Lindsey Graham is doing this, but why do you think Lindsey Graham is saying that Julian Assange is an evil person and should not be pardoned and belongs in jail? What do you make of Lindsey Graham doing that, who's certainly trying to influence the president there?
Well, he's a neocon and he's crooked and he cares about the war lobby. He likes his donations from the military-industrial complex.
And he's never seen a bill for war he didn't sign.
Yeah, there's no nation that he hasn't wanted to bomb, I'm sure. He's just like John McCain. And, WikiLeaks really, when they released the war logs, support for war went down. And they can't have that. That hurts their donors and their bottom line and their wallet. So they don't want him free for that reason.
Well, and Trump is a peace president. Trump is getting peace deals signed. He hasn't started any fake wars. The bombings that he has initiated, he's been very clear and transparent about what's going on with that, whether you support it or not. There have been very little to no death in those bombings either. They've been very strategic. So, I mean, this to me could be kind of a capstone, if you will, in President Trump as the anti-war peace president to say, here's an individual who exposed all the fake wars. Here's an individual who exposed all the criminals that got rich and perpetuated these fake wars. Now, let's actually come together as an entire planet to stop the fighting, to stop the wars that enrich people in D.C.
Absolutely. I think Trump has been great on it. And it really disappoints me that the left went after him so hard. When I remember when I was on the left back in the day, we were protesting war. Now they're like, let's just stick some more warmongers in there and get rid of this great peace president. Yeah.
Well, it just shows how the left doesn't have any actual principles or ideals or foundation at all. They're just reactive. Oh, what is Trump like? I'm against it. Oh, what is a Trump supporter like? I'm against it. So sometimes they like war. Sometimes they don't like war. Sometimes they want to bomb, millions of people in the Middle East under Obama. Under Bush, they don't like it. And by the way, most of this stuff that Assange really exposed was from the Bush administration. So the neocons are in there trying to stop Trump from doing this.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? Another great thing that happened recently, Sarah Palin, back in the day, he released her emails. She compared him to the Taliban, and she's now put out a video calling for his pardon, saying that she was wrong and that she had been misled and that she had, made a mistake. Yep. And I think we need more people to do that. And she's amazing for it. I highly recommend going and finding that video.
It just shows that she's a real person, and people like Lindsey Graham are political hacks. Cassandra Fairbanks, thank you so much. The website, pardonassange.com. The hashtag pardon Assange now. We're back here on the Alex Jones Show. The resistance.video is the new URL. Yeah, it won't be long before they start banning that too, but we'll play whack-a-mole and get another one. It's all possible with your support at InfoWarsStore.com, by the way. And don't forget to get your vitamin D supplement, Winter Sun Plus, at InfoWarsStore.com. Back in stock, 50% off right now. I want to address something really quick here, and then when we come back for the most of this hour, I'm going to cover the other news here, and then we've got important videos and reports coming up from Alex Jones as well at the end of this hour and into the next hour with John Rappaport. But look, I don't know what it is. It's honestly kind of weird, to be frank. Because, I mean, we don't have, like, we don't go out and hire, billionaires. We don't go out and hire valedictorians. I mean, there's no elitism here. There's no, I don't know how to explain it, but it's weird to literally be the best news team out there. I don't know how to say that. And it's because we don't it's not about bragging or anything. It's just, it's true. Our analysis is by far beyond anyone else's out there. And that's not an insult to other people. It's just the truth. And that's just because we have the courage to go with our gut. We have the courage to say what everybody's thinking, and we don't filter ourselves. We don't censor ourselves. It's from the soul. It's from the spirit, and then right out onto the airwaves. So when I saw last week, and I mean, part of my crew is in here. They work on the Alex Jones Show too. They'll probably remember when I was addressing this. When I saw last week the big cybersecurity attack, cybersecurity hack, oh my gosh, it's the worst thing ever. And I saw the presentation, and I saw the parties that be freaking out about it, and I saw the twisting and the manipulation. It was just instinctual. Okay, this is fake news. This is being used to attack Donald Trump. This is being used to make Trump look incompetent. And this is being used as an alley-oop to Joe Biden to come in and say, see, Trump, Russia again. Oh, it's happening again. We need to stop it. Trump's incompetent. He can't figure anything out. Look, a massive cyber attack, the worst thing ever. So then Trump came out, I believe it was on Monday or Tuesday, and maybe the crew can find the tweet. He's tweeting hundreds of times a day, so they may not be able to find it. But Trump came out and put out in a tweet, in a statement, and he said, look, the cyber attack you're hearing about all over the news, Fox News building it up too. Fox News is now in their anti-Trump stage, just like we told you that was coming. Again, next year's news today. So Trump puts out a statement saying the cyber attack is being overblown. It's not as bad. The whole thing's under control. It's being hyped up to make me look bad, just like I said it was. And now the completion, the completion of the hoax, the completion of the fake news, the alley-oop dunk for Biden has now been finalized. And Biden puts out a statement. And by the way, Joe Biden's statements in the videos, and guys, you can just play the video, just the B-roll. The guy's weak. He's frail. He's pale in the face. I mean, seriously, if you've ever experienced a loved one dying of cancer in their old age, that's what he looks like. He looks like he's on his deathbed. But they powder his face and put a suit on him and put him in front of a camera, and he reads off a teleprompter. He doesn't know what he's saying. He doesn't know where he is. Folks, he's literally on the steps of death. And so, but that's the agenda, is to give you the weakest leader possible from China. And then hopefully he just, goes away, and then Harris comes in and just makes you, into a communist country. But Biden makes his statement and says the cybersecurity attack happened on Donald Trump's watch. So he sits there, blames Donald Trump, and then says, but rest assured that even if he does not take it seriously, I will. So no, it's not that Trump didn't take it seriously. He told you it's more fake news. Yeah, there's the tweet from Trump. The cyber attack is far greater in the fake news media than in actuality. I've been fully briefed and everything is well under control. Russia, Russia, Russia is the priority chant when anything happens, because Lamestream is, for the mostly financial reasons, petrified of discussing the possibility that it may be China. It may. There could also have been a hit on our ridiculous voting machines during the election. So Trump says, hey, this cyber attack is something they're lying about, but the real cyber attack was on our election systems on election night. Still with you in the captain's chair, we do have a couple emergency reports coming up from Alex Jones shortly, and John Rappaport hosting the 4th hour, and a statement from President Trump that you may not have seen yet. Very important. We're going to air that as well. I'm going to do some news coverage here in the next 2 segments just so you can see the full waterfront of what's going on. Before I do that, it is imperative, ladies and gentlemen, for your health, for your immune system, to be sufficient in vitamin D. Now, I'm not going to get into all the science about vitamin D, but I can put it pretty flatly here using current events to explain how important it is. Yes, we know the whole COVID thing is an overblown hoax. There's no pandemic. But they're even admitting in the actual COVID deaths, not the people that get shot and they say are from COVID, not the 96-year-olds that die of old age and they say is of COVID, not the people that get run over by cars and they say is died of COVID, which is about half of the COVID deaths probably. But it's really people that die of the flu and they just say it's COVID. So they admit, though, in the actual flu deaths, which they claim is COVID, they have 80% of those individuals that died from the flu or rebranded as COVID, they're deficient in vitamin D. Probably vitamin C too. But vitamin D in the winter is key because you're not getting as much sun. And that's one of the main sources to get the vitamin D. That's why they have the orange juice. They call it Sunny D and all of this stuff. It's the vitamin D. It's essential for your immune system to stay healthy in the winter. That's why we have Winter Sun Plus at InfoWarsStore.com. Now, this is the premier vitamin D supplement right here, Winter Sun Plus, the premier vitamin D supplement. And we sold out of Winter Sun Plus very quickly, our last run of it. So, I mean, if we were just straight business people and that was our number one priority, we wouldn't be selling this to you at 50% off. But see, it's the same reason why I only plugged once last hour, and I'm bad because of that. We're more intent on getting you the information here. We're more intent in just being on air than actually making money. So maybe that's kind of a downside of us here, but it's the ultimate priority. So Winter Sun Plus back in stock, 50% off at InfoWarsStore.com. Folks, this is a no-brainer. Order yourself Winter Sun Plus from InfoWarsStore.com. Get 2, get 3, get 10 bottles right now while it's in stock. Give them to your family and friends. Make sure you're stocked up for winter. It's Winter Sun Plus. It's exclusively available at InfoWarsStore.com, and it is the premier vitamin D supplement. Okay. Let me start to pile drive into this news. Let me just pick it up right here, right now. Headline from the Gateway Pundit. Liberal Democrats support Trump's plan to increase payments to $2,000. Now, I'm beginning to wonder if this wasn't a bait and switch from the Democrats, because you had all these Democrat frauds and commies like Cortez, Alexandria Cortez, who said, oh, this stimulus bill is ridiculous. I can't believe it. Only $600 for people, and then all this billions for all these foreign countries. I won't sign it. And then that fraud signed the bill. I mean, AOC is a total fraud. You know this. So she signed the bill, even though she said it was bad. And then Pelosi signed the bill, and all the Democrats signed the bill except Tulsi Gabbard. But now they all come out in unison today, and they say, well, we, the Democrats, demand 2,000 in direct payments. Do you realize how big of a joke it is? I'm telling you, this is so fake. Pelosi wrote the damn bill. If she wanted the $2,000 in there for the American people, she would have put it in there. And Mitch McConnell is just a total cuck. So, I mean, Pelosi basically cucks Mitch McConnell in these meetings, writes the bill, gives you $600 so that they can come around and then act like they're the heroes and say, oh, never mind, we'll give you $2,000. It's a bait and switch. It's a setup. And by the way, of the $900 billion that they put in that fake stimulus bill, which is to stimulate the world economy and rob you blind, if they would have instead just divided that, just the original $900 billion, every American would have received $2,700. So this is still not even the full amount. And all they're going to do is they're proposing to bring it up to $1 trillion so that they can give you some chump change. Now, remember, I forget the actual number. President Trump, it may have been $2,000. President Trump gave the American people a tax cut, and it equaled $2,000 per household. Okay, it's a tax cut. Everybody used to want to get their taxes cut, but now the Democrat Party is Chinese communist, and any liberal progressive is just a brainwashed Stockholm Syndrome foot soldier that just does whatever they're told to do or do the opposite of what Trump does. Trump says cancer is bad. They say they love cancer. So Trump says, oh, look, $2,000 return. We're cutting your taxes. Here's $2,000. Good for you. Pelosi says, oh, that's breadcrumbs. How dare he insult you with $2,000? And then she comes around and says, look, I'm giving you $2,000 in COVID relief. I'm a hero. You're a fraud, you're a liar, and you're a witch, Nancy Pelosi. But see, Mitch McConnell's such a cuck, he just sits in there with Pelosi and lets her write the whole bill. By the way, Trump said he's going to veto this bill. And I just want to correct a statement I made earlier. The Insurrection Act was not mentioned in the stimulus bill. It was mentioned in the most recent NDAA Authorization Act, National Defense Authorization Act, that I believe Trump will veto too. So Trump said he's going to veto the original stimulus bill. Now the Democrats are acting like heroes. Oh, we'll give you $2,000. You could have done that the first time, Pelosi, you liar. So it's just a proof they set this up. So the Democrats are actually great at this. They alley-oop each other. They alley-oop each other with fake news. They alley-oop each other with these bills that they don't actually want. They just want to alley-oop to the next bill. So that's what they did. That's what they did with the cybersecurity hack, blaming Russia. They alley-ooped it so Biden can come in and say, see, Trump's bad, but I'll stop it. And now they've done it with this COVID stimulus where they say, oh, here's the bill, $900 billion, and you get $6. And then they say, oh, wait a second, this is no good. You get $2,000. See, we love you. We're the heroes. No, you're spitting in our eye. Here's an idea. Open up the economy. We don't need stimulus. We don't want your stimulus. We want a free country. We want to be able to go back to work and school and church. But see, the Chi-Coms run the Democrat Party. They run the media. And so they have an illegal shutdown over a fake pandemic. Now, I know you know this, so let's just move on. Mitch McConnell, this guy, what dirt do they have on Mitch McConnell? I'm beginning to wonder. I mean, do you really think it's that far-fetched, folks? Everything you do is documented on the internet. Everything. You cheat on your wife once, the Chinese communists know it, Silicon Valley knows it. Okay? Apple knows it, Google knows it. You don't think that that could be used as blackmail? Or maybe, you know, you're married and maybe you hang out at the bathhouses with Bubble Boy Rubio and you like to kind of, you know, dabble in that department. China knows it, Google knows it, Silicon Valley knows it, Apple knows it. Boom, you get blackmailed like that. So, I mean, it's not that far-fetched. And now Mitch McConnell says that they're going to return to Congress on December 29th to override Trump's veto of the stimulus bill. So Mitch McConnell is a traitor. Mitch McConnell wants to give $800 billion to foreign countries and call it a COVID relief bill for you. This is the most insulting thing perhaps Congress has ever done to us, and that is saying a lot. To do this right in front of our faces, to say, here's your COVID relief, America, and then give you chump change and give every other country in the world that has a phone to call billions of dollars. It's criminal. And the fact that Mitch McConnell now wants to override the veto of this tells you he's corrupt, he's bought and paid for. Maybe it's his wife, Elaine Chao. Maybe Mitch McConnell just cucks to his wife, too. In fact, no. Mitch McConnell is the wife of Elaine Chao. Elaine Chao wears the pants in that relationship. She obviously dominates Cuck McConnell. And so Mitch Cuck McConnell wants to give $800 billion to foreign countries, and he wants to give you $600. Mitch McConnell, you suck. We've got breaking news coming up from Alex Jones. We've also got a very important message that most people probably haven't seen yet from President Trump. It's kind of hiding in plain sight, but with all the censorship and the fake television news, they won't show it. We're going to air it here on the Alex Jones Show. I'm going to do a brief news blitz, but, let me just address something first. 2 days ago, I hosted the show, and if you were listening, I was really hot and bothered, and I was talking about what was going on at the Oregon Capitol building in Salem, and I was supportive of their activity. Now, I'm honest. If I get something wrong, I'll come in and correct the record. We have nothing to hide here. I was wrong about one thing. There was property damage done to the Capitol building that day. A couple of the doors in the front were kicked in, probably a couple $100s worth of damage. The individual that did that should step up and come forward and pay for that and apologize. Now, having said that, all I am saying is that this is inevitable when they're literally stealing our money, shutting down our economy, stealing our elections. I mean, so what do you expect Americans to do when you've stolen everything from them, their money, their elections, their integrity? Of course, people are going to start going to Capitol buildings and having rallies that I don't want to become violent. I'm not a violent revolutionary. I'm a peaceful guy. But I'm also not going to sit here and say these people are bad when everything is being stolen from them. But here's the catch. The real reason why I got so upset about this, again, if you're a Soros protester under the moniker of Black Lives Matter or Antifa or the Women's March, all these other things that he owns, you're allowed to do anything you want. You can riot, you can rob, you can murder, literally. They've gotten away with all of it. They just had a Black Lives Matter protester run over a guy in the streets. They dropped the charges. That's attempted murder, but only if you're a Trump supporter. If you're a Soros protester, you can get away with anything. So that's my rub here, is that I'm sick of the left and the Soros protests having all the rights, but if you have an American flag or a Trump flag, you have no rights and police attack you. So I didn't mean to attack the police, and quite frankly, it's not something that I regret. It's just we speak from the heart here. There's no teleprompters. There's no self-censorship. So, yeah, there's times where I'm going to say something that maybe I could have walked back a little bit or shouldn't go on an extreme, but there's no regrets here. We do what it is. Now, I have to give credit, though. Media Matters puts out a story with the headline, InfoWars host praises violent attempted takeover of Oregon State House, rails at police for intervening. Now, I must say, Timothy Johnson, who loves following everything I do, this is the best story you've ever written, Timothy, so congratulations. It's a great story, actually. Very well done. And whoever John Whitehouse is, probably a fake name. He seems to be new. And then I love research contributions from Brendan Carrott and Andrew Lawrence. What research? All they do is publish the transcript of everything I said in
Welcome back to New World Next Week. I'm James Corbett at CorbettReport.com.
And I'm James Evan Pilato from MediaMonarchy.com. I don't know what stomach there would be for stories about societies falling apart. We've got that story, plus scenes from an informant restaurant. But first, ousted whistleblower warns of darkest winter in modern history. That's pretty tough words. Ousted vaccine chief Bright to warn window of opportunity is closing for virus response. Now, we are actually, this is behind the scenes, taping this on the 13th here in the States. But the way media works, when there's these big events and testifying and all that stuff, they release their pressed written statements way ahead of time so that the news can get their hands on them. So there's PDFs of what this guy is going to testify, and he will have already testified by the time you're watching this. Again, you get your news before it's news from New World Next Week. A top vaccine doctor who was ousted from his position in April testifies that the Trump administration was unprepared for the coronavirus and that the U.S. could face the darkest winter in modern history if it doesn't develop a national coordinated response. Rick Bright, the former head of the Biomedical Advanced Research and Development Authority, BARDA, tells Congress that leadership at the Department of Health and Human Services ignored his warnings in January, February, and March about a potential shortage of medical supplies. He will testify that HHS missed early warning signals, like bin Laden determined to strike in U.S. Bright's testimony also reiterates claims from a whistleblower report he filed last week that alleges he was ousted over his attempts to limit the use of hydroxychloroquine, an unproven drug touted by President Trump to treat the coronavirus. It's also touted in that 2003 episode of The Dead Zone. More on that in a moment. I continue to believe that we must act urgently to effectively combat this deadly disease. Our window of opportunity is closing. If we fail to develop a national coordinated response based in science, I fear the pandemic will get far worse and be prolonged, causing unprecedented illnesses and fatalities without clear planning and implementation of the steps that I and other experts have outlined. 2020 will be the darkest winter in modern history.
In that segment, which again, I'm dead serious. Timothy, we'll pay for your transcript writers. We'd love to get the transcript. So if you could just send us whoever does the transcript of all of our broadcasts that you guys put on your website, Media Matters, we would love that. We'd love those transcribers. Here's the irony. Yeah, you take one look at that guy. What do you think he does at night? Here's the irony. InfoWars host praises violent attempted takeover Oregon State House. This entire year, mainstream media has praised, perpetuated, and instigated the biggest riots, the most violent riots, and the most expensive riots we've ever seen in our country. George Floyd, you name it. All summer, more than $2 billion of property damage. That's more than ever at any riot. That's all the mainstream media. That's all they do. That was their baby. But then they're mad at me for saying, hey, I appreciate what was, for the most part, an actual peaceful thing. I admit that there was property damage now. But other than that, there was no property damage and nobody harmed. So that's peaceful. That's beyond peaceful. That's like angelic in comparison to the Soros protest, to the Democrat riots. So they're mad at, again, it just shows the irony. But then it's even funnier. They're mad that I'm railing against the police, as they say, which I talked to police after this. They're like, yeah, you're kind of right, but, you know, you have to understand there's bad eggs everywhere. Okay, so think about this. The mainstream media that hates the police and that just caused the largest riots in the history of our country are now mad at me because I said, hey, this is a nice protest and the police are in the wrong. Think about that irony. Again, it's total proof that the modern day left in America has no ideology, no principles, no values, no foundation. Honestly, I'm like, it's like everything's so crazy. Maybe these are literally clones or something that literally can't think, but they're programmed. It's that wild. So I just think that's hilarious. You guys are the most hypocritical, ironic people in the history of mankind. And it's funny to me that you don't even realize that. But when you look like Timothy Johnson, maybe it makes sense. Now, this is crazy. So Fox News' ratings are collapsing. Newsmax's ratings are on the rise. And part of the reasons for that is Chris Wallace. Now, you tell me, did Chris Wallace go on 60 Minutes in drag pretending to be a Pfizer executive? Okay? I mean, I'm not trying to get too conspiratorial here, but what the hell, man? Tell me that's not Chris Wallace in drag. Oh, okay. Oh, my gosh. Yes, I'm Chris Wallace. Or, I mean, I'm Betty Lou from Pfizer today. Boy, that's... It's either really funny or like the craziest thing you've ever seen in your life. Chris Wallace in drag in 60 Minutes pretending to be a Pfizer executive. All right. Oh, man. Oh, we've got the mutant COVID now in the United Kingdom, the mutant COVID. So COVID isn't making you scared enough, so now it's the mutate, it's a mutant COVID. Oh. And by the way, the mutant COVID now means that your COVID vaccine is totally irrelevant and won't stop COVID. So just total fraud. But they assume the average person is so stupid they won't put two and two together. Newt Gingrich writes a powerful op-ed warning America headed for a serious, bitter struggle amid voter fraud controversy. Yeah, they were caught stealing our election. President Trump tweets Gateway Pundit video showing poll workers stuffing ballots into tabulators numerous times on election nights. You have eyewitness accounts that confirm that. By the way, a live stream, I think it's happening right now. Georgia House of Representatives hold hearing on election fraud. Thank God for right side broadcasting. Otherwise, nobody would ever air it. And YouTube would censor it. YouTube removes video of Trump's lawyer's opening statement at Senate committee hearing. We've published that at Infowars.com. Anti-Trump Georgian election official catches woman trying to vote illegally using his home address. And this is one of the funniest things. So this guy hates Trump, but he caught people illegally voting from his address and I guess using his identity. And he's like, well, you know, he's kind of like sloughing it off like, well, I guess what she did was illegal. No, it's definitely illegal. He just hates Trump so much he won't admit, well, maybe it was a mistake. No, dude, you know what happened. Oh, last night on Tucker Carlson, powerful footage. This is stunning. Shocking body cam footage of police responding to altercation between Georgia Democrat Senate candidate Raphael Warnock and his wife released. Folks, his wife is a battered woman and was bawling on camera. I can't believe the Democrats would vote for this guy. I mean, this is like Keith Ellison level stuff. Acting Secretary of the Department of Defense Chris Miller thanks Vice President Pence for efforts in most complex military operation in history. What's that about? Pence plans to oversee January 6th Electoral College vote. He could save America. Then he leaves for Israel. Trump infuriated by Pence not fighting hard enough for election integrity. That just could be fake news from Axios. But either way, Pence has the opportunity to save America. Will he do it? And think tank star lawsuit witness admits to Tommy Robinson that they bribed him for testimony against U.S. congressional staffer. Remember Tommy Robinson, folks. All right, we've got an emergency report from Alex Jones coming up.
My fellow Americans, today I want to explain to you why I am so determined to pursue every legal and constitutional option available to stop the theft of the presidential election. As president, one of my most solemn duties is to protect the integrity of your sacred right to vote. This year, using the virus as a pretext, Democrat officials in the key swing states illegally violated their own state laws in order to enable, encourage, and facilitate fraud on a scale never before seen in the history of our country. The truth is, we won the election by a landslide. We won it big. Today, I'm going to give you the facts that every American needs to know. Let's go back to the night of the election. By midnight, we had a commanding lead in the swing states. We won Florida by a record number of votes. We won Ohio by a record number of votes. And likewise, we won Iowa by 8.2%, far different than the false narrative portrayed in the media. We were up by 293,000 votes in Michigan, 112,000 votes in Wisconsin, 356,000 votes in Georgia, and nearly 700,000 votes in Pennsylvania, all swing states. These numbers were absolutely impossible for Joe Biden to overcome, and the Democrats knew it, and everybody forecasting knew it and understood it well. Our nation's greatest political professionals were calling to congratulate me on our victory. Then suddenly everything started to disappear. Everything started to change. The vote counting abruptly stopped in multiple states. In the middle of the night, a series of massive and statistically inconceivable vote dumps overturned the results in state after state. At 6:31 a.m., very early in the morning, Michigan suddenly reported 147,224 votes, 94% for Biden, 6% for Trump. At 4:42 a.m., Wisconsin reported 143,279 votes, almost all of them for Biden. A similar massive drop of ballots happened in Georgia at 1:34 a.m. Again, almost all of these votes for Biden. These gigantic and ridiculously one-sided spikes were miraculously just enough to push Joe Biden into the lead in all of the key swing states. These glaring anomalies are just the tip of the iceberg. We won 18 of 19 bellwether counties, a record, that have correctly predicted the winner of every presidential election for the last 40 years. We also won Ohio, Florida, and Iowa by historic margins, meaning Biden would be the first candidate since 1960 and only the second candidate in American history to win the White House while losing all three of those major states. and it wasn't even close. With Joe Biden at the top of the ticket, the Democrats lost 25 out of 26 toss-up House seats. That's a record. Democrats were projected to gain 15 seats, and instead, because of my success and coattails, as they call them, they lost 14 seats. So think of that. They were going to win big, and they ended up losing big. My campaign received more votes than any president in history. Almost 75 million people voted for me. We earned approximately 12 million more votes than we got in 2016, the largest vote increase for an incumbent president ever recorded. I also received the largest share of non-white voters of any Republican in over 60 years. In fact, we did better with African American and Hispanic voters everywhere in the country, except for a small handful of corrupt Democrat-run cities in key swing states, places notorious for fraud, such as Milwaukee, Detroit, Atlanta, and Philadelphia, all run by Democrat machine politicians. No president has ever lost re-election while making such extraordinary gains across the board. There's never been anything like it. Yet despite all of this evidence of a thundering Trump victory and all of those projections all through the night, they want us to believe that Joe Biden, who seldom left his basement to campaign, somehow received 11.7 million more votes than Barack Obama, and he beat Barack Obama all over the country. It is historically, mathematically, politically, and logically impossible. It did not happen. He did not win. We won by a landslide. Over the past 7 weeks, we have put forth abundant evidence proving how the Democrats perpetrated this monstrous fraud on the American people and indeed the world. First, we have shown that officials in virtually every key swing state brazenly violated their own state laws in order to change election procedures, eliminate safeguards, promote fraud, and illegally benefit Joe Biden. And legislatures, which have to make the changes, were seldom, if ever, used. For example, Pennsylvania's radical Democrat Secretary of State suspended all signature verification requirements, breaking Pennsylvania law, not to mention the big and very illegal ballot drops. In Michigan, the Secretary of State, a Democrat, illegally flooded the state with absentee ballot applications, even though Michigan law strictly limits the distribution of absentee ballots. In Wisconsin, the major Democrat cities deployed over 500 unmanned, unsecured ballot drop boxes that were blatantly illegal, paving the way for unlawful ballot harvesting and tremendous fraud. In Georgia, the Secretary of State began illegally processing ballots weeks before Election Day and also destroyed the signature verification systems in violation of the law. Many other horrible things were done in Georgia. These actions alone were more than enough to rig the election results for Democrats. Second, the absentee ballot rejection rates prove that hundreds of thousands of illegitimate ballots were counted in the key states. This was sufficient to change the election results all on its own. In 2016, 6.4% of mail-in ballots were rejected in Georgia. This year, fewer than a tiny percentage of 1% were rejected. So you went all the way down, a difference of more than 30 times. The same phenomenon occurred in Pennsylvania and other states. They were accepting all of these ballots, many of which were absolutely illegal. In a year in which the number of mail-in ballots was the highest ever, the rejection rate was magically the lowest ever, and it wasn't even close. The only possible explanation is that tens of thousands of ballots were unlawfully processed and counted. Most Americans would be shocked to learn that in no swing state is there any meaningful attempt to verify citizenship, residency, identity, or eligibility for mail-in ballots. The potential for illegal activity is unlimited, and that's what we just experienced. Third, hundreds and hundreds of witnesses have come forward to testify under penalty of perjury about the cheating and fraud they saw with their own eyes. Witnesses have sworn that they saw poll workers illegally backdating thousands of ballots, counting batches of the same ballots many times, and unloading boxes and boxes of ballots, all bearing the same signature and all for Joe Biden. Other witnesses have testified to seeing thousands of so-called pristine ballots with no creases or folds, all voting for Biden. When you have no fold, it means it wasn't mailed. It means it was a fraud. Republican poll watchers were denied critical access as hundreds of thousands of votes were counted in Democrat-run cities in the essential states. There is even security camera footage from Georgia that shows officials telling poll watchers to leave the room before pulling suitcases of ballots out from under the tables and continuing to count for hours. The reason they were forced to leave the room is they said there was a major water main break.
Last weekend, I had to go to a mediation for a lawsuit that I'm in. And I'm there at this big law firm for about 5 hours. And there's other legal things going on in the building. I had been there for another mediation and short court hearing about 2 months ago. And while I was there, got information from the CEO of a very large biotech company who just so happened to also be there. Well, I ran into the man's lawyers last weekend, and they said, look, you got to promise if you tell this story not to give any more details than you're giving now. But they went on to say there's a chance we might be able to get him on your show, but you need to talk to him. And then I'm sitting here on Wednesday morning at 5 a.m. I just woke up and I realized that in the blur of all the stuff that's going on, I haven't even reached out to that individual yet. But here's what I'm getting at. This story I'm telling you is as real as the sun coming up this morning. This happened. And if you type in the name of this company, boom, you'd see it all over the place. Kind of leave it at that. Let's just say they're experts on everything you see happening with this mRNA information. Because these folks develop real stuff, real antibodies that do absolutely incredible stuff that the FDA has not approved a bunch of. And we're talking about antibodies that actually just destroy cancer, just knock it out. We're talking super live extension type stuff. He said months ago that Fauci is a complete fraud and that this is all about money and that Gates is a big scammer. But now he had more information and he had just met with these lawyers a few days before on another issue not related to me and was telling them, sticking his finger out in their chest, which he'd never done. They've known him many years. They're friends with him. And again, he's a scientist, saying, you do not take that mRNA vaccine from Moderna or Pfizer if your life depends on it. And he then went into a big rant, and the lawyers didn't even want to tell me. But let me explain something. These are both high-powered lawyers. One of them looked completely scared and said, well, you ought to just reach out and talk to him yourself. But basically, looking at what's in the vaccine and what it does, it's basically designed to hurt people. So when top scientists, they're experts in mRNA and all these systems, because it can do incredible stuff, when they looked at this, they're like, what the hell is going on here? And by the way, that's what Wolfgang Wodarg is, a top doctor in the EU. And he got to co-sign his letter, the former chief scientist of Pfizer, saying the same thing, that we've looked at this and this could kill you easily. This will turn your immune system off. It will turn it up. It will cause autoimmune disorders. What the world are you doing? It attacks a basic protein that's in the body. So on its face, it looks like it's meant to cause an autoimmune disorder. So weeks go by like seconds now with Trump and the White House and the battles and all the things going on. Ladies and gentlemen, this is end of the world type stuff. I mean, we're being hit with something that's super dangerous and deadly, and that the first effects are very, very bad, that they've undoubtedly already tested animals secretly. When they claim they skipped animal testing, that's not true. We know they've been testing this type of stuff all over the world on animals. And bottom line, it will attack the placenta, so women can't have their embryo attach in the uterus. Bottom line, it's just full of nastiness. And it is the virus as well, which itself is some type of weird nanotech creation. So when people look at this, that are top scientists, and a bunch of them are named, I just named some of them, but this is someone that is in Texas. This is someone that knows this and is literally sticking his finger in people's chests saying, do not take it. And it's the craziness of this. Like, how are they going to get away with it? Like, what's the bigger plan here? Why are they moving so quick? Like they have a gun to their head. People overuse the Nazi analogy, but this is what this is. This doesn't just violate the Nuremberg Code or the Geneva Convention. This blows them into pieces. The good news is black folks particularly are refusing to take the vaccine because they know the secret history of experimentation and the rest of it, but everybody's getting experimented on. Again, I'm going to say it for the 100th time. This is not a vaccine. This is not a vaccine. This is not a vaccine. So I'm going to get on the phone today. I'm going to try to contact this person, try to see if they'll go public. And again, I'm so demonized. My show might not be the place for it to happen, but I mean, it's just crazy. But again, why am I even talking about this? We have the former chief scientist who, quit at a good point in his life, no problems, no background, not disgraced, at Pfizer, saying exactly what this scientist is saying. But the thing is, this scientist is particularly a world expert on this. I mean, I spent hours when I first learned about this, reading his curricula vitae and all the stuff he's done. And then I spent more hours a few days ago. And then I woke up at 5 a.m. I was like, why did you not cover the shit? So there you go, folks. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to get people to think for themselves at this point. But I know as an audience what's going on, but we are like basically locked in this purgatory, in this phantom zone, where Band.video's got millions of people that visit it every day, but it's mainly people that already know what's going on. We need to have everybody that visits Band.video share the most important videos, the most important clips that you think are most important, everybody you know, every day, and then tell them to share it, and then tell them to share it, okay? All right. God bless you all. Please, when you watch this later, post a Band.video, please share it. Thank you. You're all in grave danger. We're all in grave danger. A lot of people have been asking me in the last week, is it true that Vice President Mike Pence could refuse to certify the electors? And the answer is absolutely. And then people say, well, is it true what Patrick Howley says? Is it true what National File says about this memo and about the letters being circulated at the White House? Yes, folks, it's all true. And today is the day that if Pence is going to reject it, he's got to do it, December 23rd. Remember 2 weeks ago, I reported a story on air. The headline was from CNN saying Mike Pence will seal Trump's fate December 23rd. And then they were bragging about how Pence will deliver the final blow like Brutus to Julius Caesar. So you can pull up that article. You can see where they said it, where they gloated about it. So what I think is going on here is a lot of people in the liberty movement are like, hey, look, we discovered this. This is going on. We need to do something. And folks then just kind of let it go by the wayside because, that's just the liberty movement. That's just National Follow. That's just InfoWars. And it's this thing we do. It's like the psychology, like we're on the outside, like we're small. And I see this over and over again, that when we have all these incredible tools that are so damning to the globalists, we don't promote them or we deny them. We don't believe it's real. And I think a lot of that is also the Q movement, and I'm not putting down Q people, whatever, always wanting to believe in nebulous things that are secret and esoteric and coded instead of all the real stuff that's out there, folks. Rudolph Giuliani just did an interview on the War Room, not our War Room, the other one that Steve Bannon does, still a good show. And he said that it's very possible that today or tomorrow, the Arizona legislature is going to vote to decertify Biden and certify Trump because they did find the hundreds of thousands of votes. A judge also said 200,000 votes were fraudulent in Wisconsin. You don't see that anywhere on the news. It's on Infowars.com. It's on Gateway Pundit. Really nowhere else. No one cares. Like, just give up. And then the legislature in Georgia came out 2 days ago and said, we find evidence of massive fraud and Joe Biden should be decertified. And they voted in the committee to say that. So it needs to go to the full legislature. But as you know, they've not called in that emergency session the way they should. So when they say there's no evidence of fraud, that's not true. What's going on is there isn't the political will to stand up and point this fraud out and say that Joe Biden's a scammer because he's run the giant hoax, just like Russiagate, just like the impeachment, just like all of it. Now they have this big hoax where he's up there with this background saying president-elect, and the media all goes along with it. And China Mitch, Mitch McConnell, he goes along with it, and it's just absolutely insane. We are watching this be stolen. President Trump is absolutely right. This is a fraud, and he has the evidence. And so the question is, what does Trump do? What do we do? Well, we get these articles, all of which are posted at Infowars.com, and we get them out to everybody. And you go to GatewayPundit.com, and you get it out to everybody. And you print copies of it, and you hand it around your office, or you talk about it at Christmas, because we have to do this grassroots. Grassroots, upwards of 80% of Americans say they will not take the vaccine because they believe it's secret experimentation. Despite all the propaganda, the grassroots got the truth out. And it's the same on every other subject. The more these globalists push, the less power they have. That's why they've done the mask. It's a symbol of our shame, a symbol that we're all dirty and bad. Humans are bad. Get rid of humans. As an exercise of peer pressure over us, where we don't do it for ourselves. We do it for other people, believing that it's virtuous. It's not virtuous. It's spreading bacterial pneumonia. Evidence shows where they wear the mask, they then have higher death rates for other diseases, just like they had with the Spanish flu in 1918. So it's the same story over and over again. These people are diabolical monsters who will do anything to maintain power and control. And we have all the incredible evidence from all of these states of systematic fraud. And so we need to physically go to the legislatures. We need to physically go to these legislatures, individuals' homes. We need to peacefully and demand that they stand up to this criminal theft. Just because somebody's driving out of your parking lot with your truck doesn't mean it's theirs just because they stole the keys, okay? And that's what's going on here. Joe Biden's stolen the country. He says it's his. He's an imposter. He's a fraud. It's like coming home from a year-long business trip or something, and somebody's moved into your house and has told your neighbors that they're your brother or cousin, and you say, no, this is not my brother, and they say, I am your brother. And you're like, no, you're not my brother. And they sit there with total confidence to your neighbor, listen, I am his brother, and I have the deed to the house now. And if he says with enough confidence, and you've been gone a year, the neighbors will believe it. There's actually been cases like this because people just can't believe they're being conned if the con artist has total and complete confidence. And so that's what's going on here. So yes, it's true. Yes, Mike Pence has it all in his hands, and we're going to see what he's going to do today. I have a sneaking suspicion he's going to probably betray the president because of all the peer pressure because he's a politician that was drawn from the swamp. I may be pleasantly surprised, so we should all pray. Thank you.
And it's time for humanity to stand up in the info war and say, I don't know what's going to happen at the end of this, but you want to fight, you better believe you got one.
From the front lines of the information war, it's Alex Jones.
The globalist crime lords are licking their lips. They've been fighting for decades to undermine and divide and bankrupt this country, and now they're so close. Look at the CNN headline, Who's Who in Donald Trump's Desperate Last Stand by Michael Warren and Kevin Liptak. A ragtag team of former aides, lawyers, elected Republicans, and sycophants. Talk about projection. From the outside have grabbed Donald Trump's ear at a time when many of his longtime allies in government have backed away from the president, increasingly extreme ploys for staying in office. Oh, Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell has acknowledged Joe Biden won the election in a speech on the floor of the Senate. Outgoing Attorney General William Barr has said there was no widespread election fraud and instead insisted there was no need for a special counsel to investigate the election, nor for the Justice Department to seize voting machines. He also said don't look at Hunter Biden. That's right. And all the big top White House aides have turned on him because they were all swamp creatures. This only shows how real Trump is. Is he perfect? Absolutely not. Has he made mistakes? Absolutely. So have we. But he is a real president, and he knows he won this election, and the evidence is overwhelming. We've already gone over it. And big tech is having to censor Senate hearings where Senator Rand Paul says there's clear evidence of fraud, and other senators present it in hours of powerful bombshell testimony. So you remember that. This evidence is so fake. This evidence is not real. It doesn't exist, so you're not allowed to see it. This is a systematic attack on our way of life, not just on our speech, but on the very existence of our country itself. And voting is a major form of action, a major form of speech, and they are nullifying it in front of us and then trying to gaslight us. This is not President Trump's last stand. One of the most true things he ever said was, they don't hate me, they hate you. And they've got to get through me to get to you. And we've come so far together. They're going to fight us hard. We can win this, but it's not going to be easy. I'm paraphrasing, but you've all heard him say that many times. And it's absolutely true. And that goes for your life. It goes for your family. It goes for my family. It goes for my life. I am proud to stand with President Trump. I am proud to stand with you, the Info Warriors. I am brought to tears every time you call in and thank me. And people say, well, I don't like to be thanked. It's because it humbles me. And I appreciate you and I love you. And it makes me get a tear in my eye because I know you're counting on me. And I don't know if I'm going to be strong enough myself to carry this through. But I'll tell you who is strong enough. And that's God Almighty. So we all need to get on our knees before Jesus Christ, Son of God, every day and thank God for life and consciousness and will and everything good in this universe that we've been given. And to ask God to come into our hearts and our souls stronger than ever before and to lead, guide, and direct us in this holy cause of standing up against the globalists. Because listen, as negative as all this is, we woke up the world. We forced the globalists out in the open, and that's why they're throwing all their forces at us now. So I just want to pray in the name of Jesus for InfoWars, for President Trump, for America, for the whole world, for all the children in bondage, for all the women in bondage, for all the innocents in bondage, and for all the captives and all the slaves. And I pray in the name of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ that he break the bonds of Satan as he did on Calvary, and that he do it again in his name. And we know, Lord, we must call upon you to call down that power. We call down that power humbly now, on our knees, on our bellies before you in your awesome infinity mind. And we beg you to save us because we're not strong enough and we're fallen. We beg you to make us whole. We beg you to take us to your bosom. We beg you to take us to that quiet place, the Most High that King David talked about. And we beg you to cause a giant worldwide awakening that will trigger an even greater insurrection against Satan and his minions for the innocent, for the children. And we know no matter what happens to Trump, no matter what happens to us, it's all part of your greater plan. And we understand that, and we're thankful for that, and we're just thankful for being part of it. We know it's up to us to do the right thing, to stand up and tell the truth, and that you work in mysterious ways, and the outcome is up to you. We all know it's part of your greater plan, and we thank you in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ. Amen. It's Wednesday, December 23rd. The year is 2020. We're only 27 days out from the attempted inauguration of a communist Chinese spy, Joe Biden, to the presidency of the United States. If this happens, it becomes a 90+% chance that you can basically create a tombstone saying United States of America, born July 4th, 1776, United States of America, dead January 20th, 2021. And as I've said many times, unlike a person, a country, or an idea, or an organization can be resurrected from the ashes. But this will constitute the death of our republic. It's that serious. The stakes are that high. And the globalists know there's going to be a counter push. And so they're going to come down on us with both feet, stomping on our political heads and souls. Biden has said the worst is yet to come with COVID. Gates and the UN say it never ends. Never ends. Small businesses locked down. Masks. Forced inoculations. And as I predicted, we've got our archivists looking for it, but you heard me say this probably 50 times in the last 10 months. A new strain arrived in England, and now the vaccines won't work. That's actually true. That's actually true. So they've never had a vaccine for the common cold, which COVID's base virus is a common cold with 4 more viruses nested inside of it, a total bioweapon. But it's a bioweapon that spreads everywhere, never goes away, only kills the old and those that don't have the right supplements, the right vitamins, the right minerals. But it's nevertheless basically a nanotech virus tracker that then they can claim ownership of you if you have it and make you have COVID tests, be able to travel, be able to live, be able to have a job, or the vaccine. Which, again, I told you 10 months ago was the plan after decades of studying enemy operations. But that was all speculation then, wasn't it? Now you've seen it all come true. So President Trump has now come out and issued a first group of new pardons. And conspicuous amongst it is not Julian Assange and it's not Edward Snowden. Snowden is doing just fine. He's asked that he be passed over and that Assange, who has been in solitary confinement for many years and who is almost losing his mind, be released. My friends, President Trump needs so desperately to do this to repudiate the entire corrupt system that Assange and others have exposed. But regardless, there's still time for him to do it and still time for him to take action. He's called for us to march on D.C. January 6th. He's also more and more preparing a resistance that CNN is so angry about, they call ragtag, that isn't giving up and is planning to challenge the, quote, electors in the House of Representatives that is federal law. They're trying to act like this is some terrible thing, but Biden and the Democrats said they thought they would lose. There'd be a red mirage, that they were going to challenge right through until inauguration and then wouldn't even accept inauguration. They didn't have enough votes through the fraudulent ballots, the 80 million mail-ins. They froze it, stuffed the ballot boxes, and they believe won the election. Now even the committee in Georgia set out by the legislature to investigate crime says they found clear evidence of systematic election fraud for Joe Biden. Guess what's happening? Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube are blocking members of the legislature and their findings, just like they blocked the Senate committee that investigated over the weekend and found fraud when they made their statements. That too was blocked. This is the systematic cutting off of our communications. Who did Trump pardon? He pardoned different Republican congressmen who had been set up by Democrats, just like they tried to do with Tom DeLay and so many others. Tom DeLay obviously spent most of his money and ended up beating it finally, but these other folks were serving prison sentences here in Texas out of Democrat counties like Travis County, where I live, where they can convict a ham sandwich of mass murder, and they routinely do. They're the same folks that indicted Rick Perry when the county attorney got arrested spitting and yelling like a crazed piranha on PCP with rabies, famously. He cut the state funding to a corruption oversight board that she ran. He vetoed it, and then they criminally indicted him. Lots of reasons to go after Rick Perry. He has a lot of problems. One of them pushing the whole Gardasil shot. But the point is that Trump has done the right thing, pardoning some Border Patrol agents that were in prison when they thought an illegal alien pulled a gun on them. They shot and killed him. Things like that. He's done a lot of things here, but these are very, very conservative pardons. He needs to pardon Assange. He needs to pardon Edward Snowden. We need checks and balances on the police state, on the surveillance grid, on the system that was illegally spying on Trump and illegally trying to keep him from ever even getting into office and spying on him after he was in office. Judge Arpaio, Sheriff Arpaio, had a judge sentence him to jail without a jury trial, claiming he was in contempt. Remember that? And Trump gave him a pardon and overrode what happened to Sheriff Arpaio. So again, Trump has a good history of standing up for people and not giving pardons to cocaine dealers and child smugglers like Bill Clinton and Barack Obama did. But he needs, again, to go all the way and pardon Julian Assange. But just remember, the only way this information gets out, the only way the public gets warned, the only people who even know what's happening in this age of total censorship is when you promote man.video, Infowars.com, Newswars.com, and of course, the local radio stations and TV stations that pick up this show. It is beyond vital. It is critical. And when you do it, it is amazing. So I thank you all for what you're doing, because as all these other places get censored, as Congress gets censored, as the president gets censored, the places where the truth is able to get out are more precious than ever. Speaking of that, go to band.video, and it's in the banned videos of banned videos section. So it's band.video, that's the banned video section. You will find the congressional testimony, the Senate testimony they're trying to censor, and so much more. And then you can share it to people and say, here is the proof of election fraud that the big multinational tech companies don't want you to know about. All right, please spread the word about the live feed. You are Paul Revere. You are.
Okay, this is John Rappaport here, the last hour for our weekly chat. Got about 3 minutes here coming up against a break. So the new vaccine, the COVID vaccine, there's a program called V-Safe, which is a new program, and it's where people have an app on their cell phones and they report what the CDC is calling health impact events, which means unable to work or perform daily duties or to need required health care from a doctor. So as of December 18th, with 112,000 shots of the new vaccine being given, roughly 3,000 people had already reported health impact events. That's about 3%. That's gigantic. If you want to do the arithmetic, just imagine what happens when there's 100 million people vaccinated at 3% having serious adverse reactions. And that's only the beginning of the story, because, first of all, we know from adverse drug events, medical drug events, let's say 10% are reported. So you can then multiply that figure of 3,000 from the vaccine to 30,000. That would be a conservative estimate. Those of you watching can see the chart on the screen there. The other factor is that since December 18th, this V-safe surveillance chart has apparently gone dark. I've been looking to see the updates, which until that time were daily, and I don't find any new ones. So this could very well be the CDC saying, oops, look what's happening here. We're seeing an alarming amount of serious adverse reaction to the vaccine. We don't want to report this anymore, and so we're going to go dark and go silent. So this is an alert, a serious alert to people as this vaccine is rolling out. Again, as of December 18th, 112,000 reported adverse reactions with, 3,000 reported adverse reactions with 112,000 vaccines given. That's about 3%. That is a gross underestimate. Try multiplying that 3,000 by 10, you get 30,000. There's a lot of people that don't even know that there's this app, wouldn't know how to load it on their phones if they knew about it, or don't have cell phones, and those will never be reported. So we're looking at a gross underestimate here, and it's right in front of your eyeballs. It's there for anybody to see as to how dangerous this vaccine is as it comes out. Serious adverse events, unable to work or to perform daily duties or needed medical care, which would include anaphylaxis. We will be back after the break. Don't go anywhere. Okay, we're back after the break here. So you may not have heard about this story, but protesters actually stormed the Capitol in Oregon the other day. We're talking about anti-lockdown protesters. Stormed the Capitol where the legislature was in session, broke into the building to register their protests. Lots of cops in there. Standoff, scuffles. Apparently pepper spray was being used. Details are a little bit uncertain. One of the legislators came out of session and talked to the protesters inside the Capitol building in Oregon and said, I'm with you. Went back inside, addressed the legislature with his mask on and said, okay, now I'm going to take off this mask in violation of your rules. You can either show yourselves to be the cowards that you are and do nothing, or the fascists that you want to be and arrest me. At which point he took off his mask and stood there silently for 30 seconds. And of course, nothing happened. So my point to lockdown politicians all over the world is, what did you expect was going to happen sooner or later? As you keep imposing these lockdowns on more and more and more people, more and more vicious lockdowns, destroying more lives, more businesses, more economies. We know that's the op. That's the covert op. It isn't anything else. It's not the virus. It's not the pandemic. It's the cover story. We know what the routine is. So what did you expect was going to happen when the lockdowns became so severe that people were completely crippled in their ability to earn a living, be free, walk outside, live their lives, et cetera, et cetera? What did you think was going to happen? And do you think this is the end of it? There are protests that have been sweeping across all of Europe. There are people that are pushing back who own businesses in the United States. These protests are getting bigger and bigger and bigger. A lot of these people understand now the scientific fraud of COVID. Others who don't just understand that they're being destroyed by the lockdowns. So what choice do they have is the way they look at it. I mean, you can say all you want to about the deadly this and the deadly strain of that and all of this, but if at the same time you're locking down all these populations and keeping them indoors and destroying their ability to work and earn money, and then you throw a few pennies at them as recompense for their troubles, and you stand back and you think nothing is going to happen? Really? Is that your attitude? The resistance is not only growing, but it's taking different shapes. And again, I'm talking to you lockdown politicians. I'm just putting it right there on the table. What did you expect was going to happen? Did you really think that you could do this forever without any reaction whatsoever from the people whose lives you're destroying? That you could keep clamping down and pressing down for months after you said it was just going to be a matter of weeks, and then months and months, and now it's getting on to a year. And this is, the darkest winter, Biden is saying. England, which I'll have something to say about very quickly here, instituted new levels of lockdowns. And you really think that nothing is going to happen? The resistance is taking all kinds of shapes, all manner of shapes that are out of your control, completely out of your control. So now what do we have in England? We have this baloney about a new mutant strain of the virus, a new mutant strain, a new mutant strain, a new mutant strain, and it's being publicized up to the sky and whatever. I've been showing evidence for the last 9 months that there isn't even a first strain of the virus. But now there's a new mutant strain. Oh, yeah, big alarm. It's so scary, fantastically scary. Drudge, oh, yeah, keeps running headlines. Oh. And on that basis, a new tier of level 4 lockdown Boris Johnson is declaring in the UK. Cancel Christmas, forget the whole thing. Nobody goes, nobody moves. Lockdown, 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 lockdown. So where are they getting their data from about this new strain that is supposedly 70% more contagious than the original strain of the virus? Well, it's yet another report from the Imperial College of London, which I've covered on this show and in articles at No More Fake News for months now. But if you read the actual report from the Imperial College, it states that it's really too early to tell if this computer prediction about the new strain, 70% more contagious and dangerous than the old strain, is really true. It's too early to tell. We don't really know. That's what they're saying. But it doesn't matter to Boris Johnson. He's acting anyway on this information. And who is the face on television that is promoting this criminal non-science and the lockdowns right now? Who is being the spokesman for all of this crime, conspiratorial crime by the British UK mob boss Boris Johnson? Why? Guess who? It's Neil Ferguson. Neil Ferguson, the disgraced and failed computer modeler who made the first original prediction about 500,000 deaths in the UK by this past summer and 2 million in the US by this past summer, that directly influenced Boris Johnson and Trump to declare states of emergency and reverse their positions that the economy had to be left open, and instead supported closing and shutting down the economy. That guy, that failed modeler, Neil Ferguson, who had, by the way, carried on an affair with his married mistress during the lockdowns that he helped perpetuate, was caught in the act and resigned his government position and slunk off into the darkness. He's back. He's on television. The British people are sitting there watching this. The British politicians and the planners are rubbing the noses of the public into the new destructive, explosive lockdowns. What do they expect is going to happen? Stay with us. We'll be back after the break. Okay, so just before the break, I was talking about Neil Ferguson, the failed computer modeler who is now the face of the new level of lockdowns in UK. So what do we know about this guy? Well, we know that he made ridiculous, absurd, insane criminal predictions about COVID deaths that led to the lockdowns back in March. But before that, in 2005, he made a prediction about bird flu. He said it could kill up to 200 million people. The final official tally was several hundred. In 2001, he made a prediction about mad cow in Britain that led to billions of dollars of losses and millions of killed animals in England. Said untold, huge numbers of people could die from it. Again, official statistics at the end, several hundred. Same with swine flu in 2009. So this guy has been a failed computer modeler from the beginning, has a long, long history. So why is anybody listening to him? Why do people obey him? Why is he on television? Why does he influence governments? Because he's bankrolled by Bill Gates. Because his institute at the Imperial College of London is bankrolled by Bill Gates at tens of millions every year. He is the guy who is the mouthpiece for Bill Gates, who wants the lockdowns, who wants the fear, who wants the terror, who wants COVID fraud broadcast all over the world with dire predictions so that the vaccine, which is now released, will come true. That's been the plan all along, and Neil Ferguson is one of the major mouthpieces for the whole thing. Okay. So I want to ask a couple of questions now. Why do political officials break their own COVID rule? Coronavirus White House task force traveled on Thanksgiving after she warned everybody not to do it. Gavin Newsom, the presidential would-be delusional from California, who did the same thing on Thanksgiving, and then he was caught dining indoors without a mask with 12 people. And we've had other examples along the way where politicians say, no, don't do this, don't do this, don't do this. You got to lock down, stay indoors and all this. And then they go out and they break their own rules. They think they're above the law because they want to thumb their noses at the public, et cetera, et cetera. Yes, no doubt, these reasons are true, so on. But there's another reason that's staring us in the face. And I'll frame it as another question. If these politicians were actually concerned about, quote, the virus in terms of their own health, would they go out and break their own rules? Would they be dining out indoors with people not of their own household and not wearing masks? Would they do that if they were truly concerned for their own health vis-a-vis this virus? No. What does that lead us to? That there are a number of politicians who know that this is no threat, who know that the pandemic is a fraud, who know it's a fake, who know that they are not personally in danger for breaking all their own rules, who know that they can go out and do anything they want to. They can go to Mexico and sit in a condo and announce a lockdown in Texas. They can do whatever they want to because they know that the pandemic is a fraud. Now, that's a very interesting conclusion. It's a true conclusion. So this leads us to understand that we're not dealing here with a secret conspiracy with 12 guys in a room that's sealed off and that's it. No. We're talking about something much wider than that. 12 guys, including Bill Gates, may have dreamed up the whole idea 20 years ago. But the people who maintain the fake pandemic, who administer it, who give the orders for the lockdowns, who are the mouthpieces, they know that it's a fraud, that it is no danger. They understand that. So we could rightfully call it an open secret, an open secret, shared by many, but certainly not broadcast by those many to you and me. No, 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 no. Let's not stop there. Let's go to another level of people who would be sharing this secret, this open secret that the pandemic is a fraud. Government scientists and doctors. Many of them understand that this is a total fraud from a scientific point of view. They know that the PCR test is a complete fraud. It's worthless. It's valueless. It doesn't really identify a virus at all, any virus. And yet it is used to churn out false positive results like a fire hose, jack up the fake case numbers that lead to the lockdowns. They understand all of this and more, and yet they say nothing either. They remain silent, just like the politicians do. So that widens the realm of this shared secret that the pandemic is a fraud. Well, let's take it one step further. What about all of the labs in the world, of which there are many, that are actually doing the PCR tests? They're running all of these tests. As I've documented on the show and in numerous articles at my site, the test is done in what's called cycles, amplifying the size of the tiny portion of the test sample taken from the patient. It's well known, in fact, Fauci readily asserted this, that if you do the test at more or at up to 35 cycles or above, it's meaningless, it means nothing whatsoever, and yet public health agencies like the CDC and the FDA recommend doing it at up to 40 cycles. And that's the way labs are doing it, which turns out false positives all the time, jacks up the case numbers, leads to the lockdowns. Well, the PCR techs in these labs all over the world understand exactly what they're doing every day in the lab. They're complicit in the crime of centuries. They know. They're the technical people who understand everything about the test. So they know that the pandemic is a fraud too. And they're not saying anything about it. Has any PR tech currently working in a lab stepping forward and saying, I'm blowing the whistle on the whole fraud, and I'm urging my fellow PCR techs in these labs to do the same? No. More conspiracy of silence. The PR techs, the government scientists and doctors, some of the politicians, many of the politicians who know that the whole thing is a total fraud. This sheds a whole different light on what's going on here. It's not just, a few guys in a little room somewhere. This is widely held knowledge kept from the public by a vast conspiracy of silence based on fear, based on bribes, blackmail, threats. Stay tuned. Okay, John Rappaport here for the last segment here in this hour. As I was talking before the break, it's an open secret that the pandemic is a fraud, and it's shared in a conspiracy of silence based on fear, based on intimidation by many people, politicians, government scientists and doctors, people who work in labs and are doing the fake fraudulent PCR test, the techs in these labs. You can fill out your own list of people who understand that this whole thing is a fraud. So when you look at this amazing thing, this landscape of a conspiracy of silence, what does it remind you of? What it reminds you of, or should, is the massive bureaucracies of Nazi Germany, USSR, China, North Korea, where people are receiving orders, passing along those orders. They're not thinking, they're just looking at this. Okay, here's what I'm getting. This is what I'm transferring. This is what they want me to do now, so I do it. This is what I have to tell these people to do. This is what I'm supposed to do. The faceless bureaucracies that are massive, that are maintaining and sustaining and administering the fake and fraudulent pandemic, the lockdowns, the restrictions, the vaccinations, the whole 9 yards. Don't you think there are people in the military who get these shots all the time, where they have a huge number of unreported adverse reactions, I'm sure, that are now supposed to be administering the COVID vaccinations, who know how dangerous this is and are saying nothing? That's another group of people you can add to the list of those who understand that this whole thing is a fraud. In these situations, you have the faceless bureaucracies of obedience and interconnection that are absolutely necessary to maintaining the structure of tyranny against which we are resisting. That's the picture. That's the picture that you need to understand and see. And there will be defections. There are people who have already opted out of that bureaucracy. There are people who have quietly opted out and retired and left and resigned. And occasionally one is speaking up. There will be more as the severity of these lockdowns, which is the real aim here, the destruction of phase 1 of the New World Order, proceeds. So understand all of this. So in the few minutes remaining, I want to give you some deep background on this. I.G. Farben. I.G. Farben was, at the outbreak of World War II, a German cartel, chemical cartel, pharmaceutical cartel. It was instrumental in putting Hitler over the top in 1933. They green-lighted the rise of Hitler. So in the phase 1, there are people who have already opted out of that bureaucracy. There are people who have quietly opted out and retired and left and resigned. And occasionally one is speaking up. There will be more as the severity of these lockdowns, which is the real aim here, the destruction of phase 1 of the New World Order, proceeds. So understand all of this. So in the few minutes remaining, I want to give you some deep background on this. I.G. Farben. I.G. Farben was, at the outbreak of World War II, a German cartel, chemical cartel, pharmaceutical cartel. It was instrumental in putting Hitler over the top in 1933. They green-lighted the rise of Hitler. To give you a sense of how huge this cartel was at the outbreak of World War II, not only did it have a significant alliance with Standard Oil, Rockefeller, but in the early phases of World War II, a government employee named Josiah Dubois was sent on a mission to Guatemala to look into the influence of I.G. Farben. Dubois later wrote a book, which you can look for, called The Devil's Chemists, about I.G. Farben. He came back from Guatemala and he said, as far as I can see, Guatemala is a wholly owned subsidiary of I.G. Farben. So, after World War II and the defeat of Germany A plan B was organized. It had many dimensions, including the European Common Market, the eventual rise of the European Commission and the European Union, war by other means. But one of the things that happened in Germany was that at the Nuremberg trials, the division that was headed up by Telford Taylor, who was chief prosecutor against German corporate leaders, failed to produce the degree and level of conviction that they were looking for, because they were trying to show that these enablers of the Nazi regime were just as guilty as the SS or anybody else in Germany. But the sentences handed out were generally fairly light. For example, Fritz Termier, who had been the very high-ranking science executive on the board of IG Farben, was tried for mass murder and slavery, found guilty, and received a 7-year sentence, which was partially commuted, and he eventually became a major pharmaceutical executive in Germany post-World War II. The theme under cover, so to speak, in post-World War Europe and in other countries was rebuilding the pharmaceutical empire to become war on the people by other means, by chemical, by vaccine, by drug. I have often cited the most mainstream study, I would say, that's ever been done on the devastation caused by pharmaceuticals in the United States. July 26, 2000, Journal of the American Medical Association, Dr. Barbara Starfield, who at the time was a revered public health expert at the Johns Hopkins School of Public Health. She found that every year in the U.S., the medical system kills 100,000, 106,000 people from the correct administration of FDA-approved pharmaceutical drugs. I interviewed her about a year before her death in 2009, and she told me that was a conservative estimate, and that other studies and analyses done since her 2000 study have shown higher figures. Yes, some much higher figures. But even that, 106,000 people killed by correct administration of FDA-approved pharmaceutical drugs in the U.S., only in the U.S., that comes out to 1 million killings per decade from pharmaceutical drugs, not including vaccines. Now, the FDA knows this. They approved the drugs in the first place as safe and effective. The medical journals know this. They published the studies that claim that the drugs were safe, effective, and brilliant, the drugs that later killed all these people. The editors of the medical journals know this. The FDA knows this. The CDC knows this. All kinds of people know this, and yet nothing is ever done. I asked Starfield, had she ever been contacted by the government to consult them on trying to remedy this genocidal assault by medical drugs on the public? She said, no, absolutely not. I asked her whether she was aware of any overall effort to remedy this horrendous tragedy of killing. She said no. What emerged out of World War II and IG Farben was a new form of killing, a new killing machine, war by other means. And we've seen it come to fruition slowly, gradually, by the declaration of fake epidemics, one after another, that have never taken hold, but each one has promoted vaccine, 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 toxic drug, toxic drug, toxic drug, until finally this plan caught hold, aided by the Chinese regime. The lockdowns, the lockdowns, the lockdowns, the lockdowns, the treatment with toxic medical drugs like remdesivir, antivirals, the use of ventilators and heavy sedation to kill the elderly and frail. And now the vaccine, which I started out by saying, look, here's the reactions. 3,000 reactions reported so far, only a fraction of the real number. After only 112,000 shots have been given, and the CDC goes dark and doesn't report anymore since December 18th that I can find. This is war against you, against me, against all of us by other means. The Plan B people, as I call them, the killing machine, the pharmaceutical death machine. That's the deep background behind all of this. The takeover, the New World Order. John Rappaport, see you again next time.
Ho, 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 ho! Merry Christmas!
The globalists are fighting as hard as they can to not just shut down InfoWars, but shut down every independent, pro-human, pro-America, pro-God, pro-family organization on the planet. But out of all the organizations valiantly fighting back, InfoWars is the strongest. InfoWars is the most informed and the most focused, and we have the biggest audience of amazing activists of every race, color, and creed. That is you. So as they attack our freedom and attack our very nation and attack our electoral system and attack our election, and as they attack our very genetics with a deadly mRNA sterilizing vaccine that's now confirmed, understand that it's always darkest before the dawn, and now the enemy is out in the open. So give the gift of information, give the gift of truth, give the gift of understanding what's happening this Christmas and holiday season, and reach out to everyone you know with Infowars.com and Band.video. You've been doing a great job so far, and I thank you. But now people are really looking for answers, and you can tell them this is the forbidden information. This is who they banned first and the most, because Jones and his guests and his callers and his researchers and investigative journalists have the enemy's modus operandi. We've got their number. And all we've got to do is expose their whole operation and tell people what's coming next. And when the next thing comes true, your credibility will skyrocket. And then they'll really be listening to you, and you'll be a leader in your area to help lead the resistance. So word of mouth is key. Prayer is key for an awakening, which is happening, but to accelerate it, and financial support. Please do your shopping for Christmas at InfoWarsStore.com. Great supplements, great books, great films, water filtration, air filtration. It goes on and on. Huge sales, free shipping, double Patriot points, 60% off. And if you order by the 18th, you'll get it before Christmas. Get your orders in at InfoWarsStore.com. We're going to persevere and never back down and never give in. And we just pray that America and the whole world pray to God for providence and to support and for success, and to give us the discernment and the will and the focus to lead God, direct us in victory. And we pledge our blood, our names, everything on the sacred altar of God to resist this satanic force, and we ask God for strength. And we salute all those who have supported us and are here today, and we ask for victory in our Lord and Savior's name, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Amen.
Let's do this.
Yeah!
Hey. Hey, yo, Sap, what's good, bro? Hey, yo, the flies in the room, yeah, you know it's me. Hating on him cause he started out here locally. Hopefully, I'll be at the top soon. For now, I'm at my house, on the couch, watching cartoons. You know how much you love it when you get it in abundance. Give a about the budget when you always be the subject of discussion. But it's nothing when you stop and just say cause you walking out in public and you hear him talking rubbish. I just wanna rap somewhere, get my kids the way it goes when you really just like I do. That used to be me world when I'm on my Donald Trump. Look at all this money, ain't that some? Take over the world when I'm on my Donald Trump. Look at all this money, ain't that some? We gon' take over the world while these haters getting mad. That's That's why all my that they see this crazy life I have in A&R. We gon' win. You can take the lose or draw. What I'm in. Got these who used to play me in they bras. We gon' take over the world while these haters getting mad. Take over the world while these haters get mad. That's why all my that they see this crazy life I have.
InfoWars is here to stop the steal.
They know me, but they never met the kids. They'll come with excellence and money, make benevolence irrelevance for the who never been intelligent. I kill my break the bottle for the hell of it.
I want to salute you all here who are in defiance to
Now she better bring a pen. Yeah, the party never ends.
Give it up for Alex Jones, everybody! Howard, and right here today, in front of the Supreme Court, I declare that Donald J. Trump won re-election in 2020!
The world while these haters getting mad. That's why all my that they see this crazy life I have in A&R. We gon' win. You can take the lose or draw. What I'm in. Got these who used to play me in they
Rob, look at that incredible
squad while these haters getting mad. Take over the world, watch these haters get mad. That's why all my that they see this crazy life I have. Hop into the car and then we take them to the pad. It's a bad.
InfoWars has proven itself vital to the future of the Republic and vital to the future of human liberty and freedom. And I'm very honored to be in this position. I'm very thankful to you for keeping us in the fight. But I just want to ask listeners to, again, recommit, count the cost, and realize that if you do your Christmas shopping at InfoWarsStore.com and take advantage of the big sales we've got going, that funds an organization that the globalists absolutely hate. We are like nails on a chalkboard to them. We are over the target. We do not back down. We are unfiltered. We are historically accurate. We have incredible guests. We are the blood of freedom. You are the blood of freedom. We are symbiotic. And it's just like a family line. Just like you go back to your earliest ancestors tens of thousands of years ago into the future. We are one family. We are one body together. You cannot let InfoWars die. And it's under such attack. But because of you, we've persevered. And now we've gone from 50-50 people hating us and loving us to like 90%. We've hit the zeitgeist, and I know it's an incredible responsibility. You look at videos of me 2 years ago, I look 10 years younger. People say, you know, Jones, you sell your supplements, you look like hell. I have chosen to take on everything and everything to hurt me because it gives me greater discernment. And I don't, it's psychological, it's spiritual, but I can ignore things and I can cut off pain, but I have chosen the way of pain. And I have chosen to take all this on. So my beard's gone gray the last year. It's why I'm killing myself. But it's a good mission. And if it wasn't for the supplements and the rest of it, I couldn't do what I do. But I'm working 18 hours a day. I sleep. I have dreams about fighting the New World Order. If there was ever anybody in modern history totally committed to fighting the operations of the New World Order, it's InfoWars. So thank you for your support. We've got big sales at InfoWarsStore.com. We've got the Christmas specials going right now. 50% across the board. Double Patriot points. We brought those back just for Christmas and free shipping. But we've got to sell a lot of profit to fund ourselves. We sell a lot more product at a sale that big, but there's a lot less funding in each order. So we need to get a lot more ordered to be able to fund ourselves. So InfoWarsStore.com. Get your X2 Essential. Get your X3, your Vitamin Mineral Fusion. Get your Turbo Force, Brain Force Plus, back in stock. We've got Prostagard. We've got Alpha Power, sold out for almost a year because of the shutdown. Back in stock. It's all available discounted with free shipping at InfoWarsStore.com. We've got Alpha Power, sold out for almost a year because of the shutdown. Back in stock. It's all available discounted with free shipping at InfoWarsStore.com.
We will include the links to his entire pretty massive statement, Scientific Integrity in the COVID-19 Response, statement of Rick Bright, PhD. Meanwhile, this is pretty much the battle of who has less integrity. Colleagues paint mixed picture of
Welcome back to New World Next Week. I'm James Corbett at CorbettReport.com.
And I'm James Evan Pilato from MediaMonarchy.com. I don't know what stomach there would be for stories about societies falling apart. We've got that story, plus scenes from an informant restaurant. But first, ousted whistleblower warns of darkest winter in modern history. That's pretty tough words. Ousted vaccine chief Bright to warn window of opportunity is closing for virus response. Now, we are actually, this is behind the scenes, taping this on the 13th here in the States. But the way media works, when there's these big events and testifying and all that stuff, they release their pressed written statements way ahead of time so that the news can get their hands on them. So there's PDFs of what this guy is going to testify, and he will have already testified by the time you're watching this. Again, you get your news before it's news from New World Next Week. A top vaccine doctor who was ousted from his position in April testifies that the Trump administration was unprepared for the coronavirus and that the U.S. could face the darkest winter in modern history if it doesn't develop a national coordinated response. Rick Bright, the former head of the Biomedical Advanced Research and Development Authority, BARDA, tells Congress that leadership at the Department of Health and Human Services ignored his warnings in January, February, and March about a potential shortage of medical supplies. He will testify that HHS missed early warning signals, like bin Laden determined to strike in U.S. Bright's
Hey everyone, woo! Glory be to God. I am so fired up. Are you fired up?
I'm fired up.
Oh my gosh, we got a special guest with us today, and he is going to rock your world. The information that he has, oh my gosh, you know, we're just learning about him. And I tell you, when I heard
me, you know, having grown up the way I did, and then having to go into the Navy or some military service. My lottery number was 28 out of the top 128 were going straight into the Tet Offensive. And I knew, because, you know, the growing up surroundings I had, my dad had clearance, and I knew the Vietnam War, that all of the battle plans, the troop movements were being given to the Chinese and the North Vietnamese before they actually occurred. So, I mean, I don't mind serving, and I'm proud to serve my country, but I don't need to be cannon fodder and wait for a bunch of rich people to make more rich and riches and wealth to control and kill more people. So I volunteered to go in the submarine force because I wanted to still serve my country, but at the same time, I would like to stay alive. And, you know, I was a young man and not very wise at the time in many ways, but I did, when I went into boot camp, I did want to become a Navy SEAL, but because my eyesight at that time, you had to have perfect eyesight with no surgery, nothing. You had to be born that way. Well, I didn't. So my first submarine that I got sent to turned out to be having SEALs and special forces on it, and we did operations like that. So I was watching all their training and things they did, and I just so wanted to learn and be, a martial artist and like have all those abilities and things. They became my heroes. So when I got transferred to my second submarine, which was an anti-ballistic submarine stationed out of Hawaii, the first thing I did was I tried to find a SEAL type individual that was teaching martial arts on the island of Oahu from somewhere near the Pearl Harbor area, hopefully. And I found a person that exact description who was actually a SEAL team commander who had done 12 drops behind the lines in Vietnam. So I'm like, wow, this is my dream. So I was very honored to serve with him for many years. And that really opened my eyes. The stuff we would talk about after training was like, oh my goodness. And still, I didn't think that's red pill stuff, about all the kinds of weird things going on in the war and all over the world and the stuff he's doing. And then finally, as I was getting close to retirement, by that time I had trained under even more advanced martial artists. Incredible fighters, hand-to-hand combat type stuff, ferocious. And I was retiring in Hawaii, and one of my students had come back from Japan with a ninja sword. And the day before, a man attacked me in Kapiolana Park, and in a flying scissor kick, when we hit the ground, he dislocated both my knees. And so I'd reset them, but they weren't completely healed. So the next day, when my student brought the ninja sword, and we were up on Tantalus and training in the bamboo forest up there, and I was doing what's called a double pass, where you shift from a deep Zenkusu dashi stance on one side, you have to shift the other, cut your leg off. Well, when I started to shift, my knee started coming apart, so I stopped, but the sword went into the top of my knee and cut my knee open. And so I just had my student take the hilt, the double lashing on the hilt, and I just tied it shut and then went home and washed it out. And then that was the final day of the Olympics in that time frame. And so I wanted to look and decode all of the Olympic stuff. I'd learned to recognize patterns. The military, Navy had taught me to recognize patterns in information and see patterns in code or information coming in so you can decode what the meaning of it is. And so, it was a year before this time that I had had my red pill experience, an epiphany in which suddenly it dawned on me and it literally stopped me in my tracks like a bucket of ice water on my head. That there are these rich, wealthy families that own and rule everything. I was like, no. So I spent, at that time, I was trying to prove it couldn't be true. I was just like, this cannot be right. It cannot be this bad. And so I was going to the Supreme Court law library every time I get off work every Friday, and I would study nonstop, because we do that in submarines. When you qualify submarines, you study like a maniac. So I would study from Friday afternoon until Sunday when they closed. The guy had locked me in the big, where all the high level stuff is, because I had a clearance and I could just go through and read as much. So I'd study till Sunday at 9 o'clock at night and then go home. So I'd be all day Friday, all night Friday, all day Saturday, all night Saturday until Sunday at 9 p.m. And so I was studying like a mad child, and I just wound up proving it to myself absolute. And so then I took top 5 students and told them to prove me wrong. No, there's worse than that. That's not what I asked you to do. So the hole just kept getting bigger and bigger. So when I was up there and I cut my knee open, and I came home, and I didn't want to go to the hospital. I just bandaged up, did some butterfly bandaging on it and things like that to hold it shut. But I was watching the end of the Olympics. That was just after the Soviet Union fell, and I was decoding all the things, and they're asking the Russian weightlifter how it was to compete without a country anymore. And he was saying nothing has changed. It was exactly, again, back, nothing's changed, except they changed the name of the country, right? And it's backing up all this decode stuff. But in the meantime, I'm getting worse and worse, my legs pounding. And so at one point, I found that if I kept it hot and I wrapped a big blanket, it hurt less. And my fiance at that time, Meaningwell, came over, asked about it, went back to the laundry and got a big load of just hot clothes out of the dryer. And from a standing up position, dropped it on my leg, and it tore the bandages. And I started going into shock. So I jumped up and hopped into the bathroom on one leg and threw up and tried to stop the bleeding. And just finally came out. I go, I guess I'm gonna have to go to Tripler. So I told my student that was there to, I was going to tell him. I hopped out on one leg, and all of a sudden, the stars and everything, I mean, I just started getting dizzy. And then the next thing I knew, I was outside the Milky Way. I went down on the Milky Way. So during all that time of 30 minutes in which my fiance said I just went stiff, fell over backwards, bounced my head off the ground like a tree 3 times, and my breathing stopped and my pupils completely dilated. She did CPR. My student ran for his truck, which was several miles away. So she was actually counting the breaths. So she noticed the time exactly that I didn't breathe. I didn't have a pulse for 30 minutes. Well, during that time, I had a very long conversation with our God, creator of all things. And so, he allowed me, I asked if I could come back to help end the cabal and end all of this, because he told me what was going down here, what would be going down here, what was going to happen. And I asked if I could come back to help. So he did allow me to come back to be in service, to help all of the humanity to get out from underneath their yoke of imprisonment and enslavement. Wow. And of course, I learned a incredible, I mean, from the source, literally, amount of information about what's going on here. And so when I came back, then it took me almost 30 years, this was 1992, to put it all together, because the massive amount of information, that's God. I mean, I can't go, God told me. Even now when I do decodes, I go, God told me, they go, sure, right, yeah, what fantasy world are you in? So I try to get the information. It took me over 30 years to assemble many researching many things, and it was just literally watching the hand of God. Get to talk to Dr. John Coleman personally, many high-level people, spies, hacking into NASA, all kinds of stuff. It was beautiful. And so
I bet. Oh my gosh.
And so I was, and this is before the internet. So I was trying to wake people up. And back then, I would talk to 1,000 people, and I would hit maybe one person that knew hardly anything. And they're all looking at me like, you've gone totally out of your mind. You're insane. And some people said, the only reason I didn't call them to put you in a straitjacket is you don't seem to be, dangerous to me or yourself, but you're just totally out of your mind. And then, as I went towards retirement, and during that time, I was first trying to wake people up. My commanding officer actually had told me to keep my mouth shut. And he was not going to come to my retirement. I had to have my friend set up the Arizona Memorial where I wanted my retirement and get out all the chairs and everything. And I had from my contacts, a photographer I knew at the big newspaper there in Honolulu. And so then the commanding, when he found that out, he showed up. I'm already up on stage. My fiance's getting ready to hand me my retirement paper. The photographer's up there, and up comes the command limo. He gets out and he's choker whites. I'm like, oh yeah, we don't want that on the old record, do we? So that was kind of, showing me that that shows you that what you're saying is true. And so that just kept going on, and I couldn't wake anybody except my top martial arts students until about 2 years ago. And God told me, no more 5 or 6 people at a time. You have to take the truth that I gave you to the world. Amen. I'm like, I've been trying to do that for almost 30 years because, you need to get a person that has a YouTube channel. So he gave me 5 people to pick from, and then arranged for me to meet the one I picked, which was Rick from Blessed to Teach, who, because he's so Christian and absolutely devout and very, very kind and honest. I went and gave a couple small decodes to him. Then finally, God said, do the dumb decode. So I did that, which took me about 250 hours, mostly what I do. I do get some steerage from God. And the first decode, that first dumb decode, was just about 250 hours of research in which just going online and going to libraries like I used to do. I'm still kind of old school, and just dropping material into a Word perfect document, again, showing you how old school I am, and then organizing it. And, so it's just researching through the internet, everything you could find. And I tried to put the links to give the people that I got the information from credit. And then I did the decode. And from that decode, I had people email me, ask, how did we get a hold through Rick? And so I gave my email, a Gmail out that I had set up. And I had a couple people that contacted me and said, I'm special forces guy. I'm just leaving the dome at this and this and this coordinate. The one you mentioned, you didn't have coordinates, here's the coordinates. And would share, private information. So I can't, of course, give those. And he would sometimes they give me information, say, here's information you can't go into until this date and time, or you compromise ongoing ops. And I can't. So those sources, of course, to keep them safe, I can't be saying who they are, obviously, but I did get invite site sources. And so, but still 95% of everything I do is just recognizing patterns and doing lots and lots of research and assembling information. And, because I'm so old school, I mean, I've had people try to show me how to reverse image. I can't figure it out. So I know I've missed a few people in the now like 150 interviews and decodes and things like, not just DOMs, but the meaning of Kofefe, for example, it was on, and that was a really powerful one, I think, that I did, that's talking all about the different meanings of Kofefe, and that went pretty viral on Spiritually Raw and also on Blessed to Teach. And so if I've missed anybody, and I try to observe copyright, if I see a little C down at the bottom, I try to contact the people and ask them if I can use their information. And a lot of the websites you can find like that map, or the one that's kind of black with green dots. You can find that on 5, 10, 15 websites, because first I did have it reverse image checked by a person now that knows how to do that. That's Rick's editor. And it was on the internet back in 2008. So I try to give credit where credit's due, but it's hard because things are all over the internet everywhere. If you look, you just got to know how to look. And so most people don't look. And I just dig and dig and dig. And that's primarily what I do. And then I have the advantage of God goes, type this in. So it was like the big eye opener was in 2014. I was working on my back deck sanding wood. And God says, take the leaf blower, get what sawdust you can off, and go upstairs and turn the computer on. I go, okay. And then he says, type this in. And 4chan came up. I don't even know how I did that. He did it for me every day for weeks. And it was the first rendition of Quebec Artichoke, number 1+6, with a 1 in front of it. And it was all these posts, just questions after questions. There weren't like posts before it, just endless questions that would continue every few hours or day or two. And I knew from all my research that whoever is doing this has above eyes only. I mean, you're talking way up there, sector, way up clearance. I was like, whoa. And then it went away, and then it came back, but now with posts in 2017. And so that was just after that, the year later, I met Blessed to Teach. So continued and got more and more information, and continuing doing the decodes and all of that. So, it's hard to say exactly all the places I get information from anymore. And if I've ever missed anybody, that I want to say thank you. Like, I feel like Isaac Newton and many, many very amazing inventors and intelligent people, that we stand on the shoulders of giants. And so, our job is to spread the information and knowledge for the world and the human race to wake up to and pull the curtain away from the guy behind the curtain that's pulling our strings and using us like sheep and slaves. And so for me, get the information out and the credit as often as you can, as much as you can. The giants of people, the digital warriors all over the world are exposing this. And now, it's amazing, because when I did that first dumb decode 2 years ago, nobody hardly even, like when I talked to Rick, he goes, what's a dumb? Like a person that doesn't speak or doesn't know, or I go deep, and he's like, I've never heard of that. And people later attacked the decode and said that's ridiculous. How can there be hundreds of bases under the U.S.? Where's the manpower? Where's the money? And then now it's literally like in the vernacular. People, oh yeah, we know that all along. So it's always that way.
Yeah, that was very, very interesting. And a lot of people, like when we started to see in California, the fires in certain areas, and some say that it was basically clearing out some of those bases. Is that true? Tell us the truth in that matter.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, the ones out of Porter Ranch where you could see fires coming out from manhole covers and storm drains. And I did put links on that on one of the dumb decodes they did, in which China Lake, if you remember, had that huge earthquake and the base was shut down because there was a massive spark gap grid where they kept a vast number of children for the Mark Ultra program, where they create these marionettes, they call them. And so the Alliance took that out. And when they go into these tunnels and domes, often they have created, starting in the 50s, they took it Kuru to Fort Detrick, where they created AIDS at Fort Detrick in Maryland. You can look up Congressional Budget Section 5 of 1970 and see the funding documents for that, and showing how you can do your own research and look up that funding for AIDS to create a virus that specifically targets the human immune system, either using T4 or S18. So they did that with Kuru. They took it from Papua New Guinea, and they wanted to weaponize it so it was transmissible, to be a kill switch, because they wanted to, at first, these globalists wanted to wipe out every human on Earth, go in the dumps, wipe out the Earth, nuke it, or biological warfare, and then come back 100 years later, and they had seed banks like Bill Gates has up in Alaska, out in Norway, et cetera, and re-terraform the Earth, and it would be all theirs, because they had storehouses of people that they need the blood and things from. But then, because the global change in the climate, the Waddell Shelf started to collapse, and so their stores were broken up. So then they, put in the Georgia Guidestones and said, okay, 500 million, we'll keep 500 million. So then they, we're going to use either nuclear war, and that was the job of Hillary, or if she didn't get in, they would go towards a weaponized type of thing like Kuru. And that was you saw one of those kill switches being removed from the Guatemala Cultural Center in LA, which the black, the Special Forces helicopters came in the night. You see them carrying a body bag out. That was owned by China, and they were going to demolish that very quickly, very shortly, right? A little bit, 2 weeks, I think it was 2 weeks after they did that up, it was scheduled for demolition. So had they done that, they had a dead body. If they had done that, that body had the weaponized crew, which they call Ouroboros. So it's contagious. Well, if you're in a dump and you're up against somebody who has this weaponized Ouroboros contagious Kuru, the only way to stop it is to burn it out. You have to use flamethrowers and burn it out. Wow. And that's why you see the fires coming out of the storm grates and all that and getting out, because there is no other alternative. When they went into that was heading down to take out China Lake, which they did, and rescued all the children there.
Wow. So remember when there was the Comfort, on, I believe the Comfort was on the East Coast, and then the Mercy was on the West Coast, if I remember that correctly. Were they actually ships for the children that they were rescuing? Because some people say yes and some people say no.
Yeah, and I did a dumb decode on that, and there was a picture where you could see a man in a hard hat and like orange. Again, it's actually part of an anti-sea outfit. And behind him, you could see a piece of plywood pulled aside on the grass in Central Park in New York, and you could see a hole. And that's why they had the tents up. And there's another picture I showed in there, and these were all on the internet at the time, where you could see a guy bringing in Pampers box.
Right.
On the ship, you could see incubators. Why would you need incubators for somebody having COVID? I mean, babies. All the statistics have shown that babies don't get it. because their melatonin and various other things in the immune system, it targets mostly as your immune system drops and you get older. And then they also showed storage loads in which had gummy bears and and then in another area in a big, huge warehouse, you could see all these little isolation rooms, kind of tent-like, and you could see little like kids' backpacks and little humidifiers that were like penguins. I'm like, looks hopefully suspiciously like this is about children to me.
Right. Wow.
And they had a lot of activity. If you follow like Monkey Works, there's a lot of activity at those times when you see those things going on.
That's so true. So true. It's just when you first came on and we were talking about how, you find out all these things in regards to the adrenochrome. And I know for us, it was quite shocking. And so many people are looking at what's out there right now and not believing what they're seeing or hearing because they've been so accustomed to believing the government. And they haven't been taught about it in church. Of course not. The truth about what's really going on, and everything has been hidden, but praise God, God is exposing it all. And so I kind of wanted to segue a little bit from that and bring up the subject because we get so many questions about this and I don't know how to explain it. And that is the difference between NESARA and GESARA. Is NESARA basically a national thing like for the US and then GESARA a global thing?
Yes, correct. Since you mentioned adrenochrome, I wanted to mention a item that was sent to me by a wonderful person. It's about adrenochrome, and it's essentially all the information on a certain corporation. It's CYM period, or the CYM Caring Group. Their motto is caring is youth, youth is money, money is freedom. And it shows all of the people at all of the locations and all of the children and their ages and what their blood type and everything about them and how much they can draw from them every day and then how long they can use them and all the techniques they need to use to keep them alive and when they have calculated that the asset, as they call it, will be disposed of because it will no longer be useful.
Wow. So do you think that these ancestry.coms and all this ancestry stuff is utilized for the elitists and their plans?
Yeah, I believe a big part of that is to target individuals for what aforementioned, as well as for other programs like the Phoenix and all of these end times soldiers, super soldiers, etc.
Yeah, kind of reminds me of oh my goodness, like Hitler and his Aryan, tribe. They selected, the fittest, the smartest, and so forth.
Yes. And they also did a program which they call, if you watch the movie and read the book, The Boys in Brazil, that they created clones of Hitler and dispersed them all over the world.
Wow. Very interesting. I'm glad that you gave that information out, and we'll have that link below so that people can do their own research. I mean, it's very important that people do due diligence on what we're saying here. So in regards to NESARA, GESARA, some believe too that President Trump actually signed an executive order the day prior to November 3rd that activated NESARA. What is your thoughts about that?
There's been a series. One of them rolled the Federal Reserve of executive orders by Trump, rolled the Federal Reserve into the U.S. Treasury. And then another one required, and there's also laws passed as well, that required the Federal Reserve starting in October of 2000, I think it was 2000 this year, 20 or two. Yeah, I think it's up 2020 at $1 trillion a night on the just readies to be buying back insolvent loans that they had made using gold to buy U.S. Treasury notes, which then does two things. It shifts the gold from their holdings into the U.S. Treasury. And then when they go insolvent because they've ran out of that gold, just like they did with the U.S., then they're gone. They declare bankruptcy in the case of the U.S., and they became the debt holders for the U.S. and incorporated the U.S. United States of America, not the original Constitution of the United States for these, for instead of. So there's a big, huge difference in these United States, not the United. That's an incorporation act, again, legal governmental things. But Trump has signed executive orders doing that. Additionally, and NESARA has actually been activated. The massive amount of gold coming back, plus the gold they have now, the alliance has gotten control of the Vatican. And it turns out there's a dam that goes from the Vatican to Jerusalem.
Oh, wow.
And the first 150 miles is gold on massive, just more gold than was previously thought to exist in the world's supply. So that, and then after that is a meticulous ledger of exactly who, many generations, following lineages, countries, even some that don't exist anymore for thousands of years, going back, of exactly who they stole and tricked the money out of, because they're very prideful and arrogant, and they love to think of us as stupid and gloat over it. So they took down to every grain of silver and gold exactly what they stole. And so so this is going to make NESARA and GESARA very easy to reappropriate all the monies of the world to the countries, cities, towns, people, etc. And so the GESARA, of course, is the world per country. And then the NESARA is for the national. And that's the golden coins, the gold coins and all that will be, or in silver, as once they readjust everything. They have now the gold to put coin. So currently the plan as it stands now is actually within a country, you have gold and silver coin like we used to, like the Golden Eagle. And we'll have the same thing again. And you'll have the amount of gold, for example, for a Golden Eagle dollar piece, that is $1 in gold, which makes it pretty ridiculous if you're going to counterfeit, because you have to get $1 in gold and counterfeit it to have $1 in gold. So you put your time on this, right? Not going to happen. Sure. And so that is, and then for traveling, people that travel, you would have U.S. Treasury gold and silver certificates like we used to, so that then the countries that accrue those certificates can get the gold transfers through the governmental structures. And so that currently the way it's going to be in the U.S. is gold and silver coin, but a rainbow currency that's backed in gold, silver, and platinum. And that's the plan for most countries. There'll be gold, silver, platinum backed, but gold and silver coin within each country. Another part of NESARA and GESARA, and this has already been done in Russia. Putin stepped down 120 days. They hold completely new elections. And then the military monitors the elections so that each party, unlike the last situation here in this country, has a person watch the count. And it's done with machines that can only count and only allowed one time to count. And it can't write onto it. It can only read, and it can't be like the ones, the Dominion ones can be hacked by an iPhone. It's not very hard to hack. And so once the head of state steps down, in the interim, currently the plan in the US is that a general will be in interim charge of the country, to run the country until the voting is done. At that point, just like in Russia, the entire rest of the cabinet or parliament, in this case, the House, the Senate, and the houses of the Senate and the Congress will step down, and you'll have to have all new votes monitored again. So when you go into vote, you have to show your ID. They verify your a living real person that's a citizen of the United States of America and a registered voter, and that you haven't already voted, and then you vote, and then you leave, and the votes are counted as I previously stated. Then once that's done, that's the first part of Nasara. Then
Will
comes
that be
this.
done here, Gene? Are they
Yes.
thinking about implementing that here?
Yes.
And done based
Currently, that I'm being told
Uh-huh.
on the timeline that we're on, and timelines is a whole nother big, huge, bizarre thing to go into. It's complicated.
Sure.
But on God's timeline, on the main manifold, that's time manifolds have 8 timelines on them, or parallels. And on this manifold, we're on God's time manifold, in which we're on timelines of God, and he is in control here. And so on the primary manifold that we're on, and on the primary timeline for the primary manifold, because God always does, and when you're in sacred, the way God works, and when you're following sacred things, not cabal, of course, they do 6s and things like that. You have the 1, and then you have 7. Of course, 7 days of creation. So 1, the one God of all creation. So that's why you have 8 lines on a manifold. And that's throughout all of creation. So on this manifold, currently on the timeline, and this manifold's timelines, on February 14th, they will do the revote, and he will step down. And then 120 days later, we'll have, like I previously described. Once that's all done, then comes the next part, in which they start slow disclosure of the programs, the space programs. So that's why he created Space Force, and they'll bring out Solar Warden, which is composed of Radiant Glory and Radiant something. Mine just went blank. I had it and I lost it. Sorry. So, one part does from the sun to the asteroid belt. The other one does from the asteroid belt to the Oort cloud. I can't get it. But anyway, they'll bring out these programs, and then they'll bring out patents. And those patents have actually been released. For example, under Salvatore Pais, is the patent for the TR3B and all the items of the TR3B, which is anti-gravity, as well as the 0.0 module that runs 0 point module that is the power supply to run, because the TR3B, in forming an anti-gravity situation and a warp field, takes massive power. So that device, which is the size of a shoebox, develops 1 trillion watts. So those patents will be, and that is a free operational patent. A free operational patent means that if you develop that, there are no gratuities required to the patent holder. It's free. And operational means the blueprints you're seeing in that patent and all of the discussion is for a device that's already in operation. And so those are already out there, and there are companies already developing the plasma double Merkabit field rotational system for that free energy device, as well as the anti-gravity systems. And so that will be the beginning of disclosures through the Space Force. And it'll be a slow drip, drip, drip until the elections and everything are completely done. And Nasara is completely in, monetarily speaking, and all of the coin and everything else. At that point, they're going to open the fire hose. And it won't be drip, drip, drip. It'll be full blast, how we've been trading all this humans off world, et cetera, how Trump has stopped all that, and all the things with Solar Wardens now under our control, and everything going on will be disclosed completely. And then by that time, we're looking at just our worldwide already for servers in other countries, like the operations on the server in Frankfurt, Germany, where the former head of the CIA was grabbed and injured, and 5 people got killed. One was a military special forces, and then 4 of the CIA assets. But they got that server, and then the one in Madrid, Spain. But they've already done an operation in Nice, France, about the elections there, and have that as well. And they're starting other countries as well. So this software and voting machines that were made for Chavez and then Maduro by China, built in Canada, funded by Soros, etc., all of that will be disclosed. And those big disclosures currently on the timeline as it now stands, realize things can change, and I'll explain that next briefly, is that there will be the first big indictment on the Ides of March, because it's symbolizing the fall of the Roman Empire.
Wow.
And so in other words, the Roman Empire never went away. It became the Vatican,
Right.
you know, which is a city, one of the 3 city-states that they've been controlling the world. You have London, the Vatican, and DC. One's the religious control, and the London is the financial control, which also controls the religious control through the Rothschild family, through the loans they did that indebted the Vatican to them. And then is DC, which is the military might, of course. So what they've been doing and manipulating, which now through Blessed to Teach Backstage, the Blessed to Serve legal team has now petitioned the courts of heaven, and that was accepted in the courts of heaven on Friday the 18th, in which the legal Blessed to Serve Ecclesia, Blessed to Serve team petitioned the courts of God for recompense for the appellants, and God has judged for the appellants and against the appellees, which would be the deep state and all their assets, for the voting situation, for the monetary situation, for the human trafficking situation, throughout, for the entire human race, wherever it is, including all, everywhere on earth, under earth, above earth, etc. And so now that that's been done, there's going to be a lot of changes. And additionally, Blessed to Serve Ecclesia legal team is making up a kind of a template for people that want to do petitions to the court of heaven. This was a class action suit for the human race and all of it, wherever it be. And so this is what the cabal has been doing and manipulating us, is they do their satanic movie symbol stuff in the movies and show us, like in, for example, in Back to the Future, they showed the twin nines, and it's a 911 symbols. They showed the clock upside down, it shows 911. You saw it on The Simpsons. They do this, and so then when they do the mission, they said, we disclosed, like you do in a court of law, we disclosed what we're going to do in the court of heaven. Then we did it, and what we're doing is a world controlled by fear and terror that we control. We showed you, we disclosed it. Yes, like subliminally, subtly, symbols. I mean, it's not the way it should be in a court of law. Right. And then when they create the actual op, and like the trade towers come down and everybody votes all over the world with terror and fear, then that energy is used, because we have souls. Only those with souls can create. So our thoughts, feelings, and emotions, they've used for thousands of years to create, control, and manipulate us, because they don't have souls anymore. They sold them off. They gave them to Satan, so they can't create anything. They can twist and bend and flip things inside out and upside down, like they do the Holy Cross of Jesus Christ, and make it their cross and all these things. And so now we've gone to the courts of heaven, and that's also being reversed as well.
Amen. Hallelujah. That's exciting.
Yeah. Now, Gene, what about the media? Because that's a huge problem. How do they deal with the media to get the truth out?
Yeah, well, is that part of Nasara as well?
Well, that's part of the big indictments.
Okay.
So the big indictments, first big ones, will start in the Ides of March on the timeline as it stands. There's over 150,000 sealed cases right now. And what that means is a sealed case can be an indictment. It doesn't have to be, but if it is an indictment, it can have up to 99 people on one indictment. So if you said only 1/3, 50,000, multiplied, essentially will go to, say, 40,000, because 99 people will say 100 people, 40,000 indictments.
Mm-hmm.
100 times 40,000, 4 million people, if I'm doing my math right here.
My gosh, yeah, right, exactly. And I heard, that each indictment encompasses like several people and all that. So yeah,
I can do up to 99. That's what I've been told. If I'm correct here, I'm not infallible. I'm not Jesus Christ or God, but
you do hear from him. Hallelujah.
Yeah, but that why they seal it. They hold a special court, which is called an absentia. What that means is the defendant or defendants are not present, so that they can then judge with a preponderance of evidence if it is believed they're guilty. Mm-hmm. Then the indictment is sealed, so that across the country they can do a sting, where they do raids of all. So like during the big mafia, when it was like out in the open, now it's just big mafia hiding behind the the curtain. So same people just went and hid a little better. But what they would do is open an indictment, and it would arrest people. The FBI would, and the marshals and U.S. marshals and all that would arrest people throughout the country, all within an hour to 3 hours. And you can't call each other, burn this and burn that, and break this and get rid of this stuff. And you can get everybody all at once. So that's why they have these. And then you take them to court, and you have the regular court. And in this case, plus the executive orders that Trump signed very early on, that if you are guilty of human trafficking, treason, or sedition, you are an enemy of the state, which means you're a terrorist. And if you're violating those laws, your assets are frozen until you go and get through a military tribunal. If you're found guilty in the military tribunal, your assets are seized by the U.S. completely, and they can do what they please with it. So it would go into the auctions and things like this, where that would go into funding the government and the U.S. Treasury again. And then the personnel that are judged in that way would either go to Gitmo, for if they're high level, or to many other FEMA camps, like in the Book of Esther, where they built the gallows and wound up being used on them. So we're literally in biblical times, And so, if they're very high, they go to Camp Century, which is under the ice in Greenland, which used to have 650 nuclear missiles. But now the Alliance has taken that out, and they are housing the high-level criminals there.
Okay. That was your question, right, babe?
Absolutely.
Well, Gene, in regards to Nasara, is it true that part of Nasara is debt cancellation?
Yes. And again, with those meticulous records, they'll be able to do, see what debt is legal and lawful under the by the Constitution for these United States, for America. That's the original Constitution, not the Constitution shortly after the Revolutionary War, in which they incorporated the United States. And essentially the Rockefellers, who were the cousins of the Rothschilds, took over the country, and we got under British law, or Admiralty law, or a seafaring law. British law is the law. Ish means people of. Brit is a written agreement. It means those who have signed a blood contract with the minions of Satan. So that is Admiralty law. That's the system we've been in, and it changed all of our laws. For example, you go to court, and this is also part of the SAR. The court system will be all the judges and things not adhering to the law of the Constitution, the original one, plus all these media personnel, et cetera, and all of these stars and movies and everything are guilty of human trafficking, using children, doing inappropriate things, doing sedition, treason. Assets will be frozen. They'll go to military tribunals, judge guilty, assets are seized, government does what it wants. They go to a facility to be incarcerated, most likely, in most cases, in that situation, if they give enough evidence, for the rest of their life. If they don't give enough evidence, the crime for those aforementioned, the punishment for those crimes is death.
Right.
Like with McCain, like Trump said, when he was given lethal injection and his daughter slipped, for those people that don't believe it, go look it up, you can still find it, and said that, that was done. He was given a lethal injection, and Trump was there and signed the death certificate and said, may God have mercy on your soul, because we don't. So we're just judging the personnel under the law. God of all, our God, our Lord, is who created everything, as the judge. We're not judging your soul. We're just sending you to the judge who can.
Amen.
That's a good point.
Yeah, that is a good
It's
one.
Interesting that you said preponderance of evidence, because I've heard Sidney Powell say that a lot.
Yes. And the Alliance and Trump and all his lawyers and everything are upholding the law, the original law that was put in place through the original Constitution. And these judges, you go to court, again, it's supposed to be under the in God we trust.
Right.
Supposed to be as per the courts of heaven, in which you were told what you are being, tried for. Then you are told that you also are being tried, that the law is being tried.
That's
That
right.
if that law is not legal under the original Constitution, then the court case is dismissed. But have actually been in what's called an esoteric law system, in other words, a satanic system. They haven't been doing that. That's a violation of the law of the land. It means that when you get a court case, and this is exactly what you do, it's like how they get people deep, dark, and evil, is you start out small. So you do a court case that does a slight off judgment. But it establishes a precedent. It's not the law, it's a precedental system or esoteric.
Right.
So that then allows for that precedent to be walked further and further and further, like Roe versus Wade. It just gets further and further from the law of God until, well, you're just taking children. Like lately, that the last things they're saying in several state governors, that you can take a child, and if the baby, it's already born, if the mom doesn't want it, you can euthanize the child.
Yeah.
I mean, oh my, what a travesty, an abomination, and utter disgrace against the laws of our one true God and the sacredness of a child's life.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And all this too, with Nasara, is the QFS system, is that implemented into the Nasara? Or
Nasara is part of that, yes, and it's part of, they're kind of like both mutually inclusive.
Okay.
And so quantum financial system, a lot of people don't understand what quantum is. It's not just blockchain. Blockchain, if you get 52%, you can control and manipulate it. For the cabal to get 52%, they had 100 worldwide. I mean, for them to get 52, that's not a problem. It's actually built on quantum. That means that when the word of God turns into light, and then there was light, and the light slows down, gets denser, and becomes particles and energy and matter. And when it does that, when and where it does it is unique. So if you're in a printing, like in a mint, and you're printing gold coins, there is a difference in time. Yeah, the location is actually different too, because the earth is moving. And so the location, the time is different. It means every single thing that happens is a quantum event. A quantum computer can record that quantum event. So it knows this coin was created at this moment, at this place. And so it's absolutely unique. Every monetary instrument will be absolutely unique. And when it's created, then it uses the ripple system, and people misunderstand that. The ripple system, the quantum computer that does that, it ripples it out to every server on Earth in 2.5 seconds.
Wow.
So that means you have to hack the Earth, every server on Earth and the entire internet in 2.5 seconds.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Plus then somehow alter the quantum computer storage. And so there are 8 very high density beings monitoring this quantum system to make sure it can't be hijacked. And so that is absolutely unhackable.
Wow. So it took the place of the SWIFT system. So it's actually in play right now then.
Yes.
Wow. Wow. That's amazing.
Let me ask you this, Gene, because this is on a lot of people's minds right now. China's out there flexing their muscles. A lot of people are very concerned about, we even have friends from all over the world, and in Africa, they're like buying up everything over there to, to harvest the land and so forth. Is that going to be taken care of?
Yes, this is all part of the Nasara and Gestapo. And the alliance is already positioning and in place and taking out, a large amount of the domes are coming down, almost all of them in the US, but in other countries, they're already coming down, and they're already getting these assets like the earthquake, as the media says. And the media, this all reminds me of 2 things: Sun Tzu's Art of War, and then the naturopathic instructor I had in Sri Lanka that said TL, TL, TL. They lie, they lie, they lie. So everything we see in the media even in a lot of alternative media, is nothing but a lie. It's, you know, the best you can do if you're watching mainstream is turn the sound off and look at what's going on in the background. You got a lot better chance of getting a clue of the truth.
Right.
You know, because everything coming out of their mouth is garbage. It has nothing even relative to anything that's true. They just they have their 4 a.m. talking point, and you can go across channel after channel, 150 channels, and they are saying exactly verbatim the same thing on the same time on the same day, you know. And so, you know, what's going on is you are watching. If you've ever tried to rescue a person drowning at sea, when they or somebody who's you know, coming down and for the count, they grab at every tiny little thing they can go, you know, they'll drag you down with them if they can. Exactly. And so that the cabal is going down and they're grabbing at everything, but they have lost. They've lost the control of our solar system. They've lost their fleets. They've lost their, you know, the majority. They lost their satellite systems. They've lost all the control of HARP, the big systems. They've CERN shut down. I mean, they don't have any more chance. They've lost control of the financial system now. That's gone. They've lost the Vatican. That's gone. So you are watching the last throws, and they're going to keep throwing punches. And it reminds me of when, you know, in a martial arts fight, when you get somebody to where they're desperate and they just start windmilling like crazy, wide open. I mean, they're just windmilling and they've lost their mind. And so these people have lost their mind, because not only that, but the very top of the false evil darkness is now being taken out too. She's now at the courts of God as well.
Yeah. Wow.
Wow. Okay, let's talk about the vaccinations and COVID-19. What's really going on there? You know, we have people now take vaccines on live TV, and
yeah, and the government, you know, I mean, you had Pelosi and so forth, and then I saw the cap was still on Pelosi's needle and so forth. But we're hearing that through the Rothschild, they had a program called Lockstep, and there was a 5-year study that they were going to implement in regards to vaccines, being COVID-19 the first step. And then they're already talking about COVID-20 or 21. So, I mean, where is this going? I mean, wouldn't you say that Nassara and everything that, you know, the white hats and Trump have been implementing and what's behind the scenes is going to stop all this?
So again, this is where people need to do their due diligence and do their research. First of all, in the weather we currently have, at least where I'm sitting, it's about 16 degrees outside.
Right.
Viruses can't live like that. And it's, you know, 16 degrees, it's essentially almost 0% humidity. They die. Not only that, but the Skyfold Indigo program, the chemtrailing program, has been under the alliance for a while. They chemtrailed the entire continent, North and South America, with HCQ. HCQ kills it. It's gone. It hasn't been here since the early June timeframe. It's gone. The only COVID out running is COVID-17. COVID-17 came from the same clinic in Wuhan that was making artificial synthetic adrenochrome. And there was an alliance asset that a way worse strain of the COVID virus. It's called COVID-17. It's way more lethal, but it's caught through adrenochrome usage, or if you have blood-to-blood relationships in some manner where you get the blood of the other person that has that COVID-17. In other words, when a virus reproduces, it uses your genetics and your cellular nucleus to reproduce the parts of it, and then it assembles and destroys the cell and goes and does that throughout the body, which means every person that gets a virus, they use one of 4 enzymes to reproduce themselves. And so then they get the host genetics in them. So each time a virus moves from one person to the next, it has a roadmap of where it came from. You can look at the genetics in there and say this, if you know the genetics of a person you suspect, you can check and you can trace back to patient 0, where did this virus start? Not only that, but it has what's called genetic drift because of that, which means a virus over, depending on the virus, like AIDS, drifts 4,000% within 10 years. That's why we now have HIV 1, 2, 3, 4, look like 1, 2, 3, etc. Same thing with hepatitis A, B, C, because they're drifting. And the same thing is true with the COVID, but humans are created with an immune system that is by the one true God that is incredible.
Amen.
So we are immune to 19 already. Not only that, it's gone.
Yeah.
Not only that, it can't survive out there. So the 17 is out and running, but it is not transmitted the same. And it's through adrenochrome usage. So it's really easy way to see who is doing what. And that's why that was put out. And then almost all flu viruses are a COVID virus. The majority are. And to stop a COVID virus, a cloth around your face, even an N95, this filtration is literally an entire magnitude off from being able to stop the virus from penetrating into the mask. It's useless. That's why in the military, if we go into a virological situation, you have completely enclosed air where you're rebreathing. And then your eyes and everything are completely sealed. So if it's airborne, it can't get through the pores. Not only that, most viruses are caught through the liquid of the eye, because our mouth has a very strong immune system, but the eyes don't. You're actually catching most viruses through the eyes, the liquids in the eye. So you're completely a sealed environment. The masks are only to reinforce to us we're their slaves. Right. Because we've been enslaved for so many thousands of years. And in the olden times, when people were slaves and they talked when they weren't spoken to, the master put a mask on them.
My God.
And you were not allowed to talk unless he pulled the mask off. So that went into the genetics. That's a genetic memory. And there's been proven tests that memories get into the genetics and are passed from down generations. And so when you get unconsciously aware with that mask on, you're a slave. And so that's another part of what the cabal is doing. There's no virus. It has nothing to do with the lockdown. Both sides are using the lockdown. The Alliance are using the lockdown because we're cleaning out all of their assets. Right. The cabal is using the lockdown to try to collapse the economy and to keep people separated and to get the mass situation and all that aforementioned. So it's a big, again, Sun Tzu's Art of War. You're watching plays and, you're watching a 5D chess game is what you're watching.
Exactly.
Moves and counter moves. And you're watching some of the best chess players that have ever been alive. People with IQs like Donald Trump over 400. Exactly. So in the Alliance. And this plan, the plan to end the cabal started in 1903. This has taken into every move and counter move that could possibly be done by the cabal. It's to end the great plan that was created by the Black nobility to take out the human race and rule and own the world and create their new world order. In other words, the new order of worshiping Lucifer, not the God of all creation. They're false, fictional. They believe God.
Right. Oh, exactly. And that's where I want to segue to, because the New World Order is now called the Global Reset. And a lot of people are confusing the Global Reset, Gene, to the global currency reset. These are two separate things, aren't they?
Yes. And this is what the cabal does, is they do word plays on words, like the change in the Constitution from of and for and thee to the, these to thee. And that is, again, how they trick us. Like if you look at Black's Law Dictionary, again, Black, why is the Black's Law Dictionary the definition of words in our courts? Because it's satanic. It's black magic. And so what, we think if you say you shall do this, you don't have a choice. No, Black's Law Dictionary, that means you can choose to or not. If we say you may do this, we think, okay, I can choose. No, Black's Law Dictionary, that means you must. And so the same thing with this reset. This is their way of playing us again. It's not meaning what Jasara and Nasara are doing at all. And so we very shortly will see this cabal coming to an end in a big way. And so I would advise people for until the 24th to be fasting and meditating and praying on the word of God and the love and compassion of Christ. When you meditate, look at what Christ gave us. See that in your mind. See our one true God of all creation. And so they cannot do their works because there's a conjunction of energies of their, things they do. They worship Saturn for one thing, and Uranus and other planets. So Jupiter and Saturn are in a conjugation, which is a massive electromagnetic and gravitational force. And so they're going to try to use that energy to again create their new world order. And then additionally, we need to continue to do and pray for and petition the courts of heaven to stop this. But it is a done deal. The alliance, the New World Order will not, because God wins every time. They will not succeed.
He does, Jane. He does. So are you saying that perhaps the global currency reset is part of Nasara? And if it is, when can we see some of that start to play out?
Currently, in this country, it will be after the Ides of March when the big indictments roll and people are shown, literally shown the tribunals of who's who and what's what. A lot of these tribunals, they'll be shown them and saying these are tribunals that have occurred, like on the 18th and 19th. It doesn't mean they occurred on the 17th, 18th, and 19th. A lot of these tribunals have already occurred. People are already wearing tracking devices. Their security clearances have, read the prophecy of Amanda Grace that just came out. Security clearances have been pulled. You don't put all the weight on a leg and a cast that you broke.
Right.
And not like grimace in pain.
Exactly.
That hurts like heck. The average person that age would pass out with that kind of pain. That is there just like with McCain and just like with Hillary. There's a tracking device in there. That's why that cast is there, is to hide that. That's why his briefing was stopped. Because when you're in the military, or you're going to be the supreme commander in chief for the military, in other words, in the military, and you're getting a briefing and they think you're guilty of sedition and treason, your military clearance is, and your clearance for that kind of material at that high of a level is yanked until it's clarified if you're guilty or not. So your briefing, if you're in a briefing, you're pulled right out of that briefing, and it's clear until the case is cleared. And that's why that briefing has been stopped. And the vice president under that individual as well, why is she still in there? Why, if she's going to be the vice president, had she not announced she's going to step down? Same reason. She can't.
Wow.
And so we're again watching a movie, and just get your popcorn and buckle down and stay at home as much as you can, because it will possibly get dangerous out there. They will activate as much as they can. That's why Trump brought back the majority of our military and our fleets. We have 3 military task force carrier groups off the West Coast and 2 off the East Coast. We had a massive earthquake. That's what the media is saying. In Canada, on the border of Maine, they activated 50,000 troops, Chinese troops that were in a dump to try to come into our country. We have, like Trump has said, the weapons and things we have, you can't begin to imagine. If they were to launch every missile on Earth simultaneously, ask the UN to do that at us, the Star Wars program that Reagan did get put up, just like the 2 missiles they launched when Trump first got in on Hawaii, they were taken out before they hit reentry. Every missile on Earth would be taken out before it hit reentry. Those 50,000 troops, 1 F-16 with a bunker buster bomb, 30,000 ton yield, and people said 30,000 tons, or 30,000 pounds, excuse me. An F-16 can't carry 30,000 pounds. It's not a 30,000 pound bomb. It's a 30,000 pound yield. So just like the bomb in Hiroshima, 100 kiloton bomb. It's not 100 kilotons in weight. That's the yield. So the F-16 dropped that bunker buster, but had been hit with a missile, but it tried to get back to the ship, but it couldn't. So after a period of time of more and more systems failing, the pilot and the co-pilot had to eject. And so they said that the Chinese got the pilot co-pilot. What Chinese? 50,000 with a bunker buster that went down into the dome with boring device and then exploded. There are no Chinese to get them.
Right.
So they were recovered by U.S. Special Forces and taken back to the ship, and they're fine. And so this is what you've got to watch with the media. TL, TL, TL.
Yeah.
They lie, they lie, they lie. If they, first it's an earthquake. No, it was a pain, but they got, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, right. It's Satan is the father of lies, and their minions have been trained well.
Right. Well, oh my gosh, Pelosi showed that so well last night after Trump's, speech in regards to, mentioning about, vetoing what went on there. I mean, all the money's going to Burisma and the Kennedy Center, that's been closed. And I mean, millions upon millions of dollars. And then she says, oh, well, we've been trying to get the amount of 2,000 from, the Republicans. That's a bunch of crap, because she kept on mentioning only $600 for how long?
Yeah, people should look at that bill, because look at the number of countries that are getting money.
Right.
You're talking hundreds of $1 million. It should, that's not about COVID relief. That's about greasing the palms of all the people who messed in our election. That's what that's about. That's a gratuity, a thank you from her. I mean, she reminds me, there was a picture that very well fit, and a meme of her holding an American flag without the gold ruffle. And the caption was, it looks like a vamp. She was grimacing. And the caption was, over the picture was, it's like a vampire holding up a cross. She was grimacing in pain. I was like, sure does look that way, doesn't it?
Oh, good. Oh man, I'll tell you what. Yeah, she's going down. They're all going down. Hallelujah. Praise the Lord. Woo!
See the hand of, they can keep going, and they're going to see the hand of God upon their head.
Yes.
Literally, because even in the meeting in Beijing, much earlier this year, in which the CCP met, in the middle of the day, the sun went away from the sky.
Yeah.
There was no sun, and it went pitch dark, and then a storm came up, and lightning started hitting. And then also hail the size of tennis balls fell later on. They've had their entire crop wiped out with hail, super typhoons, locusts. I mean, if this doesn't sound biblical, what does?
Exactly. This whole thing is biblical. I mean, it is just, it is right in our face. And people are awakening. Praise the Lord, Gene. And, there's also been talk too about the 10 days of darkness. Do you see that we're upon that time right now?
Yeah. And so what that is coding, that's getting code that the cabal will try to interrupt the internet. And so it could be 3 to 10 days. That's their plan.
Okay.
And if they do that, realize that the internet controls everything. It controls electrical power. It controls waste refinement, in other words, sewage. It controls your water supply. It controls what goes to the shelves when, because they have just now marketing. So things don't go into the shelf until they leave the shelf, and they come in that night, and they're replaced. So they don't have warehouses and stuff anymore. They did just now marketing, and it's all tied to the internet. So if you interrupt the internet, if you remember the last movie with Bruce Willis, in which they had the internet was completely wiped out, what is that? There's 4 of them. I can't remember the name of them. My mind is, I'm tired. I haven't had enough sleep in days, but they took out the entire internet. And so everything was interrupted. So yes, 4 to 10 days darkness. So I would highly recommend to people, be prepared. Have protection in your home to keep people from coming in and seeing you have candles or light, and keep yourself safe. And if you and then have the food and water, and if you're in a cold area, the things you need to be able to keep warm and keep it. What I do, very simple. I have a big bunch of painter tarps I bought, and we're going to live in our family room, which has a fireplace and the kitchen's in there. And we'll tape in one bathroom, and we'll tape over tarps over both sides of the doors, and we'll just be there. And we can get out of the house there. And then, I can go into the other areas, keep a lookout, and you can have people rotate just like you do in military. Make sure you keep a lookout, keep yourself safe. Don't go outside. Very simple. You lose power, don't go outside until power comes back on. And, in the case of it's a long time or assets, this is why Trump brought back all the military. If you look at Monkey Works, the massive spin out of military hardware on massive amounts of big, huge cargo ship, Air Force cargo ships coming in to Nellis Air Force Base. There was also another one in Florida. They did that, and it's gone across the country. And so if the cabal does assets in any big city, we're actually under martial laws per the executive order Trump signed in 2018. It's just not obvious. And they can get assets on top of a cabal from the military bases in the big cities and local to the big cities in seconds. I mean, it wouldn't be more than 5 minutes. If you're in a big city like Chicago or Denver or New York or San Francisco, et cetera, it would be minutes. If you're in something a little tiny, it'd be 30 minutes top end. So, and then if they do large powerhouses, they do have the assets and the food supplies and the water supplies and everything to lock the cities down or the little towns down and go house to house with the military checking, going down the street and saying, put a flag out the front door or in the window if you need food, water, or heating, or medical supplies, and they will deliver the things needed. So we are safe, we're protected, and POTUS currently has removed the majority of everybody from Washington, D.C., and he is now isolated and protected. He's not there. And so we don't have to worry. The alliance knew this was coming since 2014. All of this is pre-planned and staged. And the cabal did too. They've had looking glass. They all knew this, and they've been trying as hard as they can to get us off God's timeline. And they will continue until they are no more. So just fear is the opposite of faith. Stay out of fear. Faith, we serve our Lord and our Savior, Jesus Christ, and his Father, the only God that created everything. And we don't have to have fear because we are protected by the shield of God and the hand of God. And so the remnant will be kept safe. And don't worry, everything is going to come out of this. And we're going to watch the dawn of a golden age and the return of the true King of earth, Jesus Christ, permanent.
Amen. That's so exciting. Well, what do you think is the trump card, or are there several trump cards?
There's quite a few. You have Jasara and Asura. You have the big indictments. You have the rollout of the technologies. You have all of this in place. You have our president. You have Putin and Xi and many, many, many of the heads of state actually working together. They all, Putin and Xi and Trump have been working together since the get-go. The CCP is not really who they think they are, and they're going to try to keep doing things just like our deep state here. And then you have all the heads of state of the major countries on earth now in the alliance. Merkel has been arrested. Macron's got a tracking chip. Trudeau has a tracking chip. You have originally the House of Saud, of course, is now got the original lineage of Ishmael, the family of Ishmael running that country. I mean, that's one of the most important lineages on earth. And that was agreed to at Las Vegas, where Trump was there. That's why that event occurred there, was to stop that. They're trying. They're not, you see, God's in control. They're not getting it done anytime at all. Every time a major event, and that's why when he went to Saudi Arabia, they did the sword dance for him. That is not done for anybody out of the house of Saud. You go to China and he goes and has dinner in the forbidden city. That has never, ever, ever in the history since that place was built happened. He goes to Japan and he gives the trophy to the Yokozuna after the sumo. Never done either. You are watching them declaring that he runs the world. He runs my country. He runs this country. Went to UK and he went to the banquet. He is sitting in front of the throne of the king. And the queen got up and said, "Oh, you're from Scotland." He goes, "No, I'm an American." And then they reviewed the troops. And while he's reviewing the troops, that's a change of command. He's doing it alone. That means those are our troops. And not only that, but it's not British military. It's anchors away, music playing. It's the halls of Montezuma. It's off into the wild. I mean, that says that is our military. Then they go to, into the premier's hall, office there, and it's U.S. Marines at the door. I mean, how much symbols do you need to realize what's really going on? Yeah. The alliance runs the world. It's the cabal fighting tooth and nail. The minions of Satan will like the term where the British flag was running the pirates, and they would board ships flying a flag of another country, a Portugal flag. They would come up and say, let's trade, and then they would attack it. If they lost, they had incendiaries in the hull, and they burned the ship and go down with the ship. And so they were flying a flag that wasn't their own. So the Foxtrot term came up, and it's all a big game. They're trying to make it look like they're not going down with the ship. They're actually still in control. Right. Not even close.
Wow. So the Queen Elizabeth, I mean, is she, where is she? Because of course you've seen, they boarded up everything. And so where are they?
There was, if you go back, you can see this on YouTube. There was a time earlier this year, much earlier this year, where she came to the palace. And the gates would not open. Her butler got out of the vehicle and tried to key it in with his thumbprint and his retina. Wouldn't open. So she went up to the gate, and they told her, wait there, we're coming to get you and help you. Yeah, they got her all right, and they took her to Greenland, to Camp Century. Yeah.
Wow. That's amazing, Gene. And I really believe that with all of this being unfolded, that the medical cures for cancer and so forth are going to unfold and be available very inexpensively for the people, because it seems like, the elitists, they've hoarded all these medical breakthroughs for themselves. And, it's going to be such a joyous occasion when this is all revealed for, the people, the patriots, we the people. What a glorious time that's going to be as well.
Yeah, and that's, when I first started that research, like I mentioned, Congressional Budget Section 5, 1970s, I did my research back in 1990. I found out the cures for all these things. Wow. It's not that hidden that well. And the cures are really inexpensive. I mean, I had a person that knew me very well, and their partner got pancreatic cancer and was told they had a week to live. I told them about the cure I know. A week later, their partner was cancer free. I saw the person a year later, give me a big, huge hug. I go, don't hug me, go hug the person in Mexico that discovered this.
Wow.
So these are out there. These things are out there. They're just hoarding them for themselves. Right. And as soon as this RNGSR comes worldwide, all this is going to come flooding out. But there's some very simple things you can do at home, like make your own HCQ. It's very simple. It just involves boiling the grapefruit rind. And there's YouTube on how to do that. And so you can make your own stuff, and that gets rid of the aforementioned as well as many other things, including COVID.
Really? Oh my gosh, that's amazing. That's amazing. I also heard too that ivermectin, they give that to like cows and everything for worms and stuff, that they were using that.
Yeah, I've actually used it to get rid of my Morgellons.
Really?
Yes.
Wow. I mean, and that's simple. I mean, that little vial like this is like $19, $20. You can get it on eBay. I'm just giving stuff out right here. But I mean, like you said, Gene, these things are really available for us, but they, kept them in secret. And praise God for our beloved president who basically blurted out HCQ. And of course, they've tried to, cut that off real quick, but
like it doesn't work. So all you have to do is take just the rind, take the fruit and the white stuff on the inside out, and put it 3 inches deep in a pot and boil it at a low boil with a lid on, so the HCQ doesn't boil off. At a slow rolling boil for 20 minutes, pour off the liquid, throw the rind away, and you take if you have COVID or something, you take a tablespoon, 4 or 5 times through the day, and take zinc pill, and no more.
That's awesome. And you talk too about, I mean, another breakthrough is that med bed. Is that out right now or no?
Yeah, it's actually out.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah. And
wow.
there's actually quantum cards you can buy too. And for me, I'll state that this is a theory, that's HCQ and all this. It's a theory that I have lived by, and these things have saved my life several times. And my little puppy dog here got bit by a rattlesnake, and an item I know, the person that lives in Mexico that discovered that, saved her life. She got bit by a rattlesnake.
Oh my God.
Saved her life.
Wow. That's amazing. I just love how the Lord has just imparted in you so much information, Gene. It's such a blessing, and just to have you on the broadcast tonight. I know we could go into so much more, but we both want to honor your time, and we'll have to have you on again. Lastly, what are you seeing in the next couple weeks that we should? I mean, look at January 6th. People are going to, support President Trump in D.C., and yet we have, Vice President Pence that's supposed to open up the envelope and so forth. What are you seeing in regards to that?
Yeah, I'm seeing that we will be seeing on that all of the discovery and all of the cases that are still there. The Texas case in the Supreme Court was a test to see who's who. That doesn't mean that's the last court case on this. And we're going to see on January 20th that the 45th president, that Donald J. Trump, is sworn in. That's on the timeline as currently stands. So yes, go to DC and support our president.
Amen. Woohoo! Oh my goodness, glory be to God. Well, I tell you, we thank you so much, Gene. You're a blessing. God continue to bless you. And those that are listening, pray in the spirit over Gene. When God brings him to your heart, just bring him, lift him up to the Lord, because we all need prayer. Again, thank you, Gene. Thank you, everyone, for listening tonight to Upfront and the Prophetic, and our wonderful guest, Gene, and our decoder. Come on now. Woo, glory be to God. So good night, everyone. Again, subscribe below, thumbs up, and get this message out. Amen. Amen.
God bless you all.
General Flynn, who I have the greatest respect for. I know that he's talked about martial law. I think that he draws the analogy, as do I, to the fact that I believe history repeats itself. And I believe that Donald Trump finds himself in almost identical circumstances of Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln was in a war and he imposed martial law and he saved this country. It was an extraordinary act by an extraordinary man under extraordinary circumstances. I believe Donald Trump is, from a historical perspective, in the shoes right now of Abraham Lincoln. Whether you call it martial law, or whether you call it the executive order, or whether you call it simply the power of the executive office of the presidency, President Trump has the legal authority to uphold his oath of office, to make sure that the laws of this country are faithfully executed. That's his duty. That's what the people elected him to do. So I believe that whether it's the executive order or martial law or simply the defense of our country and the preservation of our democracy, I believe Donald Trump has the full legal authority to do what's necessary. I believe he needs to seize the voting machines and the paper ballots in the 7 swing states. Let's find out what happened. The people are not going to accept an election result until they know that it is honest.
Hello and welcome, fellow digital soldiers, to the second American Revolution. It is the 22nd of December, and this is True Reporting. Let's go ahead and get into the news. So, guys, I believe, first and foremost, that 2021 starts off with a crescendo of evidence. It starts off with a crescendo of arrests. It starts off with a crescendo of everything smashing together and exposing the ones that have done us wrong. Now you might say, Thomas, that's absolutely insane. But haven't you noticed that everyone's in a fog right now? Remember, the fog of war. We are all kind of in this haze. We don't really know which way to go. We don't really know which way to look. That's the same thing with the enemy. The enemy does not know. The president has been very quiet with secret meetings with General Flynn and Sidney Powell being within the White House for 3 and 4 days. What are they discussing? What are they planning on doing? Again, a lot of GOP members today met as well on what they're going to do as a counterattack with what took place with the election. Big things are happening behind the scenes. That's why I claim that it will all come down to a crescendo effect, an explosion. Boom, 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 if you will. Now, I wanted to show you this, my friends, coming at us from @Bruno062418, and a very excellent thread. I have 2 great ones for you today. This one speaking on Vice President Mike Pence. Now that the Vice President will be front and center at a show opening January 6th, 2021, the counting of the electoral college ballots state by state. How about that Pence envelope? Is it significant now? Look there, not here. Pence is staring straight ahead, seemingly unaware and unconcerned about what Karen, his wife, has been dealt. Remember, watch the wives, right? There's something else in this pic. Look under Pence's chair. A deck of cards, perhaps, right up under his feet. And this is Pence's wife, Karen, opening up her envelope, finding out what it is. 17 uses game terminology in the drops. This is not a game. Counter moves. Attention on deck. At what stage in the game do you play the trump card, etc.? Could there be a literal game with a determined outcome being waged between the black hats and the white hats? Remember, we are watching a movie. Now, both sides get dealt a hand in the game. Government intel uses games in training, like this one. It's got a classified version, plus one that we can all buy and play. 10 points to victory. So again, these 3-letter agencies are also playing games, and then they release the ones that aren't classified to the American people to play. Very interesting. BoardGameGeeks.com. Collect It All is a competitive card game based on the CIA training game Collection Deck. Very interesting, right? Now back to the envelopes. What was interesting in the video footage was that no recipient spent any time at all reading what they were given. Just one glance was all that it took. They knew what they had been dealt. Was it cards? Was it who is on one side and who is on the other? Or is it we've got you right where you stand? Could be either or. Now, Anons have speculated wildly that just getting an envelope equals bad hat. So Pence has been maligned. Really? Don't both sides get dealt a hand in any game? Isn't there an, quote, a dealer? Look at what Biden thought of Pence during the transition after the 2016 election of Trump. Here's Blackmail Joe from the Ukrainian prosecutor's audio tapes. Remember, Biden thinks no one out of the swamp will ever hear this. Biden does say that, in quote, Pence, incoming vice president, is the only one with any foreign policy experience. Read into that what you will. Seems the swamp has done some degree of confidence in Pence. Upcoming sting opportunity for the White Hats? Interesting, right? Now, per Biden, Pence is the only one with foreign policy experience. Reread this in a Godfather voice, because seriously, this is Joe's weekly blackmail shakedown call with Poroshenko, his Ukrainian puppet. In his audio, Biden and Poroshenko had just mocked Trump, saying that he was like a bad dog chasing a car and doesn't know what to do with it when he catches it. Then Biden shifts tone dramatically, referencing Pence. Now, shift to Pence's role with the firing of Flynn. Supposedly, Flynn lied to Pence. Pence tells POTUS. POTUS fires Flynn. Pence says the President of the United States made the right decision. We know Flynn heroically took a rubber bullet. Why? To save our republic. Who fired the rubber bullet? Pence. Again, expand. Who interviewed Flynn? What redacted texts were released yesterday? Coincidence? Why did Flynn take the bullet? Rubber bullet? Was it all fake? Lawmakers making public. Lawmakers learned Gmail draft comms yesterday. Lawmakers go hunting. What is the purpose of a laser pointer? You have more than you know. Comms understood. Rubber bullet comms? What does it all mean? Was it faked? Rubber bullets sting but do not last. Just what is, in quote, a sting? Right here. Rubber bullets sting but do not last. When did the public first learn referencing FISA warrants, referencing +3 non-page? If FISA warrants deemed to be illegal, all surveillance leapfrog hops. What happens to Mueller's cases? How do you invalidate a claim? Conspiracy to commit. Rubber bullets sting but do not last. Now, take a listen to this. Sting. A police action to catch criminals in which the police pretend to be criminals. We obviously already know that. Back to the card game. What's the highest hand in cards? A royal flush. AKQJ10. Card value 51. As you can see here. AK Queen Jack 10 of hearts. A royal flush. Card value 51. To get a royal flush, all 5 cards need to be in the same suit. The highest of the 5 equals the trump card. We know that Five Eyes countries were all involved in the attempt to take down Trump. They were all on board, on the same side in this, in quote, game versus Trump. That was the deal. The deal kept Iran quiet. Is New Zealand part of Five Eyes? Yes. Now, not official product, Five Eyes. And how do people support/vote for these people? What is taking place? The deals. A lot of card vernacular, right? A lot of card vernacular. Code Monkey Z then states that Trump has in quote the royal flush. And we talked about this the other day on the live stream that we do believe, well, I believe, that Code Monkey Z is somewhat getting some intel. I know Sidney Powell is, Lynn Wood is, General Flynn is. Directly from the White House? Perhaps. Now, Trump has the royal flush in his hand and was just baiting his opponents to go all in. More card references, right? At what stage in the game do you play the trump card? Interesting, right? A royal flush adds up to 51 in the card value. 5 equals E, 1 equals A. AE code, stay tuned. At what stage in the game do you play the trump card? The royal flush equals 51. Mirror 1 and 5. January 5th, 2021. The day before the 1/6 Electoral College cards counting of the cards. The date of the Georgia election, likely sans Dominion's cheating, as well as all eyes will be on this, January 5th. What does our new acting Department of Defense Secretary think of Pence? He's moved, emotional, as he thanks Vice President Pence for leadership, steady hand, and mentoring during the most complex military operations. Again, these words are very significant. He was proud of him for keeping a steady hand in mentoring during the most complex military operations in our country's history. Unbelievable, right? And this is going off script with this gentleman. How many followers does the POTUS, the President of the United States, have? A royal flush. Take a look at this, guys. 51. Remember what we talked about with the cards, a royal flush. 51. The addendum. Think, if Chris Miller, military intelligence, Green Beret, gets emotional thanking Pence for his steady hand and mentorship during this most critical operation the country has ever experienced, doesn't that show that Pence had to play some dangerous super spy role in a sting? Going way back during 2016 campaign, Team Trump said that the new vice president would be, in quote, the most powerful vice president in history, charged with overseeing both domestic and foreign policy, while Trump himself focused on making America great again. From Donald Trump Jr., Trump's oldest son, the most powerful vice president in history, according to the New York Times Magazine, vice president would be charged with foreign and domestic policy, while Trump will use his presidential powers to focus on making America great again. Is Vice President Pence holding all the cards, right? He will be doing the Electoral College count on January 6th. Remember that. Setting up the U.S. space communications and overseeing the CV task force qualify as critical foreign and domestic matters. Do they not? Very true, my friends. Very true. He's taking care. This gentleman is very important. Mike Pence, I know we had speculations before, but I think we're in the right hands, guys. I think that all the power will be taken over to Vice President Mike Pence. That's when he goes in for the kill shot. Again, a crescendo effect at the last minute. This is just like what would happen. A home run in the bottom of the ninth, game 7, 2 outs, and a grand slam goes over the center field wall. I think that that is what is going to happen at the very last minute, killing the deep state's hopes of ever bringing down and selling out our country for the very last time. Just a couple articles right here. Pence reveals that the U.S. Space Force troops will be called Guardians. Amazing, right? So biblical. And now we can see him here with FEMA talking about taking up the CV task force, which was massive. He was leading all of that up, probably throwing Birx and Fauci under the bus simultaneously. Let's not get it twisted. But again, I'm speculating with that. But again, my friends, this was a very, very good thread. Let's see what takes place. A crescendo effect in the end is all that we can hope for at this point. Now, I wanted to show you this coming at us from Art of War. I was listening to the parts of Patrick Byrne's interview about his meeting with the president, in which Sidney Powell and General Flynn also attended. First, I appreciate the fact that Patrick has spent $1.5 million of his own money to investigate voter you-know-what and fight the deep state machine. Second, the question was asked, why does the President of the United States give people like White House General Counsel Pat Cipollone the time of day? Mr. Byrne said every time they would suggest a course of action to the president, Pat would shoot it down because Pat has been tasked by senior bureaucrats to do whatever it takes to get real Donald Trump to concede the election. I understand Mr. Byrne's concern that the President of the United States is surrounded by a den of liars and deep state traitors who want nothing more than to be rid of this president. But this is classic art of war tactics being used by the President of the United States. POTUS will act as if he is considering the advice of all the rats like Cipollone to gain intel on the plans of the deep state and to appear weak when he is actually in the driver's seat. Guys, Again, it's all optics. I believe it is all optics, honest to God. Don't think for 1 second that the President of the United States does not know Simpalone's true intentions, and I hope I'm pronouncing it right. Maybe it's Kipalone's. Mr. Byrne said he believes that real Donald Trump is too nice, and that's why he allows people like the White House General Counsel to continue to advise him. I disagree. The President of the United States is a genius. He knows exactly what he is doing. He holds all the cards. There's that word again, cards. The military is running this operation behind the scenes. I truly believe the President of the United States knows he is already has this win in the bag, and he's simply running down the clock and continuing to let the deep state expose themselves and tie the news tighter. I'm right there with this gentleman, with Art of War News. I am comfy, I am cozy, and I am waiting on this crescendo to take place. Yes, the President of the United States is a nice man and very generous, but our enemies are about to experience a side of real Donald Trump that they've heard about, but have never been the object of. In quote, if you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the result of the hundreds of battles. If you know yourself but not the enemy, for every victory gained you will also suffer a defeat. If you know neither the enemy nor yourself, you will succumb in every battle. Engage people with what they expect. It is what they are able to discern and confirms their projections. It settles them into predictable patterns of response, occupying their minds, while you wait for the extraordinary moment, the crescendo, that which they cannot anticipate. You are watching Sun Tzu warfare at its finest. Again, bringing this all full circle, the crescendo effect, my friends. Now, I wanted to show you this, another amazing thread by Murray. Follow this person at Rothbard1776. Breaking. Per Patrick Byrne on the In the Matrix podcast. Congratulations to them for getting this guy. They learned during their 4.5-hour meeting at the White House that all the information that they had been providing to real Donald Trump for his eyes only had not been reaching him. Byrne states that they have over 50,000 affidavits from Americans around the country on both sides of the political spectrum about mischief in what was witnessed on November 3rd. Confirms that they compiled and delivered an entire package of evidence and brought it back to the White House, which presumably Trump's senior staff, who we just got done talking about, and the White House counsel will not provide to him. Patrick Byrne then announces that he will be posting that very package online, guys, so that, in quote, every American can see in a very organized way all of the evidence. There is absolutely foreign interference. We'll be posting to deepcapture.com. Remember that, deepcapture.com. Show this to all your normie friends, this podcast, so that they are able to get on the inside knowledge of what actually took place. Very interesting, guys. I wanted to bring that to your attention. Now, switching gears for a moment, President Donald J. Trump announces intent to appoint individuals to key administration posts. And look, if we go into the middle of this, just kind of nicely placed into the middle of the names, Ezra Cohen Watnick of the District of Columbia to be a member, listen to this, and chairperson of the Public Interest in Declassification Board. He will be put in place on the board of declassification. Remember, this young man was brought up, basically mentored by General Flynn, a true patriot. That, my friends, is an Easter egg in its own. Now, I wanted to show you this. This is just basically confirmation of what I read to you earlier in the podcast about how the information that is being brought to the president is not getting to him. Again, could this be optics? Sure. But I truly believe that there is a blockade that these deep state rhinos, these deep state politicians, these senior officials are blocking the information getting to the president. So, Sidney Powell accuses White House officials of blocking her access to Trump. Again, bringing it full circle, just like Patrick Byrne was saying earlier. It basically confirms everything. Sidney Powell said that she's being barred access to President Trump by top White House officials. This is from December. This is from an hour ago. The attorney who has filed several unsuccessful Kraken lawsuits challenging the election results in the battleground states said that she has been barred from seeing the president following an Oval Office meeting on Friday, during which Trump floated appointing Powell as special counsel to investigate allegations of voting you-know-what. Holy smokes. That meeting also involves Trump's personal attorney, Rudy Giuliani, White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, White House counsel Pat Cipollone, this is the guy that we do not trust, and former White House National Security Advisor Michael Flynn, Powell's client who was recently pardoned by Trump. At times, it became heated, with occasional bouts of shouting, we talked about this yesterday on the live stream, and Meadows and Cipollone strongly opposed some of the ideas being put forth, according to the New York Times. New York Times is deep state. It's nothing but garbage, so I do not believe that Mark Meadows is blocking this. I just can't believe it at this point. So again, all of this correlates with these people trying to bring evidence forward to the president, and it's getting blocked. Is it real? Perhaps. We don't know, because there's a fog of war, guys. If we don't know, the deep state doesn't know. So I wanted to show you this, switching gears and plowing ahead even further. The Underground Silk Railroad Communique. Remember, just follow them on Twitter. Breaking. I can't say this word, I'll get thrown off. But HCQ Pharmaceutical Factory has a big explosion today. Sensitive time and a sensitive event. It is all very hush-hush. Breaking 16 hours ago. The factory is the world's second biggest producer. Now, thank God that we're actually producing it here in America. I believe we are, that therapeutics of Regeneron and also HCQ. So we'll have to wait and see. But again, pharmaceutical factory on fire after explosions. 2 injured. There's no coincidence, my friends. We're going to have to wait and see what is going to take place with this. Just a random person, Tom Malloy, says HCQ is easy to produce. I don't see a shortage coming. India can pick up the slack if needed, but we can do it here. Exactly what I was thinking as well. Now, I will show you this. President Trump is preparing to fight back against the mounting evidence of voter you-know-what. Breaking White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows says, this is what I'm trying to tell you, my friends. They are going to come at it hard. It is a crescendo effect. Mark Meadows is 100% a white hat, and I believe that the optics that were being shown is purposeful to say that he is part of that other gentleman, Cipollone, saying that Sidney Powell should not be within the investigations or anything like that, and that she's barred from the White House. I just don't understand him being a part of that. We're going to have to wait and see. But again, I'm just bringing it to your attention that firebrand lawyer Sidney Powell was spotted leaving the residence side of the White House, as we can see on Sunday evening 2 days ago. Powell has been leading the charge to challenge the you-know-what results, which may believe to have been fraudulent. Sidney Powell was also at the righteous White House Oval Office meeting with General Michael Flynn and Patrick Byrne on Friday night. So guys, again, more correlation going through this. Gateway Pundit also saying it was true. Now, I will show you this. This is quite nerve-wracking to me. I do not know what this means. All I know is that what the deep state has plans for the worldwide of humanity is dastardly, it's evil, it's sick, it's depopulation. Again, and as we can see here, Jesse Waters brings it right into the light. He says it blatantly that this is not going to be a good thing, my friends. Take a listen to Jesse Waters right here on the Biden's climate team putting America last and the Great Reset.
Just days after Biden's inauguration, the World Economic Forum will officially launch their Great Reset agenda in Davos. Laura warned you about this last month. These Biden globalists are trying to force radical social and economic change across the world at your expense. Joe Biden's climate envoy, John Kerry, is already promising that the Great Reset will happen.
The notion of a reset is more important than ever before. We're at the dawn of an extremely exciting time. I know Joe Biden believes this. It's not enough just to rejoin Paris in the United States. It's not enough for us to just do the minimum of what Paris requires.
Just days after Biden...
Puppets and puppeteers. And by the way, John Kerry looks absolutely terrible. Who knows what's wrong with him? But again, these people are pure evil. They sold our country downriver, and they can't get away with it. And I just do not see the president conceding ever. He's batting 1,000. He's never been wrong. He's always been right, and he's always been working so hard for the American people. I cannot see him bowing down, bowing out to this deep state regime. No way, no how. Now, speaking of Biden, I want to show you this from SGT Report, Sean. Only 676 people were watching live. Let that sink in into your mind. If you're a logical thinker and you're showing this to a normie, a person who won the presidency allegedly with 81 million votes, when he goes live, gets 676 people watching. The numbers don't add up. Record numbers of people did not turn out to vote for this wholly corrupt man. As we can see down here for Kamala Harris, 137,000 subscribers, 676 people watching now, streamed 13 minutes ago. That is absolutely pathetic. The numbers are lying. We always know that. Don't fall asleep to it. Don't be manipulated by it. Show that to your friends who are on the cusp of waking up. Now, the last two things, always ending with positivity on this podcast. What if President Trump's 4-year plan was to basically make Americans absolutely disgusted with every aspect of the federal government, which he is doing in real time? And finally, my friends, I will read this to you coming at us from Joe M. Hold the damn line. Since November 3rd, I've seen more patriots hate on 17 than ever. So many think they know better than the finest minds in the intelligence ever assembled. Perhaps over the coming weeks, when we say, and quote, trust the plan, and it is vindicated, everyone will be on the same star-spangled page once again. My friends, I hope you found this informative and you enjoyed it. And if you did, please head over to gab.tv and watch this and share it with all of your friends. Please subscribe to rumble.com/truereporting and also sign up today for $2.99 a month, less than a cup of coffee, to truereporting.tv. I would greatly appreciate it. My friends, remember, we must stay put and watch what is going to happen. I still stand by my word that there will be a crescendo effect, and it will happen at the very last minute. The shot heard around the world. My friends, always know that it is an honor for me to be on the front lines with you each and every day, because in the end, guys, where we go one, we go all.
war game this for me. How does this play out, best case scenario?
Congress confirms the president as the re-elected president, and at that point, he arrests the governors, secretary of states, and others, and he basically offers them a choice of a public confession immediately, or they spend the rest of their life in jail after being tried by military tribunal. And by the way, the president has war powers already.
Hey friends, Sean from SGT Report here. That was Robert David Steele. There's so much going on, and we break it all down to the best of our ability. I think you're going to enjoy this one. Before we begin, just a quick word from this interview's sponsor. On November 6th, China launched the world's first 6G satellite. However, new tech is also bringing new problems to privacy-concerned consumers. Data tracking and privacy breaches are a bigger problem than ever. I do whatever I can to make sure my information stays private online, which means always using a VPN, and the only VPN I use is Virtual Shield. Keeping Virtual Shield on ensures I can hide my location online, prevent advertisers from building profiles on me, and surf the web anonymously. You can try Virtual Shield for yourself for free for 30 days and experience true online protection. You can also get 50% off for life if you try Virtual Shield during their limited time holiday season special that lets you save 50% for life. So what do you have to lose? Visit virtualshield.com. I will provide the link in the description below this interview. Well, I'm glad to have you here, Robert David Steele. Thank you so much for joining us today. You know, before we hit record, what I was about to say is you and I can agree on one absolute, and it's this. Creepy, sleepy, criminally, wholly sold out to China Joe Biden can never, ever be allowed to be president because he is a clear and present and ongoing national security threat. Your thoughts?
Well, I'd say two things. First, I agree with you. I think Joe Biden is not only a world-class traitor and a world-class criminal, but he is also an alleged pedophile, and even his own granddaughter and her recently released diary says that he forced her to shower with him as a young girl. There's no question in my mind but that the deep state put forward a ticket that they thought they could push through, and clearly the president has sandbagged them. But I want to make one corrective point. In my view, China is not our enemy. The United Kingdom is our enemy. And the degree to which China has penetrated the USA, which includes agents of influence, possibly including Mitch McConnell's wife and Zuckerberg's wife. They also have CCP people across all institutions. And then they have 20 million Chinese sleepers, birth tourism people who were directed to come here and establish U.S. citizenship after being dropped, and then mind control through your grandparents are in China, do us a favor stuff. However, that is no different from what the Freemasons, the United Kingdom, MI6, the Vatican with the Jesuits, the Synagogue of Satan, that is no different from what these other powers have done. So Joe Biden is a front man for the deep state, but China is not the deep state. The deep state is the main enemy.
Well, that's interesting you'd say that because, you know, I view it both ways. I think China is obviously an enemy at this point, but so is the United Kingdom. Here's the agenda I had today. I wanted to run this by you. 3 or 4 things here. Pentagon halts Biden transition briefing suddenly. SolarWinds hack immediately blamed on Russia. I got out ahead of this last night and said that doesn't pass the smell test. Why would Russia want to attack?
Exactly.
Does he want to be surrounded by the United States and NATO again if Biden gets in? I don't think so. The John Ratcliffe DNI report delayed. And this one, Mark Zuckerberg sued for $500 million of dark money, donations enabling the 2020 election fraud. He's being sued by the Amistad Project of the Thomas More Society. So let's circle back to the beginning here. Pentagon halts briefing suddenly. Robert, is this because the Pentagon and people, white hats in the Pentagon, white hats that are on Trump's team, know that this man cannot be president?
My short answer is yes. Look, Trump has been playing for time, and I personally do not believe that the GSA should have allowed Biden to have any kind of president-elect status. Now, with the Electoral College,
still being challenged and likely to be reversed by the House. It makes no sense at all to me to allow a fraudulently elected president-elect who is known to be headed for jail, if not death, to take up the valuable time of our defense and intelligence officials. So I think the acting Secretary of Defense made exactly the right decision. There is nothing Joe Biden can do. If I were Joe Biden, I'd be down on my knees making a deal with Donald Trump.
I want to review for people that on November 9th, 2020, President Donald Trump fired Mark Esper, the Secretary of Defense, and he put in Christopher Miller, who was the National Counterterrorism Center Director. Miller immediately moved to direct all Special Ops forces to report directly to him. Do you think this is the work of Chris Miller, saying no more briefings for sleepy, creepy Joe Biden?
Well, I think that General Michael Flynn has actually been the commanding general of the resistance, or the counter coup, if you will, all of this time that he's been under siege after being betrayed by Covington and Berlin. They owe Flynn not only $3.5 million that they stole from Flynn, but perhaps another $10 million in damages for conspiracy with Eric Holder. So Mike Flynn, rather than Chris Miller, is the man that I look to in terms of these strings. It's very clear that this is long overdue. Miller's making some great decisions, and I think that special operations forces are now have been very active across the United States of America. They will be even more active in the next 30 days. And we're finally getting our act together, and that's a good thing.
All right, we can move on to SolarWinds, the hack. So I got out ahead of this last night because I was hearing from sources like Newsmax, Major Jeffrey Prather, people within the alternative news media saying Russia, Russia, Russia. I said, does this pass the smell test to you? If we really take a look at what's going on here and we consider Vault 7 and the CIA's ability to mask their own hacking to make it look like foreign interference or foreign actors, it just strikes me that this is the deep state threatening President Donald Trump, essentially, right? Because we're at war here. And it could be the deep state saying, stand down, Mr. President, or we'll take down the grid. Your thoughts on this hack?
Israel, Israel, Israel.
Yeah, I mentioned Israel in my video. I said Israel and CIA potentially.
Yeah, and of course the United Kingdom, which is a subsidiary of Israel. I mean, the Zionists, never to be confused with Judaism or good Jews trapped in a bad system. The Zionists own the House of Lords. They own the British government through a combination of bribery, blackmail, and intermarriage. Steve Arnold and I go back a long ways. I wrote the first letter to the White House in 1994 on sounding the alarm about our cyber vulnerability. The CIA built the artificial intelligence staff around me in 1986, and that's when I learned that all of our code is not just undocumented, it's Swiss cheese. And then, instead of fixing that after my warning letter reached the White House, they allowed NSA to gut all of our security capabilities. Now, I've written a review of a very good book about Robert Maxwell, Israeli super spy. And Maxwell is the guy who first penetrated the US government and many other governments with a program called Promise, which had backdoors that allowed Tel Aviv to come in and take anything they wanted. Israel, not Russia and China, was the first to do state-level software penetrations across governments and corporations. And Israel, not Russia, China, France, or Germany, has been at the forefront of using people like Jeffrey Epstein and pedophilia, entrapment, blackmail to steal intellectual property and obtain insider trading information. They are the masters. Now, from where I sit, Israel, which had the Samson option with nuclear weapons allegedly placed in every major city in the Western world, and if we don't do Israel first, then they'll blow off the nukes. I think Israel has replaced nuclear with software attacks. So from where I sit, this is not China, it's not Russia, it's Israel and the United Kingdom.
Did you watch my video last night? Because I mentioned the Samson option as well. That's very interesting. We're on the same page.
Yes.
And I made that video last night before President Trump came out today, and Trump blasts exaggerated media claims of Russia, Russia, Russia in cyber attack after seeing intel. Quote, this is his tweet, the cyber hack is far greater in the fake news media than in actuality. I have been fully briefed and everything is well under control. Russia, Russia, Russia is the priority chant when anything happens because lamestream is, for most financial reasons petrified of, and he goes on, discussing the possibility that it may be China, it may be. There could also have been a hit on our ridiculous voting machines during the election. We know that happened, which is now obvious that I won big, making it an even more corrupt embarrassment for the United States of America. All right, we could talk more about that if you like.
Let me come in briefly because I did a video with Steve Arnold, who's my virtual CTO, Chief Technical Officer, and we were talking, and one of the things people don't understand is that SolarWinds and FireEye are piece of shit companies, and they basically sell vaporware, and they are deceiving their customers, and they're promising security they can't deliver. And what is actually happening here is that people are starting to realize that cyber vulnerability, as I warned in 1994, is very, very real. From where I sit, President Trump actually is gaining an advantage here because our government is too big. Our cyber world is too porous. It's Swiss cheese. In fact, I did a very famous interview with public broadcasting before they got totally corrupted. And they asked me in I think it was 1994, actually, they said, is cyber vulnerability, is this like a house with no locks? And I said, no, it's like a gauze tent surrounded by drunk teenagers, all of them carrying lit blowtorches. That's our cyberspace today. So I am in the process of bringing together the 12 apostles for Web 3.0. And Steve Arnold is one of them. And Satoshi +1 is one of them. And one of the things that we've all agreed is we're going to walk away from all existing code. We're literally going to do a clean sheet, fresh start with blockchain level data at rest encryption from the bottom up. And we're walking away from all the shit code that is in Microsoft and IBM and Google and Facebook and Twitter and YouTube. It's all shit code. And by the way, Steve and I have talked about this many times. These companies, not only do they have bad code, they have bad management. So in Google, for example, if one of their 20-somethings has a bad experience with a flower shop, they can go into Google's system and they can make that flower shop disappear. They can digitally assassinate the flower shop.
Yeah, they did that to my channel on YouTube.
Well, YouTube, that's more like the Anti-Defamation League. But the bottom line here is there's nobody at Google that will notice that, and the flower shop has nobody they can go to get it fixed, okay? So digital assassination, censorship, all of this stuff is sometimes policy when the ADL wants to take you down, and sometimes it's just an angry teenager who is using tools like an NSA, for example. The National Security Agency is notorious for its employees using its capabilities to stalk former girlfriends or to stalk prospective girlfriends, okay? And these systems are built without safeguards. So it's a very, very interesting thing to me. My bottom line is America's fine. Trump is going to be the next president, and it's high time we built Web 3.0, which is why, and Mike Flynn knows this, I want to be named the first director of the open source agency. And if I am, then Web 3.0 comes with the deal, as well as a truth channel and so forth. But if I'm not going to agonize over it. It is what it is.
Well, let's stay on this SolarWinds thing then for just a little bit longer because you mentioned FireEye, and that's the company that supposedly discovered this SolarWind hack as they were dealing with a hack of their own and warned the world. You know, you mentioned the Samson option, as I did in my video last night, and the reason I did is because when I watched that Newsmax clip about this hack, you know, they had John Bolton actually blaming Russia, which right there, you know, it's a complete and total hoax. And I asked the question, is this basically a digital cyber 9/11?
What else do you have to know at this point to know that the Russians can get into all these different systems, and if they can, so can others?
I mean, is this another internal attack, an attack by the deep state? And the reason it concerned me is because so many people like Jeff Prather and Newsmax were lamenting the fact that this hack essentially could allow the grid to be taken down. Again, a 9/11 type event, a threat to President Trump to stand down. That was my concern. Not that Trump would stand down, but now this war is really heating up and they're taking it to the next level.
Well, when I look at it, first off, I remember, now Google went down a little while ago. Right. And there have been some other interesting vibrations. My personal immediate initial take was this was a distraction intended to preoccupy people and get them away from the election fraud and so forth. It could also be a cover for saying, oh my God, the Russians did the election fraud, not our loyal, distinguished governor pieces of shit in Michigan and Wisconsin and Arizona and Nevada and Pennsylvania. Peter Navarro has done a great report on election fraud. I have absolutely total confidence that we are going to be making some arrests, and I would be very pleased to see at least 3 governors and secretaries of state be shipped to Guantanamo for military tribunal trials as traitors seeking to take down the U.S. government. And they're also in violation of the 14th Amendment. I think there will be another Supreme Court case. My bottom line is we have a house of cards at multiple levels. The Wall Street white-collar crime, financialization, cyber. We have a house of cards in food. There are food scarcities looming. We have huge issues with mortgages and student loans and the whole bit. The president has a lot to fix. But as God is my witness, now everybody is paying attention. The deep state has revealed itself. God will smite them down.
Amen. I mean, ultimately, that's all anybody wants is justice. We, the people in this country who know this election was stolen, Robert, are so damn hungry for justice that I have to concur. There are certain governors that ought to be arrested. I don't know if Brian Kemp is one of them, but he appears to be bought and sold by China too.
Absolutely.
But how about what's going on in New York under Cuomo? I've never seen such
Cuomo
blatant...
and Newsom should both be going to Guantanamo.
Yes. Seething tyranny coming from the mouth of Cuomo. On a
Let me say what really pleases me is that the white militia has held its fire. I am so pleased that we have not seen violence. What this tells me is that the larger majority trusts President Trump and trusts Michael Flynn and trusts Sidney Powell, who's being called Joan of Arc 2.0 around the world, okay? We trust them. And so we're holding fire, and that's very, very important.
Well, look, I've been saying that at some point, because of this overt tyranny in certain states by certain governors and certain mayors, sooner or later, and I don't want it to happen, but I'm predicting sooner or later, if this continues, they're going to push somebody too far. Somebody who lost his business and is going through a divorce and had one of his kids commit suicide. Look, this is happening in this country.
Whoa, let me take you there on suicide. I have 23 professional suicides in my life. Okay, spies are obscenely proud of having the highest rate of alcoholism, adultery, divorce, and suicide. Okay, and it's a problem. And I've been studying this very carefully because I also look at veteran suicides, which have been running up to 22 a day and now are going higher. We are having a year's worth of suicides every 4 weeks. And these lockdowns and masks are in violation of the Constitution, in violation of Nuremberg protocols. And I keep waiting for President Trump to exercise his authority under Article 14 and also under his Interstate Commerce Act to forbid the states from destroying their local economies. I'm sure he has a plan and a sense of timing. But the bottom line here is we have wrecked a $20 trillion economy on the basis of lies. It's a fake pandemic. It's a fake untested vaccine. And it's high time that we put people like Fauci in Guantanamo also.
Oh, I couldn't agree more. Did you see the video of the nurse getting the injection and then immediately fainting?
Well, who knows? Maybe she worked for Mike Flynn.
Well, you know, there's an email here. Hold on. There's an actual tweet here today from Greg Kelly. I guess I could do a screen share or splice it in later. He says, I still don't know what the Kraken is. Could be from some movie that I missed. Whatever it is, it's supposed to change the game when it gets here. Have heard it's coming any minute now for 6 weeks, but now I'm hearing it's about to really happen, and I believe it. The Kraken. John Ratcliffe's DNI report has been delayed, but my understanding is the president has been briefed, and the evidence of widespread election fraud is not only quantifiable, it may be the Kraken.
Well, let me say first off that Bill Binney and I are the ones who put out into the public understanding the fact that NSA has it all. NSA has every email, every text, every phone call, every game chat, and every banking transaction going back 10 to 15 years. Okay? The problem is they've only processed 1% of what they have. Now, Bill and others, I think, are in the process of accelerating that. And I think the president has tailored harvesting going on. There is no one in Congress or at the highest levels of any state government that I cannot fry within 24 hours by releasing 3 phone calls that will cause their constituents to tear them limb to limb. Okay? So the Kraken, in my view, is the combination of NSA and the military signals intelligence elements of that are related to NSA but are military. And I believe that at Fort Huachuca, which is in Arizona, there has been a 4-year project. And I am not privy to any of this. Flynn doesn't talk to me. Benny doesn't talk to me now that he's gone dark. But I believe I have a good understanding of what's going on. So the Kraken was not just released. The Kraken was released 4 years ago. And where I see this going is the harvest from all of this is being used to cut deals one by one. I'm huge on truth and reconciliation. There is no need to put all these people in front of a firing squad. All we need is for them to get out of the way. And so I think that's what's happened. And on the DNI report on foreign interference, let me point out to you, this is not about China or Russia interfering with the election. This is about Canada, Germany, Spain, and the United Kingdom having CIA servers interfering in our election.
Yes, this article here from DCPatriot.com, Director of National Intelligence John Ratcliffe said Thursday that data collected by various intelligence agencies indicate there was a lot of foreign interference in our election this year, but not everyone within the intelligence community wants Americans to know that. Is that why the DNI report is being delayed? Is it because there's infighting between white hats and black hats in the intelligence agencies? And I would imagine most of them are black hats.
I would say without any doubt that all of the top leaders across the entire U.S. intelligence community need to be purged. I would also say that I doubt Ratcliffe really knows what's gone on. I mean, he's a politician who's been put in as a placeholder until Mike Flynn can come back, in my view. He's a good man, but he just doesn't know what he doesn't know, and he certainly doesn't know how to smash these assholes at the top of the intelligence agencies. I really want to carefully distinguish between foreign interference, such as China and Russia manipulating the election. No, that did not happen. China printed ballots because they were paid to print ballots, and the United Kingdom and China go back a long way, and there's a whole bunch of MI6 and MI5 stuff. And I want to emphasize, I don't think I've said this on one of your shows, but Benny and I also broke the fact that all of the encrypted phone calls between John Brennan and Gina Haspel and MI5 and MI6, NSA has all of those in the clear. The president has every word John Brennan said on an encrypted green line telephone, okay? The foreign interference, which justifies martial law, insurrection act, and use of the military to confiscate every single Dominion server and to arrest every governor and secretary of state and anyone else who objects, is that CIA servers with Dominion software in Canada, Germany, and France were and Nice also, and Spain were used to manipulate the vote tallies. All right, CIA, John Brennan was fully complicit in this election fraud, and I really am hoping that Mike Flynn will become a restored DCI and is going to clean this all up. And let me state for the record, I don't think we need to burn the intelligence community to the ground and start over. I think it's 90% good people trapped in a bad system. What we need to do is purge the 10% at the top and redirect 2/3 of those in the lower ranks toward other responsibilities.
I like what you just said there. 90% good people trapped in a bad system. That's a little bit what it feels like right now in this country with We the People, right? They want us to believe that our government is largely socialist, that we are being overrun by people that are essentially Marxists who want to usher in communism. And I don't think that could be further from the truth. I think they're paper tigers. You know, I made this point in a recent interview that Cynthia Johnson, that representative in Michigan, who threatened people essentially, she basically sent out a message to her Antifa supporters saying, you know what to do. Make them pay. But she's a paper tiger. She's got 3,000 followers on Twitter, and most of those are people like me trying to watch her to make sure she doesn't say something else crazy.
Let me also emphasize she could be an FBI informant provocateur who's been instructed to do that stuff. Let me remind you, the FBI was founded by a pedophile, J. Edgar Hoover, who took small children from the mafia as gifts. And the FBI also pioneered political blackmail. And the FBI also pioneered with COINTELPRO, which Dr. Cynthia McKinney has been strongly outspoken about. The FBI pioneered basically entrapping people into committing acts that then allow them to build their budget. A Muslim community had to take out a restraining order on the FBI because it was trying to bribe Muslims to become terrorists inside of U.S. domestic communities that were totally American. All right? This is the same FBI that framed my friend Chris Fogarty for murder at the suggestion of MI5 because they were upset that Fogarty, a U.S. citizen, had written a book on the Irish Holocaust in which the British murdered 5 million Irish people. The FBI framed a U.S. citizen at the British government's request. Okay, I'm sick and tired of this bullshit. It's time we take all of these people out.
This is the time to do it. If we don't do it now, it's never going to happen, Robert. If we lose our republic to sleepy, creepy Joe Biden, it's game over. I think we can agree. Look, I made the point recently in a tweet. Would it be easier now to fight for the republic with the military of President Donald Trump, or when Joe Biden gets in and he controls the military?
Well,
tell me when it gets tougher.
Let me make a point here. Joe Biden is nobody. Joe Biden is a pimple on the donkey's ass. Okay. The Rothschilds, the Queen of England, the Pope, the Synagogue of Satan, the Chabad morons. These are the people who are in charge. The Aga Khan, okay, who's never written about. I mean, I'm amused when people call Bill Gates the richest billionaire or the richest man on the planet. That's bullshit. The Rothschilds are worth trillions. Now, I'm a huge believer in Army Ranger battalions with fixed bayonets. I think there's something just incredibly kinetic about that. There is no place the Rothschilds can hide. And I believe this is my favorite general, la bataille finale engagée. Okay? This is the end of World War III. And I expect Donald Trump to win this war with our help.
You know, I've made that point. I actually did a video folks could search for. It's probably on BitChute. It would have been on YouTube had they not terminated my channel on October 15th without cause or warning. It's called Rothschild's Trillions Quantified, and I make that same point. Jeff Bezos, one generational wealth? No. One generation's worth of wealth? No. Multi-generational banking families are worth trillions of dollars. Look at the deal that was just cut. Some $10 trillion fund, a deal between, I think, essentially the Rothschilds and the Vatican. I don't have that in front of me, but we're talking about trillions and trillions of dollars.
Well, let me speak to that because I saw Lynn Rothschild's inclusive capitalism conference in 2014, in which she had two major pedophiles, Bill Clinton and Prince Charles, in the front row. And I said at the time that this was a very clever move because what it really was code for stop the pitchforks. Now, the Great Reset, and I've published the plan for the Great Reset at 58iota.net. The Great Reset was a very, very badly manufactured public relations plan that just was totally messed up. I mean, anybody stupid enough to put Klaus Schnorr, or whatever his name is, with a German accent, fuck you.
Literally sounds like Dr. Evil.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's almost as if he's working for Donald Trump. But I recently published something on this inclusive capitalism plus Vatican thing. That is much more dangerous. That is much more insidious. That is much more likely to deceive people if the truthers don't come out in force. Here's my bottom line. I believe every central bank should be nationalized. I believe the Rothschilds should lose everything except for $500 billion. And I believe that we need to essentially level the playing field for the 99%. And there is absolutely no reason for all of these people. And here's a really important point. Illicit wealth can be confiscated through civil and criminal forfeiture without trial. Now, I was paid by some lawyers to create the website stopnakedshortselling.org, and I have documented with their help that Wall Street has stolen $100 trillion from Main Street, including state and local pension funds and pension funds of cops and teachers and firemen and nurses. They've stolen $100 trillion. They've also laundered $100 trillion. What that means is that the president can, with the military behind him, confiscate $200 trillion from Wall Street. Now, my personal suggestion is he only confiscate $100 trillion and tell Goldman Sachs to eat shit or die.
Sorry, I was muted there. I think this is a fantastic segue into my final topic. I want to read a tweet to you, and then we're going to go to that final topic, which is Mark Zuckerberg sued over his $500 million in dark money. You make a very important point. Let me do a screen share. Executive order on imposing certain sanctions in the event of foreign interference in a United States election, September 12, 2018, signed by Donald J. Trump. There are very severe penalties in this executive order for those who interfered. Now, here's the tweet I wanted to read from John Basham. I'll just read the first part. Having 123,000 votes in a row going to one candidate, or in Pennsylvania, it was 580,000 votes got processed that were 99.4% for Joe Biden, and they came through exactly when all the Republicans had been told to leave, etc., etc. We all know the story. I just responded, we the people will not abide by the fraudulent election results. This is an attempted coup, which by definition is a declaration of war on our nation, which gives Donald Trump war powers to defend the republic against enemies foreign and domestic, hashtag military tribunals. Here's the final screen share. Lawsuit against Mark Zuckerberg over $500 million dark money contribution enabling 2020 election fraud. He literally paid people off, poll workers, poll officials, ballot counting machines. He's being sued by the Amistad Project of the Thomas More Society. And if we're going to seize the Rothschilds' money, well, we damn well better seize this man's money too, because he is up to his eyeballs in treason, in my view. Back to you, Robert.
Well, I think Zuckerberg's a pissant. He was created by CIA, just like Larry Page and Sergey Brin and so forth. Yeah, I think we should confiscate most of Zuckerberg's wealth. We should also investigate his wife and Mitch McConnell's wife very, very carefully. The long and the short of it is the United States has failed to live up to its responsibilities. In fact, I have, and I'll just show this here. I took a look at the preamble to the Constitution, and then this was for a speech I gave in California, a stupid-ass state I'll never return to. And I talk about what's the objective state if we actually live up to the preamble of the Constitution. We are not creating a more, well, Trump can form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty for ourselves and our posterity. We have not done that. Since World War II, we have allowed the British and the Zionists to fuck us in the ass, okay? And I think that most people are about done with that. So from where I sit, all of these social media companies, all of these software companies that are turning off their software they're not allowing, for example, the Immigration and Customs Agency to use their software because the software company, thinks that this element of the U.S. government is doing something wrong. Who the fuck are they to say so? So I think we need a complete cleansing of the stables. Didn't Jesus clean out the stables at some point? We need a cleansing of the stables, and that starts with Wall Street and the software companies.
All right, let me do this. We're going to round out the conversation here on Saturday, December 19th, 2020, the year of our Lord, with your predictions on how this plays out. We're about a month away from January 20th. War game this for me. How does this play out? Best case scenario.
Best case scenario, Donald Trump gives a speech on Christmas Day. And then every single day after that, there is a 15-minute movie segment on electoral fraud and on COVID-19 fraud and on other issues that the president wants to educate the public on. The 3rd or the 6th of January, I forget which it is, Congress meets. The president has Nancy Pelosi and other Democrats under control with NSA-level disclosure looming. Congress rejects all of the fraudulent electoral votes. Congress confirms the president as the re-elected president, and at that point, he arrests the governors, secretary of states, and others, and he basically offers them a choice of a public confession immediately, or they spend the rest of their life in jail after being tried by military tribunal. And by the way, the president has war powers already.
Let me ask you one last thing then. If this plays out in any way that is favorable to we the people in the republic, what does the president do about the snakes, the vipers in the mainstream media that will accuse him of being guilty of a coup?
Oh, you know, that's a very important point, and I overlooked that. I think the president has no alternative but to use the Insurrection Act the way that Abraham Lincoln did. Abraham Lincoln arrested all of the editors, all of the writers. I would include the broadcast people, and I would also include the owners, like this jerk-off that is such an influence at Fox. They were arrested. And I think we need a law that makes it illegal to tell a lie to the public, by the government, by the media, by anything. I mean, Congress has legalized lying by the Department of Defense. So this is a problem that's endemic across the United States of America. No one is held accountable for telling a lie. So you raise a very, very important point, which is that immediately after being confirmed as president, the media and the social media needs to be grabbed by the neck and told, you will no longer tell lies or you will be seeing the inside of Guantanamo.
All right. Well, then my suggestion would be, and I might get this backwards, but it may be that the president needs to re-implement the Smith-Mundt Act. If memory serves, that was repealed, and it allowed the government, think CIA, think aspects of the government, to propagandize to the American people, which in my view is all we get from CNN and MSNBC and Washington Post, is endless lies, propaganda.
And NPR. NPR is no better.
Oh, agreed. Agreed. My mother-in-law gets all of her news from NPR, and she will not get together with her family for Thanksgiving or Christmas, and she's eager to take the jab. So,
you know, I got to say, I never in a million years imagined that it would get this bad. But I also never in a million years imagined that these many people would be waking up.
Agreed. Agreed. Look, I don't have to bore people with any of the Q stuff, but I think it's interesting to at least go back and read Q Post 4951. Nothing can stop what's coming. More coming? How do you show the public the truth? How do you remove foreign interference and corruption and install U.S.-owned voter ID laws and other safeguards? It had to be this way. Sometimes you must walk through the darkness before you see the light. Robert David Steele has been our guest. Robert, thanks for your voice. Appreciate your time today as well.
RobertDavidSteele.com. God bless you, and God bless America, and God bless the President and the First Lady.
Amen. God bless the Republic. Pray for the Republic, folks. We're in our final hour here, in my view. I've been saying it's now or never. We have to defend. We have to save the Republic. I think the right man is in the right place at the right time to do that. His name is Donald J. Trump, but he does need your prayers, and he needs brave, courageous white hats and patriots to stand up with him. People in the government. You treacherous vipers on the Republican side, you rhinos, Kemp, all sorts of them out there, guys like Mitt Romney.